All right. All right. Welcome to the Dreadful Halloween. This is the usual something I drop Halloween day. This time, doing a different format, and I had a few friends drop in. Thank you guys. So we got doesn't really need much of an introduction. Mr. Classy Lonnie, who doesn't get on live very much with a lot of us, but I'm glad took the opportunity here to do this. Who doesn't love Halloween, man? Like Halloween and metal just go together. PBJ.
Absolutely.
And here we got this guy, Logan of the Drunken Metalhead Musings channel.
Yeah. Cheers.
So, thank you for hopping on. Man. Yeah. Again, so he's part of that crew. Him and then the other guys dropping in. We did the 420 collab earlier this year, and so it's the same crew with an addition. And so Brian Arkham will be joining later. He's in the middle of a family events, a game thing. So we'll get some drop-ins during the middle of this hangout. And then we got Chris of the Depeche Commode channel, and he'll be hopping in later. So he's in the middle of a job, and so don't be alarmed if we have some additions dropping in. Well, so what are we going to do? We're going to start off by showing off our October 31st. Listen, what do we plan on listening to Halloween Day, or what is our usual go-to for this time of year? And then we're going to kind of rotate around and just do our own. There's no particular strict regimen to this. It's just you want to show an album, a movie, a comic book, an action figure. You got anything kooky stories, a big-ass scary mask to scare our pants off, like whatever, so... It's all about fun. It's all what it's about. And so we'll get started, and I'll rotate around, and let's do Lonnie's pick for October 31st. Thank you, Lonnie. So let me go ahead and pull you up here. Bam.
Okay. And I mean, anybody that knows me knows what band I'm probably going to pick here. I mean, I have the Vinland flag hanging in the background, but every Halloween I'll listen to Typo Negative's World Coming Down. Probably the darkest of all the Typo albums, but the track Hallows Eve, that's just like a perfect Halloween song for me. And then the Creepy Green Light. I mean, just something about this album for me. It just has that quintessential. I know it's cliche to listen to Typo on Halloween, but it's just ever since high school, just out of high school when this album came out, this has been the one for me. So definitely my favorite Halloween album to listen to. So anybody that knows me knows that I had the Typo tattoo and everything. So that was kind of a no-brainer. It's good to get that one out of the way first because I felt cliche showing Typo, but I had to show him in the video. So
I think if Pete Steele was still around, like you show up so much on the algorithm for Typo with how much you talk about them, you would show up on his algorithm. He'd have no choice but to pay attention. Be like, I got to see what this Lonnie guy is about, just because he keeps bringing up my band so much.
I almost met him at a show, but he walked right past me. I tried to talk to him, but he was kind of standoffish. It was either on his birthday or right after his birthday, and it was on the Jägermeister tour, and he had been downing bottles of Jaeger the whole time that he was on stage. So I don't think mentally, I don't think he was present, but I did get
looking like this, Yeah.
He went straight to the bus. I did get to kind of talk with Johnny and Kenny from Typo for a little bit, and Slitsky, the guy that does the lights. I met all three of those, but Peter, he was gone. He was out. So
man, he's one of those guys where he's such a presence where how when you tell people if you're trying to find somebody, especially at the airport or something, you're you can't miss it. He's one of those guys who right. He's like a landmark. You can't miss him. You will notice him wherever he's at in the room. Right. He's that guy. So he's such
one of those if you didn't know who he was before you met him, you knew who he was afterwards, and there's just one of those people you wouldn't forget. So
Yeah, I heard nothing but good things, just in general. Besides his dark humor and everything else, and just he can be a little edgy in his own little way. But at the end of the day, he's such a cool guy, despite the dark shit that he wrote over time. That album, We're Coming Down, it's probably the darkest one that they've ever released. That's like their Doom album, and I love it. It's not as gothic as some of the previous material. But there's a reason why I pull it out too. So great pick, Logan.
Yeah, and I think I would pick October Rust for mine of the Typo catalog.
First of all, you drinking anything? What do you got?
Rick, I'm glad you asked me that question. I was just sitting here waiting for you to ask me that question. I have this one. Enjoyed by Halloween, 10/31/23. So this is always, for a couple of years now, a part of the tradition is I get a 6-pack of this and I hold off until Halloween. But because of the stream, I'm cracking one early. So this is just a Stone IPA.
And if you guys don't know, Logan is good with the pairing stuff, man. I'm always just intrigued by what you got to show, and you run a pretty good Instagram page. It's like you may not be the most wordy guy on the streams, but you make some really good posts, man. But
I want to show
you have a way.
Can I zoom me in? This is for Logan. You guys know that I'm sober, right? So
what you got?
Budweiser Zero. I put it in the little Typo koozie. So there we go.
Of course you did.
Good on you, Lonnie.
Awesome, man. It is such a Tennessee thing. That's so awesome.
I mean, I can't drink regular Budweiser, so I can only imagine what Budweiser Zero tastes like. So, cheers to you, man.
I've never had it. Never had it.
But yeah, I'm glad, Rick, that you did ask for like the definitive Halloween album, because as Lonnie, you said, I would feel kind of bad showing off such a stereotypical album in the beginning. But now this gives me an excuse, because obviously if it's an album you listen to every Halloween, it's got to be more stereotypical. So this is mine that I have to pull.
Oh, shit.
Got to pull Static Age. And I'm actually late to the Misfits. Like, I've been a Danzig fan since like the early days of me getting into metal, like Danzig 1 and 2 especially. But the Misfits didn't happen until really like 4 or 5 years ago. And it was one of those bands where it felt like just a missing piece of my musical puzzle just perfectly falling into place. Like, it's just fun, little dark, insanely catchy, and of course, macabre.
Now, you weren't one of those metalheads that had a punk phase in the beginning and kind of weaned into metal. It was kind of more like you went right into metal, right? Or hard rock and probably the metal.
Yeah, I was one of those probably more like sheltered high schoolers who was like, oh yeah, all my friends like Led Zeppelin as their favorite band, and kind of transition into like grunge, and then like the more commercial thrash, and there was a new metal phase for a little bit as well, of course. So punk never really.
Lonnie and I know that feeling. We lived it, man. Those new metal years.
Yeah. The self-titled Korn album was definitely a big one for me. Punk never really entered my phase, but this is different. This just kind of transcends what I would typically associate with punk.
That's a essential classic. They were the horror punk band, man. Like that's what it is, man. And they're New Jersey. They're from what is it, Loudy, New Jersey. Mm-hmm. So I'm a Jersey boy, man. I'm born in Newark, and so it's they're like in my alley, I guess you could say. So Misfits were always that. What's the name of their mascot?
The Crimson Ghost.
Or the Fiend, right? Whatever they call him. Like that was always an image since I was very young. Implanted in my mind. And associated with that band. I didn't actually check out the band until quite much later, until like about middle school. I think is when they got more on my radar, and the punk kids started coming out, and albums like that were popping up. But by the time I really started getting more into Misfits, like you know, it's like Danzig was gone and Michael Graves was the name, you know, attached to the band, and that caused a lot of separation for people.
I like American Psycho a lot. Like that one is a killer album to me. I almost pulled that for my picks, but I figured since I'm showing Static Age, I don't need to show any Michael Graves era stuff. But American Psycho's good. You just can't beat this album though. As far as like, to me, hit after hit, like I could just almost name off every single song on here. But like my personal highlights would probably be Some Kind of Hate, Hybrid Moments. Both of those are like almost kind of like positive and upbeat, but like Some Kind of Hate. I think they're talking about the iron lung, right? People suffering from polio. And then of course we got like Bullet, talking about Kennedy, Angel Fuck, Teenagers from Mars. So many good songs on Static Age. And this is one of those for like Halloween evening. We usually host a party at the house, and I can usually gauge the right time when everyone's had enough to drink that they won't actually be paying attention to what's on in the background, and I'll be able to play this. And no one will notice, and I'll just be enjoying my Misfits album while everyone else is talking about who knows what.
The name is so fitting too, man. It's like they didn't quite fit well with the regular punk guys, and they didn't quite fit with, like, they had an appeal for metalheads too. And I knew a lot of metalheads who were not really into punk, but Misfits were one of those exceptions, you know. So, like I said, the name was very fitting.
They don't take themselves too seriously, you know. They or maybe they took themselves too seriously, and that's why. I don't know. It's one of those one of those options.
They took themselves seriously, unseriously. I don't know.
That's
all right. So I pulled this, right, and it's kind of it came out later it came out in '99. Actually, did not discover this band until around Halloween time in '99, which I think it's around the time this album dropped. It was new, and we're talking about Moonspell's Butterfly Effect. So I picked up the special variant. Like this,
give the Count Chocula edition.
There's not as much Chocula in this one as we would come to, you know, as there was in other albums. I feel like here it's a little more toned down, but there's more of that, some industrial elements, you know, but still kept in that sort of arena of goth. And there's something really intrigued me about this, because I was not so crazy about this electronic stuff at the time. I was getting more into like the death metal, and I was discovering the Peaceville bands, and I was like, yeah. And then who's this fucking weird band out of Spain or Portugal? I think it was. And I'm like, they kind of remind me of like a European Typo. You know, it's just a little more electronic, you know, and it's a little more weird in their own way. You know, and some of the singles, can't speak. So this one is cool. It came with the 7-inch with Angel Eyes, Never Stop to Hurt You. So 2 tracks here, and Lonnie knows what I'm talking about. Like, you talk about some of the iconic tracks like Lust Mord, Soul Sick was like one of the leading singles. Self Abuse, Solitary Vice is probably one of my favorites. I just love the fucking rhythm and the bass on that. You know, it's just such a cool release. And for years I didn't have a physical of this, so I'm just glad to finally have this Chocula edition, which but because
what's the vinyl variant?
With the vinyl variant, exactly.
Count Chocula Swirl or something like.
You see the only people out of luck if you want this Chocula variant. Just saying. But yeah, like I said, I discovered the band around Halloween time, and I would associate that album, you know, around when I discovered Moonspell, and you know, it's always like one of my go-tos. And I just love that album, man. I love the band just in general, you know. Again, but I feel like they've gotten more extreme over time. They've gotten darker.
Definitely.
You know, definitely. So I've seen them live. Must have seen them live. Fuck, maybe 3 or 4 times. You know, and they've never been the headliner. It's always been with some other band. Like, and I'm wondering, like, do they just not have enough of the fascination and what do you call it? Just the stature to be the headlining band? I don't know. But it's always some other band, you know, that's always been associated with it. But it's cool.
Maybe in the States, I feel like they don't feel like they do, you know?
It could be that. I feel like if Typo
there-
were still around, they'd be
Yeah.
a good band to pair up with. You know,
I
if
feel like
that
I've
was the
seen him
case.
come over here with Swallow the Sun every time.
You know, that is one band I've never seen live. I still got to catch.
Mm.
I would love to see them live. You know, they ever come around. So before we move on, I got this Agalash Haunted House.
Wow.
Happy Dark.
That's
so
a go-to as well. I've had that one a couple times. That one is also a go-to. And Rick, I just noticed your Count Chocula cape you got on.
I did too.
Very, very, very haunting, my friend.
with my Seinfeld.
I have come. I have come to suck your blood.
I was telling you guys in the comments, like I'd be rocking something like that.
You delivered, my friend.
Oh man. So you guys already know, but as we are recording, I'm gonna go ahead and pull this trailer that I made. Some of you Gen Xers are going to know immediately what I'm parodying, and some of you younger ones will have to later look up Charles in Charge, and it will all start to make sense. So I'm gonna go ahead and play this and enjoy.
Slasher in the neighborhood lives down the block and it's understood. He's there looking menacing and scary, like he's one of the classic horror family. Michael at large, causing haunts and some frights. Michael at large just won't stop until you die. And I see Michael wants to slash at me. Michael at large causing haunts and some frights. Michael at large just won't stop until you die. And I see Michael wants to lunge at me.
Michael's just misunderstood. That's all I got to say, man. He's just misunderstood.
All those horror guys are.
You know, and we were talking backstage, and I was saying that the premise of the show, Charles in Charge, is just fucking scary in of itself, because you got a stranger coming in who's not like a family member to like watch these kids. The parents are just ho hum and just like, all right, you know, no background check, just, you know, we'll be away. I'm sure you're not weird. And you can't make that show today. Like it wouldn't work. You need like fucking 6,000 security cameras, Ring doorbells everywhere, and just like all this profiling just to be able to know you don't have a weirdo, you know, watching your kids, you know. But I don't know, man. Like, cause I feel like in the 80s, parents felt more like adults. They felt more grown up. The idea of a grown up was a little different than your idea of a grown up today. Like today, like parents are like, they kind of want to be your friend, your buddy. You know, they kind of a little bit like your sibling. Like back then, it's like they were a little more uptight and a little more. But so Charles in Charge is kind of a weird paradox for me. It's like we're serious parents, but we're gonna let this weirdo into the house to like just watch our kids. Scott Baio. But and it got me thinking, and that's why I kind of pulled this together. Go, let's pull Michael in. Is he any more scarier than just some weirdo off the street to come babysit your kids? Like, I don't know.
Why does he have that mask on? But sure, he can watch my toddler.
Yeah,
it's fine.
You know, which is William Shatner. You know, like we're watching Halloween, and like, the whole time we're watching William Shatner's face. You know, it's like,
yeah. Oh yeah, yeah.
That's the thing, man. It's like, here, one sec. I'll just.
Oh, here comes the masks.
Right.
Here they come already. I don't have any, man. All my masks are elsewhere. Lonnie, I feel like you got a couple around there, man.
It's a young William Shatner. Like John Carpenter, these guys kind of pulled it together back in the day. You know, we're looking at this. That is the face of a killer. You know, that we're looking at.
Rick, I thought you were going to pull a mask for us. I
Yeah,
didn't know
me
you were
too.
gonna grab a
Oh.
Captain Kirk action figure.
It's the image of behind the mask, you know.
Oh, well,
It's
now
like,
I know.
well, Michael Myers is an old fart at this point, right? He's been around forever. Like, I feel like they need to take old man William Shatner's face and like make Michael's face like out of the old man William Shatner mask. It just seems like more appropriate instead of the young one. 1977 Michael Myers makes sense for this, but 90-year-old William Shatner with 2023 Michael Myers. I don't know.
Be realistic.
All right. So we're gonna go around until the other guys drop in. So Lonnie, anything you want to? You're first up. We'll have you talk about show. Anything you want to talk about Halloween related? We'll just kind of just go around. This little merry-go-round. People want to know, man. Like, you're a lot of scary shit. Like, people want to know, like, what do you got? What do you got back there in that treasure trove of bodies and whatever else?
Well, this first one's pretty neat. The band October 31st. They a while ago they did a Halloween. It was called Heavy Halloween Bag of Treats. They did a vinyl version and a CD version on Hell's Headbangers, and it came in this little bag. Obviously, I got the CD version, and it's just a little knapsack there.
Oh, man.
It says bag of treats there on the back. It came with 2 releases. Let me see if I can. It came with the Fire Awaits You release. It's still in the plastic. I haven't opened that up. I had it on. I'd already owned it, and then Meet Thy Maker were in it, and then it came with all these neat little. I mean, they're just like dollar store Halloween decorations, and there's erasers and everything else in here. It's pretty neat. It's just a fun little. I guess it's a bit more towards the kooky as opposed to spooky side of things, but it did have some candy in there, and it started leaking out. I guess with age, like Tootsie Rolls. I don't know if it was like the corn syrup in there or what, but it started like leaking out into the bag, so I had to throw the candy out. So it's not complete anymore, but I thought that was a neat little get together, like put together.
I love to be like a fly on the wall. It just at the meeting, the brainstorming behind that, like watching Team King Fowley, these guys just like trying to come up with the idea for something like this, because they're all and
J-Dog yeah, that would
Hell's Headbangers headquarters.
You gotta put some candy in there, brah.
All right, so this leads me to a story regarding Lonnie, and because you talk about an accident with the bag, right? Just with the merchandise. So I sent Lonnie a few CDs or whatever some time back, right? And I tried to send him, because I know you're into the hot and spicy shit. Like, that's like your deal. So I sent you some spicy. Was it cherries? I think it was cherries. Yeah. and let's just say this didn't end well.
No.
Only you've seen the end points of it. But when I sent it away, I wrapped it in fucking bubble wrap and all that stuff. And I'm like, dude, like you're gonna be so fucking pumped when you get this thing. It's alcoholic too. It's alcoholic, hot cherries, and you know, I'm like, do what you will with this thing. I think the thing about sending things with the mail is USPS not always sometimes they're just as bad as Amazon, you know, with the way they handle merchandise. And by the time it got to your place, it was like not in one piece, or all the contents have drained out.
It took that package forever, because we thought it was lost, because it took it like months to show up. And when it showed up, it was busted, and like they had opened the package and then wrapped the broken jar of cherries up in that "We Care," little condescending postal thing that says "We Care." It was taped up. There was alcohol and cherry juice all over everything, and I've been sober almost 10 years now. So I opened it up. I had it all.
I didn't know that. I felt like
walking out reeking of alcohol, and everybody's looking at me thinking I've done fallen off the wagon. I was like, I haven't been drinking. I swear, it was just a catastrophe.
I apologize, man. If I accidentally caused another intervention or something along the way because of this cherry, yeah.
We're good. It's Budweiser 0. I promise.
There you go.
All right. Cool, man. One more thing about October, like King Kali says October 31, like, but I hear other people call October 31st. Is there? I don't know if there's a right way.
I'd say 31, right? Like,
yeah. I mean, if he calls it October 31, we'll go with that. So.
Interviews. I think he's talking to Justin and those guys. Like, I think that's the way he refers to the band. Each time I'm taken off guard, I'm like, oh shit! I just call it. It just seems more logical to call it October 31st. But
right.
I don't know.
But I mean, it makes sense because there's no ST on there. So I mean,
True.
And if he calls it that, I would assume that's
like,
the way that.
It's like details, guys. The details. The king knows.
Right.
All right, Logan.
All right, so I'll do a little chronological storytelling here with this first round. So,
all right.
Long before metal and stuff, I'm sure you guys had a similar thing growing up. The parents always had these CDs or records of just random noises for the Halloween season, right? So whenever like the trick-or-treaters would start coming, they'd be like, oh yeah, 2 hours of screeching ghouls, on in the background, or something like that. And every Halloween, that's when those CDs and stuff would come out, and I couldn't help but get nostalgic whenever I found some of those at like Goodwill, and would just be like, all right, let me just buy that. This is just 40 minutes of just nonsense. Like it'll transition from like thunder to a cackling witch to like a skeleton just shaking its bones, and there's no track listing or anything, so you have no idea what the fuck is going on. It's just one track of nonsense.
Nobody's gonna go like, I really need to check out track 30 with the one with the rustling chains, not with the shaking chains, the one with the rustling chains. No one ever does that. So I think you're fine.
And that's like, at least this one has a track listing right here. So this is a recent one I found on record. Sounds to make you shiver, blood curdling terror and horror. Look at that. God, that looks just terrifying.
Man, I would have loved to have been the artist behind some of this.
Side 2, we got The Witch Laugh, Count Dracula and His Victim. We have 2 different tracks, Scream and Groans, not to be confused with Moans and Groans. That sounds like something else entirely. Doesn't belong in a Halloween album. Then there's a track called Cats and Dogs.
If it was Hellraiser, it would make more sense, I'd just say.
It would, yeah, that would. And then there's, of course, the scariest of them all, Banging Shutter. So, yeah. I definitely enjoy putting these on for like maybe 5 minutes at a time. Like I've never
a little innuendo
one of these
for the kiddies, man. I'm just saying, like, it's a little innuendoed. Just don't read the track list when the kiddies come to the door. Just play them the spooky sounds.
Final song, Hooting Owl. They made it. But yeah, and then to pair it with a quick Halloween story, an embarrassing Halloween story of myself growing up. Right. So I was born 93, right? So Halloween of 1999, the big blockbuster of that summer. I don't know if you guys have heard of this movie. It was The Phantom Menace. Star Wars The Phantom Menace. All the kids were dressing up as their favorite Star Wars character.
Jar Jar Binks. Oh wait, no. Okay, go on.
No, I was Jar Jar Binks. You guessed it right on the first.
Oh shit!
I had never seen the movie. I was 6 years old. I wasn't allowed to watch it or anything like that. So me and my younger brother, we went to to buy our Halloween costumes, and I saw the Jar Jar Binks mask. I was like, that looks like the coolest fucking monster in the whole. I bet that thing is just badass. I'm gonna be Jar Jar Binks for Halloween. And then my brother was like, all right, fine, you do that. I'm going to be this guy with the horns and the red face, Darth Maul. And I was like, well, that shit looks stupid. Mine is cool. And then I dress up as Jar Jar Binks for Halloween. And everyone in my neighborhood makes fun of me, and it's like, dude, you're the guy who lost his pants during the film. Like, what? No. And then of course I watch it, and yeah, there's a scene where Jar Jar Binks drops his pants, and all all credibility out the window for the next 2 Halloweens. So
here's what's been killing me, man. Like what is it, 20 fucking whatever amount of years, decades ago that thing came out.
In my opinion, I thought it looked cool.
But what was the screen testing like when with Jar Jar Binks? Because I'm like, they were so like, well, yet they proceeded to press on with Jar Jar Binks, regardless of the audience reaction. It's like, I don't know how delusional they were. Disney didn't own them at the time yet, right? Was this a George Lucas thing?
It was, yeah. I think
it was a George Lucas thing.
It was.
He should have known better, man. Like, it's like, but the fact that you thought it was a scary mask.
I thought it was a cool. Yeah. It was like a lizard monster thing. I don't even know. I was just like, I'm going to be that. So then, of course, I overcorrected, and now this is my favorite alien movie.
There you go.
So
of course, corrected.
Overcorrected.
And you got the T-shirt to prove it. There you go. One of the best horrors ever made, man. That movie still freaks the hell out of me, even today, man. But it's got to be that one.
Absolutely. Yep.
All right. You want to do one more since you're going to be cutting out early?
Sure. I'll show a recent. I'll show a recent pickup. Actually, this just came in the mail today, and this is a 2023 release that I would highly recommend. It's just got the October season written all over it. This is the newest from Dope Lord. So this is Songs for Satan. They're a Polish band, and this definitely has witchcraft written all over it. We got the opening song, Night of the Witch. And then I feel like there's actually like a story that goes through here about some dude like becoming a witch and making a deal with the devil. And then, of course, it goes south. And the final song is called Worms. So I'm assuming shit goes real south. But the cool part about this is it's kind of a shorter album, and the first 5 songs are all more like melodic and like that kind of Acid King kind of vibe. And then the final track, Worms, he just lets out the whole song is like a sludge metal scream and just harsh vocals the whole time out of nowhere. And I don't know, it makes it thematic and kind of ties it all together. So I don't know, for a 2023 album, definitely check out Songs of Satan, and it definitely fits the current season.
You just dropped the video. I'll talk about sludge metal, like the darker side of it, and just that. So I feel like I don't know if you brought up that one in particular, but
I did not.
You did a good. I feel like you did a good job, man, classifying that. But I'm glad you brought that one up because that's a band I've been into for a while, and I have not checked out that one yet though. But the cover on that, it's a little dark. What is that creature? It's just a lot of that's crazy.
Like Satan, Baphomet. I'm assuming it's Satan, right there. He's banging his drums. He's got the drum.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It's like that first Sanguine Sugar Bog, like that first EP they dropped with that little creature with the knives and shit. I'm like trying to figure out what's going on.
Pornographic seizures, right?
Pornographic seizures. There you go. We'll find every which way to draw in the undos and sexual references to something, whatever. It's turning into that stream. Shit. So okay. So I guess I'm up.
Yep.
Why don't I pull? Oh, this is kind of a cool one. You guys into surf rock at all? Is this something?
Not really,
like,
for some reason.
I feel like
no.
Have you ever heard? I don't know where I heard this, but I might have heard it from numerous sources. That if you take black metal, turn off the distortion, it's pretty much surf rock, right? And
Sacred Sun told you that, I think.
Was it Sacred Sun? Or maybe like it might have been people who heard it from Sacred Sun and then passed it around and circulated and it landed in my ears. And I couldn't stop thinking about that and go, damn, have I been enjoying just some cold surf rock and didn't know it if I can really love the genre, just disguised as black metal, which I don't know. Anywho, so I got this 10-inch, and you guys know Joel Grind, right?
Mhm.
And he did this collab with Davey Allen. And I don't know if you're familiar with this one. And Davey Allen, he's one of the, I guess what you call the pioneers of that sound. And he's been around forever. And Joel Grind, you guys know, guy hooks up with everybody, man. It just does a lot of collabs. And I think he does a lot of engineering and stuff for bands. And this is a cool little 10-inch. It's actually really short. It's like maybe 10 minutes, something like that. The tracks are like two tracks by each of them. They're about 2.5 minutes or so. So yeah, you'll get about 10 minutes worth of music. But it's fun, man. It's a quick thing to just put on. And I feel like it fits the Halloween kind of aesthetic pretty well with the way they kind of go about it. So it's got this cool little fuzz pedal thing in the back. I love how old school they made the whole art direction look. It's pretty cool. This particular variant, I think they just came in as clear. So not always the biggest fan of clear, but for something like this, it's kind of a novelty, kooky little item. I feel like I'm perfectly fine with it. But if you guys haven't checked it out, I mean, definitely, if you don't think you like surf rock, it's like kind of dark surf rock, or black metal.
I think I got that in a Relapse grab bag at one point. A Relapse Records. I got a CD grab bag. It's been years ago now, but it was one of the earlier ones that I did.
That would make sense. That this feels like something that would be like. It is a cool throw-in item, for something.
Yeah.
I wouldn't seek it out either, like just at least in CD form for what it does. But I feel like it adds a little more of a novelty factor in this 10-inch vinyl. 10-inch is already not such a common format, like the 12 inches. So I felt like it added a little more to it. Plus, I just love that artwork, just kind of blowing up like that.
Yeah,
it just kind of makes it cooler. But it doesn't surprise me that you might have stumbled onto it in some kind of grab bag. I had a ton of those like Relapse, especially the shit with Joel Grind, like whatever his Toxic Holocaust or whatever. Like it's always something that he's involved with or whatever. But yeah, I thought it was kind of a cool little neat thing to pull out. All right, back to Lonnie.
I'll show one that actually I believe it came out on Halloween Day last year, and it turned into my favorite from this band. They released another this year, and they're death metal, but they have like this each album, each release has like a little spin to it. This is the release from VHS entitled Deep Gashes and Long Lashes. This album is horror soundtrack theme going on, like almost like synthesizer sounds going on, and they're able to couple that with death metal, and it's just fun. Maybe the fact that it was released on Halloween last year kind of plays a role in that as well, but just that kind of horror like slasher movie feel going on in this, and it's so much fun. Like just almost like there's times it almost feels like little dance tunes going on just with the synthesizers, and I mean it's definitely death metal that you could twerk to if you felt so inclined. So, but it is a fun release. I don't know if you guys have checked this one out in particular or not.
I haven't.
Out of their discography, this is probably my favorite release. The one they released this year kind of had a Masters of the Universe feel going on. And it was kind of, so that one was fun as well. But this one, I still go back and listen to this one to this day. So, and with Halloween coming up, I know that one will probably get thrown in the rotation on that. But it's just a fun death metal release, and it's kind of hard at times it's not what you would just expect from death metal. There's some originality on there, so I can appreciate that and dig that from that album.
Oh, that's awesome. I love the B movie factor of it. Like that kind of, I'm a sucker for that stuff, man. Like it has that Italian
from the get go. You just get that feel, just that synthesizer, just that cheesy horror slasher 80s feel going, and it's just fun. It is a fun release.
I think when people hear death metal and synthesizer too, it might be turned off immediately just on that description. But I think if they're not normally into that, but I think the way you're describing it, it's kind of like it's from the get go very kooky and just trying to be
Right.
unconventional, but also kind of aping
I
that
mean,
old.
it was probably met like mixed reviews for the band because they have stuff out there that just feels straightforward death metal. But I mean, that one, I don't know what it was, but that one just is what kind of put their hooks in me and drew me in. That was the album that kind of made me fall in love with that band. So I've been slowly picking up everything else that I can get my hands on just because of this album. But now I think that'll always just be my favorite from them because of that reason. But
I'll have to check it out. So who put that out? Do you know what's
Horror, Pain, Gore, Death. So I'm sure you can find that
okay.
fairly cheap. So, yeah.
I used to live like a mile away from that guy that runs that up in North Philly. So like it's a house. I think he runs his operation from the basement, as far as I'm aware. But if I was still living in that area, I probably would have strolled by and be like, "Hey man, look, just save on shipping. Just give me the CDs.
Right.
We're good. I'll keep on. I'll carry on." Cool. Logan.
Nice, yeah. So in honor of your Count Chocula vampire theme you kind of had going on, Rick, I wanted to get my vampire stuff out of the way.
All right.
So first, I've got a no longer local band, but back when I lived in North Carolina, they felt local. This is a band called All Hell. This is their 2017 album, The Grave Alchemist. And I don't know if you can tell what specific kind of vampires they're referencing, but it's right here in this castle. Castlevania. All the music is about Castlevania, essentially.
Gotcha.
And yeah, and that whole thing. I've never played the Castlevania games, so I don't know any better, truthfully. But
you never have?
No.
I don't know.
A TV show on Netflix.
Lonnie and I's got some opinions, man. Like you're really missing out. But
yeah, you can let me have them. I deserve it, I'm sure. But yeah, this is a killer album of, I would say, that first wave Celtic Frost kind of sound. Think Morbid Tales mixed with something a little more traditional metal and slightly thrashy. And it's fun. It's simple. There's probably a little bit of like Bathory, self-titled, and The Return in here as well. But it's simple, straight to the point.
The Celtic Frost influence makes sense. Like when you listen to some of that old Celtic Frost, it's like you can tell Tom and those guys were already about the gothic thing, from the get-go.
Mm-hmm.
With the eyeliner and all that shit, and it's just but they didn't want to go full blown. Like they still wanted to retain some of that Bathory-esque kind of imagery, but at the same time, it's like they were torn between these different worlds.
Yeah.
Yeah, but when you throw in something like this Castlevania reference, I'm like, yep, I can see what you mean. That's awesome, man.
Yeah.
One of the first downloads I ever downloaded on MP3 was Castlevania soundtracks done metal form. I think I might still have them.
Yeah. One of the main reasons why I say there's Celtic Frost influence on here is because the vocalist, there'll be a break, a pause in the riff, and he'll go, ugh, just that classic, Tom G grunt. And they do have a new EP that came out this year called All Hail the Night, and I believe it's on Prosthetic Records for anyone who wants to check it out. But this is my favorite from them. The Grave Alchemist. And then I'm going to quickly tie in a movie.
The Grave, that's in Graveyard, Grave, The Grave Alchemist?
Grave, The Grave Alchemist. And then I'm going to just quickly say, this is killer.
Nice.
Bram Stoker's Dracula.
That's my favorite Dracula, man. I don't know if you know that, but that's my favorite Dracula right there.
It might be mine, man. Gary Oldman, Keanu Reeves.
Okay, John Wick's in it, man.
I know. He acts like John Wick too in it. But yeah, I honestly Gary Oldman and just how probably true they are to the original, because he can turn into a wolf and stuff, and I don't know. It's killer movie. And then this album had to be mentioned. Just I'll be real quick because I think at this point we all know this album. Children of the Night by Tribulation.
I just got that this year because they finally reissued it, and that was the one that was missing. So, good timing.
This is when I came into this band. I feel like Tribulation is one of those bands where your favorite album depends on when you came in. Like if you entered on the horror, you're like, what the hell did they do after that? If you entered in,
I kind of wish they made one more a horror album though, man. Like I wish they would have made one more like that full blown death metal record. It would have been.
So was that your first album that you heard from them?
No, it had to be the one before that one.
Fatal to the Flesh.
Yeah,
isn't that?
Yeah, which is like ridiculously hard to find now. It's the.
This is my first one, so I definitely have a soft spot for it, and it just has that spooky. I mean, it sounds spooky. It doesn't sound scary. It sounds spooky. It sounds haunting.
Yeah,
like
it was clear, man.
They were romantically dark for sure.
I'm gonna have to pull that one off. I haven't listened to that one in a while. I'm gonna have to go pull that one off this weekend. And
it's one of those albums where I probably listen to it once a year around this time. But it's always great every time.
I mean, like you look at the shelf behind you, there's stuff. I mean, it's kind of the bane of our existence. There's stuff that sits there, but it's nice to have it when you want to go get it. So, I mean, it's
exactly.
So how do you usually do this? Like someone like Lonnie, because you got a ridiculous, amassed amount of CDs. Like when you want to decide you want to listen to something. Do you do like Discogs like randomizer, or do you like just kind of I don't know, just kind of just scroll through your index finger across your shelves and you do it that way?
I kind of try to think about what if there's something that's gets stuck in my head for some reason or something that I'm like reminded of. Like honestly, I mean YouTube will remind me of a lot of stuff that I have that I need to listen to. Okay. Just being a part of the community and just hearing all these different people talk about different albums, it'll make me think, oh, I need to listen to this. I need to listen to that, But then whenever I get to that point where I'm just in here and I'm like, well, what do I jam next? That's almost the most fun part, You're just because that's when I just roll my finger.
And you got to know what mood you're in too. It's like, do I want something dark? Or am I in a mood where I can tolerate some eclectic hour and a half funeral doom metal or something? Like it's just really depends. If I want something like just fast and just fucking, I'll put on some Joel Grind.
Yeah. And the funny part is, no matter what the mood is, I'm like, God, I don't really have that much music. That's in the mood that I'm in. Even though I have like 1,500 CDs over there, I'm like, man, there's nothing to listen to. What's going on?
I tried to.
It is a curse.
And like for me, like I feel guilty. Like I know CDs don't have feelings, but like if I haven't listened to something in a long time, it's like, man, I haven't listened to it. Like I try purposely at times try to find stuff that I haven't listened to in too long to throw on, just because it makes me feel, I guess, better about hoarding all this stuff. It's just like, hey, I do listen to this. It's
You know what you need, like when you watch Beetlejuice and like how you have the model that's in the attic, and there was the one scene where they're like talking, and the model, I guess, that Alec Baldwin built, of the entire town, and when Beetlejuice is trying to get their attention and just the lights just start to come on in the marquee and the little arrows pointing down, it's like that's kind of what we need for our CD collection as we're like going through. It's just like that little Beetlejuice call card. It's just like over here. This is what you want right now.
I don't know now if it's just me getting older and like the memory starting to fade or what, but as I've been doing these CD collection videos where I'm going through the whole collection, there's been a couple of times like where I start getting ready for the video and I look at a CD and I don't remember it at all. I'm just like, what?
Yeah.
I have to go back and re-listen because I don't know where it came from, when I got it. I had no clue. I have to go revisit, which, I mean, that's kind of fun in itself, kind of rediscovering the whole collection. But there's been a couple times so far that I'm just like, what the hell is this? And I have to go back and re-listen to it. So
I might have done that with members of the family when they come over, like, ow. Usually around the holidays. But I'm glad you brought that up because that really is a phenomenon. You wouldn't know unless you're a YouTuber. You know, we're like pumping out content. We got like stacks of whatever, and then we're just getting ready to hit the record button, and then all of a sudden we get the damn memory like blanker, like the Men in Black guys kind of put on people over their heads, and I just go blank, and I'm like, fuck, I can't hit record quite yet. I'm glad I'm not doing this live. You know, that's why I don't do the live thing that often, because like I just go shit blank. Like I maybe that's might be your explanation, Lonnie. I don't know, like, but it could be a couple other hurdles too. But
well, and I've gotten pretty good at like BSing when I go blank because I don't edit anything. So like I either just go off on another tangent and talk about something else, or just. But it does happen. I mean, trying to remember.
It adds to the fun though, man. Like I enjoy, like watching. Just I'm like, it just reminds you we're all human, man. Like we can't all be encyclopedias of whatever it is that we're even the band, even if it's like your favorite band, I still forget a track listing. Yeah, yeah, exactly. And I'm like, man, I forget something as simple as where the hell the band's from. Sometimes I'm like, I'll say Swedish, they're really from Finland, like to two whole different cultures and continents, but nevertheless.
Oh, don't worry. If I say something wrong like that, the comments on my videos they let me know. So I mean, I get some strange ones. I'm hoping they don't follow me here, and you start getting brutal comments and everything else. But
your comments are brutal and unique, and I guess I mean that as a compliment. I don't really know what else,
Some things you can't be extensive about it. I find it with some genres, like like gore grind and shit like that. I'm like, it's nasty. Like I don't know what else to tell you, man. Like, all right. I guess I'm up, right? So, okay. So, my good friend Melissa, if you're watching, she will eventually watch this video. So she gave me some stuff. Her and her husband came across some items and thought that I would really dig it, and gave me some action figures still in the box, which is a huge bonus. And it's not the view I wanted to do. There we go.
I'm gonna say I don't have.
Press the wrong key. I'm out of practice, man. But one of them was we can all probably relate because we grew up kind of watching her in some shape or form, and she's still around, thank goodness. And we're talking about Elvira, and so this is a hell of a thing to someone throw your way. It's just like I'm like, this is awesome. Mistress of the Dark, and I remember like now. It depends where you came in with Elvira, but I was a preteen, and just looking at this, this the whole time I'm watching Elvira, it's just I can hear a voice in my head going, "Eyes up here," just eyes up here, like the whole time.
Yes. Hey Rick, how's your head?
What?
How's your head?
Which head?
Exactly.
It's and there's like other. I guess there's an Elvira witch variant. And there's like a serpents. So, yeah. You guys seen her without her makeup, right? Like, I think she goes Cassandra Peterson is her real name.
I have not.
She kind of looks. She's really done up, man. Like, you watched the before and after, like with this. So, yeah, it's kind of neat. But yeah, she's the vamp that a lot of us knew, and she would host the horror nights. And I think she just does a lot of convention stuff now. That she'll show up and do autographs and whatnot. But it's cool, man. Like she still looks pretty good for her age. I think she's in her 70s now, and which is pretty good. Yeah. So So for a long time, a lot of guys have an infatuation with this woman, but I just learned lately that she has a she partner, which I didn't know. I didn't know. So for those who don't know, have your hopes up of ever having a chance at matrimony. Sorry.
You're crushing my dreams, Rick.
Oh man!
Damn you.
Apparently, there's a Three Stooges version of this too, coming soon. That I wasn't aware of, but yeah. So thank you, Melissa. And I got some other Melissa items, so I'll show a little bit as we rotate it around because it's kind of part of the same collection. But yeah, I got Elvira, man. I think Lonnie.
Well, I'll just jump right into this one then. Have Elvira presents Monster Hits.
Nice.
I actually found this at a Goodwill. It's been several years ago now. I mean, it's got some joke. This is just some joke stuff on here. It does have Alice Cooper's "Feed My Frankenstein" on here, but there's some stuff. I think there's a let me see. A DJ Jazzy Jeff and Fresh Prince track on here as well called "A Nightmare on My Street." But it's a fun little album. When my son, when we were first fostering it and before we adopted and everything, one of the first Halloweens that he was here with us, we put this on while we were carving pumpkins and stuff. And I remember my wife dancing around, and he was so embarrassed that we were listening to this. So now I don't know if I've listened to it since. I don't think I have, but it just kind of has a little soft spot for me as far as Halloween goes now. So I figured I wasn't going to show this one next. It was on the maybe stack, but after that I had to follow that up with this.
No, that's
it's good. With DJ Jazzy Jeff and Fresh Prince, you know that this has been out for quite some time. I don't see a date on it. It had to be early 90s. Yeah, maybe 94, 93, but it's just a fun little album. She does little entries into the songs, little talks and stuff, so it's a fun little release.
It's what she does best, man. She's the hostess, man. Like she got that gig and she held on to it for that long. It's amazing.
Right.
Like, she was able to keep this career, and that's what you want. You want to be like these Will and Shatners and people, where like even if you stop doing whatever decades ago, like you still have that staying power. Where like fuck it, I just get invited to conventions and just sign a bunch of stuff and
the nerd following. That's
bingo. Like that's pretty much
power right there. Yeah, we're loyal. What can I say? We're loyal. Yeah. So the
nostalgia, man. Nostalgia is a huge market.
Nostalgia is powerful. So I'll try to do a couple real quick. I'm going to open up with the movie first. So we're talking about evil spirits here, and I mean this is like stereotypical Halloween movies. I'm sorry for taking these. This whole trilogy is amazing. I think my favorite's probably Evil Dead 2, and then Army of Darkness, and then maybe the first one. They're all killer, but
Evil Dead 2 felt like a remake of the first one. It almost felt like it was like it's a more complete.
It is. I admit the first time I watched it, I was like, "Wait, I've already seen this. What the fuck's going on?" But just because their budget went from like what 10,000 to 100,000 or something, so
yeah, I think the first one
they wanted to play around with the $100,000.
They were putting the camera like on car creeps, and just kind of skating them around. Where like by the second movie, they got a proper full like fucking rail system and shit. Like they can actually do this proper. So Sam Raimi's like, man, it's nice to have like actual money to do this movie.
And like that full like sequence at the end of Evil Dead 2 with the giant jumbo spirit that kind of comes out and sucks, ash into the deadite or into the past, I guess, or whatever the fuck this movie ends up being. It's worth it. And
I don't think he was expecting it to like Army of Darkness came out way later after Evil Dead 2, right? And I don't think he had that in mind. Like I think Evil Dead 3, whatever it was going to be, was supposed to come out much sooner, but it didn't happen.
And I mean, I wasn't here for when this came out, so I have no idea of what Actually, no, this is 1998, so I was around. Never mind.
I think it came out before that. That might be the reissue
Oh,
copy.
is this the
But
reissue?
yeah,
Oh no, it says 1992, so I missed the
Okay.
cut by a year. But yeah, so he's tagged as the director of Darkman. So he probably took the money from Darkman to make this right here. The money and the leverage, I guess.
It's got the campiness of Dark Man. Like it's definitely there. Like so it makes perfect
I
sense.
like the campiness of it. It's just it's an odd balance of the horror of the first two, the campiness of the first two, and then like some odd like fantasy element, and then a favorite anime of mine is Berserk, and it's hard to deny the impact that this series has had on the series of Berserk. So, but
Awesome, man.
I'll show two albums real quick that kind of bring to mind evil spirits. First
Cool.
off, we have Night Hag with Phantasmal Scourge. This one came out last year, and I was able to see these guys live the heat of summer. It was like fucking July last year, and it was perfect. It was probably one of the best shows that I saw, and I don't know, this album definitely was a year-end list maker.
Rotted Life. That's what put it out. Yeah, I was getting worried that they came out at a time. Like they came out, I've already come out at a time when they would get buried among the noise of all the other bands coming out at the same time. I felt like they were a little underappreciated.
I think they might have been. Yeah, I hope they come out with another one pretty soon. But like I'm still hooked on these guys. Like,
I just got into them this year, so I mean, I missed them last year, and just within probably the last 3 months, finally found them.
Yeah, dude, they're awesome. This album is awesome. I don't remember if it's either track 1 or track 2, but one of them ends in an actual burp, where the guy just, and that's how the song ends, just him burping. And when I saw him live, that's what they did.
Yeah,
They ended it in a burp, and I was like,
he's like, oh, they'll edit that out later, and it didn't happen. He's like,
no, like the guy was he was probably saving his burp. He was drinking the beer the whole song, just to power up to it. And then this is a local North Carolina band called Pazor. I guess not local, but like from North Carolina.
okay,
Ascension of the Beast, and this definitely has like the evil spirit at the very end of Evil Dead 2. Kind of, I don't know if you can see that well. The artwork is killer. These guys are like ripping black metal, like more closer to like that Marduk kind of sound with maybe a little more like war metal elements in it at the same time. They're intense.
Is it kind of like
this guy passed away, so but
are they like a bestial, like are they like an arch goat kind of adjacent kind of thing?
I'd say they're a notch down or two from Archgoat for as far as like the intensity of it, you know. Like there's definitely the production is probably not as massive or as, you know, like Wall of Sound, and there's a little more focus on actual riffs and songwriting than like an Archgoat or you know, the more war metal kind of stuff. But yeah, definitely recommend this band, Pazor.
I love that artwork, man. I'm wondering who's the artist behind it. But he's just a local band?
Yeah, they're from Greensboro, North Carolina. So I don't know what the...
Okay.
Cover art by Alberto Solananis. Also known, you might know him more by his name, Necro Devourer. I don't know.
Might have to... the style does look familiar.
I love the code names that we all have. Necro Devourer.
I love it when the artists go for that too. They don't have to, but some of them feel like they're compelled to do it.
The mystique.
All right, Lonnie's gonna force me to pull something that because you were piggybacking off my previous one with the Elvira. So I actually managed to snag a copy of a Nightmare on My Street.
No.
Oh yeah.
You got the little ripping claws there or whatever. So look how young these cats were, back in the day. I don't know if have you ever seen the music video for it? It's like campy and cheesy as all hell.
If I have, I don't remember. So,
before Halloween hits, definitely check it out. Like it holds up in such a funny way though. It's dated as shit, but it holds up. It holds up pretty well. It's actually done really well for such a production like this. You wouldn't expect it to be. But when you first put on the video, at the very first messages, they have no association with Wes Craven or any of those people behind the Freddy Krueger stuff. But you would think it does, because it's A Nightmare on My Street, not on Elm Street. And as you're watching the video, they're really trying to avoid the word Freddy, but clearly it is. As he's coming out. So it's interesting showing this right now, because let's just say this is not Will Smith's his favorite year regarding some outside events regarding his career. But I think overall, we grew up watching the Fresh Prince and all this stuff. He had a whole music career before all that stuff, and it's just I liked him better when he was fun like this. Back when the parents don't understand days and everything else. But it's kind of cool. They kind of went the horror route with this, and it's even got the old price sticker, $1.99 for 7-inch. Back in those days. But I actually have not listened to the second track, the rhythm tracks, house party style. I always just get to right to a Nightmare on My Street, and I'm good.
Yeah.
But all right, back to you.
Okay. I guess I'll continue on with the spirits. He was talking to evil spirits, and I've always been a bit of a paranormal junkie. I'm into the ghost hunting shows, and I have done a little on the side, in my life. And Liam, the Death Doom metalhead, showed this on his channel a while back, and I was just intrigued with the idea behind it. It's a band called Acatharda, I believe is how you pronounce that, with Spiritus Amundus. And this is a what's his name? We were talking about going blank earlier. Guy from Massacre, Cam Lee, I think is his name.
Cam Lee.
It's a Cam Lee. It's I guess a side project that he was a part of, and they actually have the electronic voice phenomenon, like the EVPs, buried in the music in this. So you have actual ghost voices in the music, in the album. As far as the music in the album goes, it's not just a superb album, and it's a fun listen for what it is. It's not something that I just find myself returning back to all the time, but it's a decent album. I mean, it's got seasoned musicians and stuff behind it, but I just like the process behind it, the thought process that they put into it. It's a very doom deathy. At times it kind of gets in that funeral doom death vibe, but it's a pretty decent release, but it is a bit of a novelty release with that. But I did find it to be enjoyable for what it was. So
I always appreciate when they add additional little elements like that. But I think some people might get if you're a true believer in the fact that they're using real EVP kind of stuff, and you believe it'll evoke some things, it'll kind of just summon. We kind of experience that now. You ever watch a movie or whatever, and someone says Alexa something, and then it'll wake up your speaker.
Wow.
There might be a form of that when it comes to the EVP stuff. It's kind of you try to play that in the background, and next you know your door's opening by itself, or the piano's playing on its own, and you're like, what did I do? Damn it, Lonnie.
I have another release that I guess it kind of goes hand in hand with what you're saying. This is actually a record. This is Black Mare I don't know if you guys are familiar. Sarah Timms is the I think she's in Ides of Gemini and some other projects. This is
okay.
kind of like it's not a solo, but it's kind of like she's the leading uh, driving force behind this. And this one's entitled Death Magic Mother. I've spun this album twice. I've had this for years. I've played it in
Yeah.
two separate houses. I have not played it in the new house since I bought it. Musically, it's pretty good. It's kind of gothy, almost like this indie goth. It can be a little folky, a little ambient at times. It's a good like background mood music. But I've spun this particular record. If I listen to it, I will listen to it in a digital form with headphones on. But there's a little fun little picture for you guys there. But I've listened to it twice.
Black Marie, I think it's called. What's the name of the project?
Black Mare.
Mayor.
M-A-R-E. And as I'm saying, I've spun the actual record twice. First house, I was sitting in. I don't know if you guys remember, but like the old 2 houses ago, when I sat and I had the big wall of CDs behind me, right behind me, where I played the music. So, like I was playing it, and I had 3 CDs come straight off the shelf, and it hit me in the back while I was listening to it. You know, coincidence probably, but it was creepy. It was kind of dark in there, and that was at the time when Sean Count Blackreath, he was talking like he kind of got me in this mood where we were lighting candles, like just lighting candles and listening to the music, and so yeah, it creeped me out to the point where I was like, you know what, I'm just going to shelf this one for a while. Kind of forgot about it, and after I moved to the previous house, which was my parents' old house, my wife and I moved there a few years ago after my dad passed away. I decided to pull that out, had it up. That was the one. I don't remember if you remember, where I actually had like the altar that had the chrome plating behind it and the steps down. I used to do the Instagram posts on my old Instagram, but it kind of was like this metal kind of altar that had the candles or whatever. Set it up there, was playing it. I had some stuff fall off of that shelf immediately when I started playing it. So cut it off, put it on the shelf, and I have been in no shape, way or form played it in the new house. I'm like, I'm not conjuring anything up here. Probably coincidence both times. I mean, the floors were caving in at that first house, like from the CD collection the house that we were renting, the floors caved in. But it's just one of those things at the point, especially with me kind of being a paranormal junkie and all of that stuff. It plays with your brain. So, I mean, as far as the album goes, yeah, it's a fun album. But I don't play the record. At some point, I should probably either rehome this record if somebody wants to take a chance on it or what. Because I probably will. I mean, I bought this house. You know, I don't want to jinx it here.
You're like that Jeffro guy. I can't stand him. I'm gonna send him some VCLT.
That's what you should.
You know,
so if you get this from me, you know, don't take it personal.
it's like, dude, I really like my
Great
porcelain
guy.
elephants in my little china cabinet. It's like, if I play that record, those little porcelain elephants are not going to be there very long. It's like, you know, they're all going to be chipped and, you know, just saying. All right.
Oh,
Logan.
shoot. In honor of what Lonnie was talking about, let me the unexpected guest
That thing.
by Demon. Yeah. This guest is some bodybuilder's pecs right here. I don't know if you guys can tell. Have you all heard this album yet?
I have not.
Yeah. A little while back.
I love this one.
It's a fun album, man, but
It's
holy
fun,
shit.
dude.
Like, trying to get past that
really
cover.
Fun. The cover's bad. The cover's real bad, but man, Don't Break the Circle is like a great opening song. The Spell and Total Possession are killer follow-ups. This is one of those albums where it's like it definitely has a theme throughout. Like, I don't think there's an actual story being told, but it really feels thematically about, like, you know, spirits passing on and finding the afterlife and stuff like that. A little poltergeisty. I mean, especially like on this inner cover. No idea what the fuck that's about, but
Man,
you know.
that's disturbing.
Yeah. But man, this is a weird new wave of British heavy metal album, which sounds a bit more like pop rock, like that 70s hard rock sound than new wampum, if you will. But it's still part of the scene, and it still fits in, I think, the history of metal music. So definitely recommend Demon, especially for "Don't Break the Circle." That's one of the catchiest songs, like of the '80s for sure. And then
I feel like
wanted
that's
to
a band
show,
that's really, it's just very underappreciated and not very much talked about in the, I think in the metal VC. I'm glad you brought that up.
yeah. Came out in
So people
1982, which maybe that's why it was like right before the
really took off. Yeah,
real big stuff, like right before, or
I feel like 1984 was that line. Like just the people who know like what was that version of metal before that, and then like the after '84 when like the bigger, heavier
it's like
thrash
if you
really
weren't
took off.
Maiden or Judas Priest or like Saxon, you were left behind in the early '80s, kind of.
I see what you
So-
did there.
Then I wanted to tie in the zombies real quick. This is a fucking awesome movie. If you guys haven't seen Dawn of the Dead, Marini of was it Edgar Allan Wright? Is that the guy's name? The director. That guy right there.
Oh,
But-
Nick Frost.
Nick Frost. What the fuck was I talking about? Yeah, Nick Frost. Jesus. But they have a whole like I think it's 3 films. It's this one, Hot Fuzz, and At World's End, which those are all awesome films. This is my favorite of the bunch and definitely fits. And it's a good comedy film disguised as a zombie film. And then
Good
with that
recommend.
in mind-
I think that one and World's End could fall probably into more of the horror category. Shaun of the Dead more, but World's End has more of that end of the world vibes. Hot Fuzz not so much. It's a funny movie. I love that movie too. But but it wouldn't fit for a Halloween thing. But Shaun of the Dead, man, fucking, I can never get tired of watching.
Shaun of the Dead. Oh yeah, that's a year after year kind of film. And then I wanted to tie zombies in real quick with, of course, Fulci. After Lucio Fulci, this is their Exhumed Information. This is my favorite album of theirs, I think, and I think this one fits the Halloween vibe more so than Tropical Sun, in my opinion. Like Tropical Sun is awesome, but I really like the TV crimes section of this album, which kind of comes in at the second half and just really ends it on a very haunting and 80s kind of vibe. And I just like how the death metal, it doesn't sound like strictly old school. It definitely sounds like a little more like that newer style of not quite brutal death metal, but yeah, it's definitely not like purely 90s. It's a little simpler than some of that stuff. But it meshes well, I think, with the 80s aesthetic of the TV crimes. And this is based off of Voices from Beyond by Lucio Fulci. So gotta mention that. And then we'll do one more round after this, and then I gotta jump.
Gotcha. Think about that, Fulci. The version I have, I don't know if you guys like have or seen it on vinyl, but the logo is actually separate from the artwork. It's they put it on the
really
on the outside plastic. It's like a big giant ass logo.
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, I know. Mine is from
Yeah, I'll show you. I'll pull
Time to Kill Records, which I don't know if they're actually based out of like Japan or not, but I don't know. Cool Obi strip, which thankfully was not folded around the CD, so I can just easily put it in there.
Was that hand numbered? It looked like it had some hand numbering.
Yes. Yep. Wow. I actually did not notice that, Lonnie.
Right.
216. I got this one from the label that Thorn started on. What is that label again? What am I thinking of?
Life After Death.
Life After Death. Yeah, thank you.
You probably got it right before I was able to because they had some kind of sale going, and I had planned on going to get that, and they both faulty copies that they had were sold out. When at least I know it's being appreciated. So, but yeah,
Yes, man.
I definitely went to go get those, and you
I
beat
got them
me.
for like $8 a piece or
Right.
something because of this fucking sale. Otherwise, it would have been like $20 each
Yeah.
because they were imports. But
Yeah,
I
you
love
beat
the
me to
Live
those.
After Death guy. He loves his BOGO sales, and I was
Yeah.
right time, right place. So sorry about that, man.
And it was hand numbered. Man, you got me on that one. So
Uh-huh.
I'm a
For those
sucker
of you
for that.
who don't know, like it's kind of
Oh, that's killer. So that's on the outer
Yeah, that
sleeve.
looks
Yeah,
good.
that's awesome.
yeah. I noticed like because it had the little I guess it was pink on the top there, so they put it in a good area. So this is not kind of in the way of everything else here. But here you kind of get the benefit of the big logo. But if you but it's not actually on the artwork itself because that artwork is killer. You
I
know,
was gonna say, I kind of like that better, honestly. I mean, like this is I don't know. This works too with the pink, but
what they could have done was put it like in a clear slipcase with the logo printed,
yeah.
on the slipcase itself. That could have worked too. I kind of wish they would have went that route actually. Or maybe they did. I mean, I haven't checked all the reissues or whatever, but if they haven't, they should.
Next album.
All right, good pull with the Shaun of the Dead. Just really quick, like one of my favorite scenes because we talk about records or whatever, like and that has that record scene, man. Like I think when they kill one of those first zombies, it's like they're like trying to go through the crate.
Yeah.
Yep, they're like, no, it's too good. Don't throw that one. Here.
I forget what records they were talking about, but was it a Beatles record or something?
Yeah.
Funny. We talked about vamps or whatever. Like I got some comic books, man. I put some a couple I could probably talk about. Let's see. So you guys ever do the free comic book day when that comes around every year? I think some cities participate in that. But all you do is basically you show up at these shops and they have like a stack of just comic books. You could just show up and grab whatever it is that you want to go home with. And it's kind of a promo. If we know what that really means, it's to kind of just get you in there. And next thing you know, like, I'm here. I would just buy more comics or whatever, even though I came in for the free shit. Some people come in for just the free comics. But every once in a while, they will have something pretty worthwhile. Like so I got this Vampirella, which is this free comic book day edition. And this is 2019, I believe it is. So it's the 50th anniversary edition. So, and the fact that I haven't looked at this is like build any value or anything over time. It's just something that I happened to grab on free comic book day. And I didn't know Vampirella was that old. It's like I remember as a kid between this and Elvira. That's when I started caring about bra sizes. But before then, it was just like, But it's something that's been summoned and puberty kicked in. I don't know if you know, there's a big 5-0 behind her. So you may not notice it too if you don't mention it. So, the guy who does all the artwork, the original dude, I think he like took a break for a while from the comics, and he came back to do this, which is cool considering like how many years it's been. 50 years. You're still drawing that same character. I mean, that's a hell of a career. I can't say a lot of people, can say that. It's like even like back at the Marvel stuff, like Jack Kirby and those guys, whatever do their artwork, like it's like you can't say they'd be around doing this for 50 years. And a lot of these little independent guys could do this, but Vampirella never kind of rose to that level, right? I think she was destined to be this independent kind of a B grade comic book character. But she had all the powers, man. Like she had these Superman powers. Like she had super speed, super strength, all this super shit. And I don't know why it never really took off. Like maybe because it wasn't a Marvel and DC thing. I mean, that could have been like one of the big reasons. But so there was that, and also pulled. Are you guys like comic book nerds at all, or were you at some point? You know,
I
you know.
was in early to mid high school. I was,
Okay.
and then
Yeah,
finding music actually kicked that out of me. Like I
you're
stopped
trying to
as
make
soon as I
room for
found music
everything, right? You
coming
can't
out.
make room for comics and music,
That's
and like, there's only a
yeah.
budget to stretch so far. I hear you, man. Like that's what happened to me. It's like, plus it just got shitty, man. Like I think when Marvel went bankrupt and they started making all those shitty Marvel movies and stuff, like I got turned off to all that. I'm like, it's like I'll get my horror elsewhere. You know, kind of went to music spoke to me. But I remember like finding these independent comic books really appealing, and one of these was Lady Death. And I used to subscribe to Wizard. I don't know if you guys ever know the magazine back in the '90s. That was like a real big comic book magazine, and they had these half issues. And I remember being really happy about snagging this one. And like, and once again, just broadside is kicking, man. It's just like
Yeah, Rick, there's a theme. There's a theme with your picks so far, my friend.
you've noticed.
And it there's two letters that come to mind. DD.
Yeah, DD. Well, I was already familiar with DD because if you ever seen my report cards, coming home, like that was always
See, you got the double D's a lot then.
pretty much like I was the artist type, man. I didn't care for books or any of that stuff. I gravitated towards music and artwork, and these kind of people were like a huge influence. And I love this because like when Image Comics and everybody else was doing their really glossy pages and all the computer generated coloring and shit, like these guys were doing it's colored pencil artwork, and I had that ooh factor. I'm like, this is some really down to earth shit. The very part of the brain that kind of attracts you to underground metal, like underground music, it's because it's not mainstream. It's something about finding those little nuggets, and I had that little side of me when it came to comic books. I would go in there. And as soon as you walked in the comic book shop, you had the Spider-Mans and Captain Americas and all that shit. And I'm like, but I went to the back room, man, like where they had some of this stuff. And I'd always look for the word mature. It didn't quite describe me, but it's kind of where I gravitated towards as far as the adjectives and shit when it came to this kind of thing. And and this is how I would find really campy stuff like this. And there was another comic book called Evil Ernie, which she was associated with, and but Evil Ernie did not have a big bra size. This is where I gravitated towards. Like, so yeah, I think Hughes.
The
94, man.
Yeah.
Damn it, this is dating me, man. This is 94. I didn't realize it was that old.
I never read the comics, but I watched the movie. There was a movie, right?
Actually, there was. I remember reading about it when
I watched the movie. Yeah.
That was a huge like comic book year for me. Just that stuff was coming out. I remember the Spawn thing was big. Eventually that became a movie. It didn't have a lot of lasting power.
The Spawn animated TV show was my favorite, actually.
The animated one, right?
The animated one, yeah. The movie was but like the animated one was really good. I love that one.
The animated one was better. I think it had more grittiness to it, and didn't have John Leguizamo just kind of being really cheeseball. But that's all right. Back to Lonnie.
I guess I'll be a cheeseball on this one. I'll go back to the zombie theme. I pulled out Mortician Zombie Apocalypse.
Oh yeah.
This was my introduction to Mortician. There was a guy that I went to high school with. His name was Evan, and we used to do. You just dated yourself with the 1994 there, Rick. Back in high school, we actually used to record tapes for each other. We had the CD players, the little boom boxes with the CD players and the tape deck where you could record from the CD onto tape, and we would make. Yep. we just tape traded pretty much. We would make tracks. I remember getting this. He put some tracks from this on a tape. It was actually the first time that I'd ever even heard of Mortician. I remember this was on there, some of this, and there was some Satyricon was on there. It was a mix of some extreme stuff. I wasn't super into extreme music at the time that I first heard this, and I was just like, man, what was that? With the horror clips leading into it, it was all new to me, and it kind of bred the way for like me listening to bands like Skinless, like the early Skinless was kind of the same way with the horror clips. But I was kind of hooked on Mortician from that day on. So Zombie Apocalypse was the one that got me on that, and it's pretty fitting with the horror theme and Halloween. It all just kind of goes hand in hand. So
I didn't know what to make of that band initially because I'm like, I've been listening to Obituary and these other bands, and they were like a different animal, man. Like this was even more down tuned and more guttural and like, but in a different kind of way, not quite Suffocation. And I'm like, what the hell is this? I don't know, like how, like I was trying to figure out how to listen to that band before I could figure out how to enjoy it.
And at the time, it was impossible, especially where I'm at here in West Tennessee. It was impossible to track down anything for Mortician. And if you were to find it somewhere to order or in a store, if you were lucky enough to find it in a store, it was outrageous, the price on it. And it was just so kind of tape trading and that type of stuff was the only way that I had. I remember I wore that little tape out in my old truck with that, and it was with but that's the two bands like that stuck out to me that I remember on that old tape. I mean, because you think that was 25 years ago, so that was like the Satyricon and the I think it was the what's the name of that Rebel? Isn't that the
or Rebel Extravaganza?
Yeah, and which of that one, as far as Satyricon albums go, for me personally, that was kind of. But I have a bit of a fond nostalgia memory tied into that album. I guess
The cover may have been a bit of a turnoff too, because you wanted the Blazing the Northern Sky type of cover, right? You wanted the candelabra, the black and white artwork. Instead, we got this vivid photograph of these guys in their corpse paint. You're like.
Right.
They look a little clownish almost.
They did.
Yeah.
That's the reason why I like Zolfi in black and white, because a lot of those like kind of evil in the forest kind of stuff. It's like if it was too high definition, you're like, ah man, it's like you took the evil right out of it, man.
Right.
I'm so glad the Morticians are getting finally reissued. I don't know if you checked Relapse's site lately, but man, it's just like
some of those. Like I want that Zombie Apocalypse because the record itself looks nice, and I hate being that guy now because I was always like I don't want something because the record looks pretty, But that Zombie Apocalypse one, I don't know if it maybe just because that's my favorite release from them, but. That variant on that looked really sharp.
I think between that and God, they had a good streak of years. Chainsaw Dismemberment, Hacked Off a Barbecue. It's just like boom, 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 boom. So they need to get more like new stuff.
Funny thing, the first Mortician album that I was able to find in a store that I picked up was Domain of Death, and for me. That I don't know if it's just because it's so far down tuned, but for me it just sounded so different than what I got with Zombie Apocalypse. I was a little let down with it at the time. Now I like it, but I don't think I could appreciate it as much then as I do now. But I wanted something like Zombie Apocalypse or Chainsaw Dismemberment. But
what do you compare Mortician with, right? Like up to other Mortician albums, right? Like so, it's like a point of reference. We have a lot of bands today that ape that sound, but at the time, nobody sounded like them.
Right.
Yeah,
you have. Now you have bands that just kind of Mortician worship, but at the time they were just I hadn't heard anything like that, so.
That's probably why they've stood the test of time the way that they have. And
definitely.
They've come back. They're probably. They're bigger now than they've ever been, right? And probably because
you go on a show, you're like, all right.
And that's just the innate silliness of them and their presentation too. Like Will Romer always looking like a roided out, like with his sunglasses and his bullet belts and black shirts,
gauntlets, and
what else?
It was ridiculous. It was great, Well, when to take a piss break, it's like, all right, more movie samples. All right, I can go.
Yeah,
they were so ridiculous. Yeah.
All right, Logan.
All right, this will be my last round, so I'm just gonna try to power through a bunch of just random stuff, no particular theme. But speaking of, well, not speaking of anything, but Jaws, right? That was probably one of the first horror movies that I ever saw. Was Jaws. That really actually scared me. That
Did it
freaked me out
make
as
you
a
want to
kid.
get a bigger boat though? That's the question. Like, did you want to get
A
a bigger
bigger
boat?
boat, if you mean by like a house on land, then yes, I did.
There you go.
Yeah, but
I,
here
I would
and
I would
also
follow up my brother
we
for
have
just
some double
a
D's
land
on
park.
here as well. Malignancy. I don't know if you can
Wait,
even see it in the background, but that's Jaws right there. Uh, Motivated by Hunger. This is like their EP that came out, I think, after um, their first album. What is their first album again? Is it In Uterine Cannibalism? I don't specifically
I don't
remember. But
remember.
this is, just brutal death metal. Motivated by Hunger is killer. Vaginal incisors, teeth anyone, brutal, I'm sure. And then, yeah, fucking just look at the album cover, fucking gnarly. Have to mention Druid Lord real quick.
Oh yeah.
This is their first album, Hymns for the Wicked, came out in 2010, I believe. Also on Horror, Pain, Gore, Death Productions.
Mhm.
All of these songs are definitely drenched in horror movies. I think my favorite here is Baron Blood or Gorgon Witch, track 7. Gorgon Witch is awesome. And then have to add some fun thrash. Gamma Bomb, Tales from the Grave in Space. I don't remember what country these guys are from.
I
Shoot,
think they're
all I know is
German,
that
right?
Germany sounds right. All I know is this album has songs like Skeletron, Poltergeist, Mummy
Oh,
Invasion.
UK,
It's
definitely UK.
okay. That also makes sense. But it's just a total like that fun pizza party thrash, but very steeped in movies and cinema. Not all of it is horror, but definitely like 50% of it is. So I think it fits. And then one more local band to North Carolina, which as I said, I'm in Louisiana right now, but I can't let go of North Carolina apparently. From Transylvania County, we got Bloody
Yes.
Hammers, Songs of Unspeakable Terror. This is their Misfits Worship album. It's horror punk, but just with a little bit of extra Black Sabbath riffs in there, you know. It's fucking awesome.
North
I
Carolina,
love
man.
this
Yep.
album. Yeah, killer.
Love this band.
And then a couple more movies. Night of the Creeps. Can't go wrong with that one.
Oh,
Fred
still need to
Decker,
get a
Tom
copy of that one.
Atkins. Yeah. Uh,
Great movie.
The best line from here, I think it's Tom Atkins. He's like, your dates are here. They're dead. Or because it's the evening of prom or like homecoming or something. And yeah, all the dudes are zombies or some shit. Possessed by aliens. And then a House. I do enjoy House. And then I'm going to close it off with Hellraiser and this album. I feel like there's a little bit of symbolic nature between the final scene in Hellraiser and the album cover for Undergang's Misanthropology? I don't know.
So how
Something
you
about
say?
that
I never knew how to say it.
Misanthropology? I really have no idea. But this is nasty shit. I love the final scene, of course, where the guy just says Jesus wept, and he just ripped to shreds.
When I think of like Hellraiser, I also think of like bands like Torture Rack. It's kind of like especially the way their visuals with their stuff. It's like I feel like it's
Torture
just
Rack's
center bites
awesome.
all over the place.
Yep.
That's
But,
cool, man. I'm glad you brought up like something like Jaws, and it was just the first thing you showed was like on the outside simple premise, like okay, what's the horror? What's the trick? There's no trick. It's a big hungry shark, and it's a threat in the water, right?
And good horror can be that too. I mean, you don't need to have anything paranormal. Like fucking Cujo is just a dog. you know.
But here's my frustration, man. As a kid, like the movie was very enjoyable, and I loved the movie. But I had this love-hate thing with the, and why I associated it because of the damn Nintendo game. It was the worst Nintendo game.
See, I never played the Nintendo game, so
God damn, man, it was the worst mechanic.
Correlation. I feel like
knows.
I saw it when I was probably 8, and that was the first like dismembered limb that I ever seen on like a movie or something. You know, like when the leg or the arm, when they find the hand on the beach and when the leg is floating through the water. That freaked the shit out of me.
It was also horrific because like you're like, this could actually happen. Like, you know, like the fact that like a Cenobite's gonna come to the door, rip me apart. Chances are probably like 0.00098%. You know, that's could. But the Jaws thing, it's like we go to the beach, you know, the odds of a great white being out there or something similar, and coming back. or 2%.
0.0002%. So it's a little high.
You were in New Orleans, man. Like, I don't know if there's some weird pawn shop out there with some puzzle box that you're just unwavering, you know, a little cash in your pocket and you're a little bit of curiosity and in need of unusual pleasures.
This would be the place. It was always mine. But no, dude, Rick, appreciate you having me on, man. Lonnie, cool being on the stream with you.
Yeah, man. Thanks for dropping in. That was fun.
I'll watch the rest of it later. But cheers, you guys, for sure.
Have fun.
Yeah.
Happy Halloween. Oh yeah,
man.
Peace.
Yeah, do you feel like holding the fort for a little bit between us until these guys drop in? I think I'm next anyway, but let me go ahead and switch that up. Yeah, so I kind of mixed it around between like some action figures. I got some more albums. I actually pulled some things that I think might be cool for Brian or Chris to check out. But you know, anything goes. Now I know you're a big fan of the gothic stuff. You know, and do you like some electronic things too, like just in general, or just particular albums?
I like I don't really own, you know, like electronic type stuff, but there was a goth band. They were pretty well known. It was like Clan of Zymox or something like that. I used to have an album of theirs, and it was. I mean, I liked it for what it was, but I don't like delve too much into like the electronic and overly just ambient type stuff either.
I could be quite picky with it too, so I definitely know what you're coming from. Like, and you got the classics, right? And you got like the industrial guys, like you know, if you're going down, especially if you're in the realm of metal, you know, like you can always go to Godflesh, you know,
Right.
and those guys if you're looking for that kind of fix. There's actually a band out of New York that I feel like they're kind of a newer act, but I feel like they got, and I like it when they mix it with a whole bunch of elements. It kind of reminds me of what Logan was trying to describe with that other band, the one that's kind of had that Celtic Frost influence. You know, it kind of has just all these little things kind of wrapped around in it. Because sometimes you need like a kind of a gateway band if you are looking for somebody that's not normally into that kind of thing, but they like the other elements along with it. And you know, and I feel like a Cemetery Echo. I don't know if you're familiar with them at all, but they're from Buffalo, I believe. Yeah, they're out of New York. So this is the Come Share My Shroud record. And I think they have their stuff on other formats too. But it's cool. It's kind of, I mean, the sticker says, Goth and Roll Death Rock from the Tombs of Buffalo, New York. For fans of Fields of the Nephilim, Idle Hands, and Danzig, which is not too far off. I feel like it does have a kind of a rock, and they get metal at times with a little layer of that kind of a goth essence, kind of what you expect on something from like Tribulation. But definitely, I definitely check them out. They got like, as far as I know, 3 releases, but all really good.
Cemetery Echo.
Cemetery Echo.
Okay.
Yeah, based out of New York. I actually have a couple of tapes I picked up from Sunshine Ward, and you know, there are times when I think that a nice color vinyl would work really well, but I feel like this fits very well for the Halloween
Yeah.
Look at that. It's got this.
But it looks like a. Oh, okay. Is that a haunted mansion looking?
These guys are all about that Halloween thing, man. Like I love the. I think this is an EP, which is why it's all on one side. I think that all they've been putting out is EPs. In the meantime, like I said, they're a newer band and they're trying to get their footing. They've been doing some live gigs. But again, I don't know if you're into like death rock in general, and if you ever got into like the Christian deaths and
Right.
kind of stuff in that vein.
Okay.
It's hit or miss for some people. I wouldn't say these guys are balls out death rock. There's actually blackened elements. The vocals are more black metal at times. So you got kind of got goth rock elements with some heavy metal with a little bit of black metal kind of thrown on top of it. Which is kind of why I described it. Where like if you're not normally to one side of things, this has enough other stuff going on that I think might be up your alley. But yeah, it's just fun, man. It's just like this is stuff you stick to you, and I'm like wondering why this band has not picked up more and why more people are not talking about them. But I feel like the moment they drop their full lengths and they make more headway, I think they're going to be a name that you will probably be hearing around, especially in the VC. But you heard it here first, folks. Probably not.
I'll definitely mark that one down to check out because it does sound interesting. So,
well, I'm like, dude, like it's not quite Typo, but if you're already into that stuff and you find that kind of thing appealing, like I don't see why you wouldn't like something like this. It's the same kind of people that tell you, well, if you like this, check out Fields of the Nephilim or whatever. But Fields of the Nephilim doesn't have the black metal side. It doesn't have that other side of things. They kind of stay in their lane pretty much like the whole time. These guys they experiment with other genres. Yeah, man. So what else you pulled?
I pulled. This was a pretty obscure project. This I got from Redstream on a blind buy years and years and years ago, before I was even ever thought about doing YouTube or anything else. This is a project called the Null Collective, and the name of the release is Demonstrous. Yeah, this for me, this sounds like a descent straight into hell. I mean, if I was to, that's the only way that I really know to put this. It can be borderline terrifying. It was released, I think, through Aesthetic Death was the label that put this out. It has funeral doomy vibes going on. It gets a little droney at times, kind of atmospheric, super atmospheric type stuff. But it's not the. Sometimes I think people, especially like not even so much funeral doom, but like atmospheric black metal, they get in this mindset where it's something pleasing to the ear almost, because you look at like the early Elder Winds and stuff like that and your mind goes there when you hear something described as atmospheric. But this is almost like an oppressing style of atmosphere, just like suffocating style. But it can be pretty terrifying if it's just something, if you just put it on. And there's a track on here that they do a cover of Silent Night, the Christmas song, and man, it's the scariest version of Silent Night that I've ever heard. But yeah, it's just, that's the only way that I really know how to describe this, is it just being a descent into hell. It has some blackened moments.
They spell null with 3 L's. I'm like, what? Yeah. I'm like, that's got to be intentional.
And pretty blind buys, I've had a lot more bad blind buys than good blind buys. And I mean, this is something that I probably just would have never checked out had it not been for a blind buy. It's a little bit outside of the realm of stuff that I would have normally, especially at that time period, picked up. That was one thing back then when I was ordering. I was getting stuff from Redstream quite often because they had their prices so cheap, like on eBay, and there used to be a site called half.com. You're probably old enough that you remember half.com. And you could find their stuff, and it was just buy it now and free shipping. And I would just go in there and get a stack, kind of like I do with Paragon records now. Like I go in there, and even if it's something I'm not super familiar with on Paragon, I'm like, hey, it's $5. I'll throw that out.
Yeah.
Red Stream was my Paragon of that time period where I would just buy these stacks, and that was one that's just stayed with me. I bought this years and years and years ago, and it's just traveled life with me. And but it is one of those albums. It's something I have to be in a mood for. It can kind of change your mindset a little bit. It can put you in a dark place if you let it. There are bands that do that and are able to do that, but I think that's just a testament of how well they've crafted an album, and that's just one for me that it just kind of stood the test of time for me.
That's one of those things where, like, I bet you if I were to look that up on some review sites or whatever, it might get like a 60 something rating. And you're just thinking like, okay, it's probably something that's very mediocre or whatever. And then, you know, when you put it on, it's maybe the person didn't listen to it the right way. It's one of those dense or just very winded in a different kind of trajectory where like you're trying to digest what's going on. But if you're not in the right mood, like you said, you may not appreciate it the same way. And that's why I could see somebody maybe assigning a lower score, you know, because they're expecting, you know, some other form of doom metal or, you know, funeral doom, which is very hard to review, by the way, just in general, that particular genre. And looking at the cover, you're like, it's hard to really make out what you're going to be diving into, you know, because it doesn't need much for the imagination. You're like, but
like, looking back now, I don't know what led me to blind buy that, because you just look at that cover and that, when you have hundreds of other CDs that you can choose from at the time, I'm not sure what at that time led me to pick this one up. It must have been something in the title. The guy from Red Stream was always really good at like selling the stuff, like the descriptions, and he must have had a description or something on there that just kind of stood out to me, because I've thought about that before. Like I have no idea I don't know why I decided that particular release to pick up, but
dude, you hit the nail on the head. I think like these Paragon Records and these other smaller guys who are selling a lot of varied things. It's like you got guys like us. We're very impulse buyers, you know, and we're willing to drop something that sounds even remotely interesting. Right. Those descriptions make all the difference, and a lot of these smaller distros don't leave any descriptions. You know, they'll put down the title, whatever, and the date, maybe a YouTube link, if we even get that. And but like, it's like you could have made another $5, $10, $20 on this particular niche of collectors like us, had you had that keyword in there, but you didn't put a description. You know, it's like, and then you look at that cover, you're like, I don't know if I should pull the trigger on that.
And like, especially like with us, I know that you're always sending stuff out to people. I don't mind doing a blind buy on something, because 9 times out of 10, even if I don't like it, just from listening to it, somebody comes in mind, like so-and-so would probably like this, and then I can just pass it on to them. So, like the descriptions, I think that's some advice a lot of smaller labels should probably follow that you don't realize how influential just those few little words can be as far as somebody buying or not buying a release, especially with obscure stuff like that. You know, if it's something that I go on there, like $20 spin, we all know their releases. We don't need a description for Tomb Mold. I'm going there.
The shit out of their stuff too. Yeah. So it's like, and they got the advantage of the VC. Like their stuff tends to go viral pretty quickly, you know, and it goes around. It's like the hot new thing. At that band you just showed, like that, no, like it doesn't. They were never the hot new thing. They kind of just drop their stuff, and you know, maybe if you're lucky, you know, like a classy Lonnie will run around and bump into it, be like, oh shit, I'm gonna pull the trigger on this, and you know, that's when they have their buyer. But then again, that's not a band that would probably expect to sell 1,000 copies, 2,000 copies on a, you know, in such a small amount of space. But it's got to be a passion project. You know, they pull in that much work and creativity in their stuff, but knowing full well it's not going to be appreciated by your average, you know, listener. I think that for us, Halloween, it's all year round, man. Like underground extreme music listeners, It's always, we're doing this right now, and everybody watching this, can definitely relate to what we're talking about, and like just as backdrop.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like metal and extreme music, and I mean, it's just one of those. If you're into that type stuff, you're usually into everything that Halloween kind of encompasses. And I mean, I know a lot of people, just like I have my little, this is my recording room, but I have my little man cave room right next door that has all my CDs and stuff. I mean, there's skulls, there's jack-o'-lanterns. I mean, there's stuff that's there always. It's just, and it made it kind of hard.
I was gonna say, have you ever thought about doing the occasional set what do you call it, reallocation of where you shoot your stuff? Like right now, I got this different backdrop, because I thought it'd be fun to do this thing, but it may be my next video. I might move to but you may not have a big pool in the back, like I do, where I could kind of do a summer pool video. Like not everybody can do that, right? But but I also have the record side, which might add a little more variety. But I think some people might be curious, be like, what holy blasphemous altar do you have back there that you're not showing us? That might be cool for a video.
Well, to do that, I would probably have to get a mic. I have audio problems all the time in my videos with this webcam. I need a new laptop, but I've thought about it. I know, at some point, I do want to get like a GoPro to when I go to festivals. Like I just went to the Metal Devastation Festival, kind of do little vlogs, and stuff like that in the future. But that's stuff that I could see that happening. But like I've recorded in the room with the CDs. I know I did one video, but the sound just it didn't. I don't know if the acoustics in that room, the ceiling's higher, and it didn't go over well. I sounded very muffled on because I just used the mic that's on that webcam. So
I found that often, like I'll get lazy now. I'll use the built-in mic. Not doesn't mean that you're lazy. Sometimes it's just investing in equipment can be. But if I'm only saying that because I do have a mic, right? And I don't always feel like taking it on, plugging it in elsewhere. So I got this thing right here, and it's something else you have to yet lug around, especially if you want to make a video on the whim. And a lot of people may not know, like when you're making YouTube videos, it's not this meticulous calculated thing all the time. It's like, I kind of feel like making a video, but then most of the time you're like, I should probably make a video right now. I just don't feel like it. and then there's that, then you're thinking about all the logistics involved. I got to grab the mic, like this damn laptop around or whatever it is. It's just like, I'm gonna just grab a microwave burrito, hit the sack. Like I'm not gonna.
And a lot of people that have never done videos and stuff think that that's like thinks you just plug in a camera and you go. And I mean that like I don't edit or anything, but there's work that goes into those videos because you have to do a little bit of research and you have to try to remember stuff, make notes here and there. And a lot of people just think, that we have it all up here all the time. And when you're doing a video, like you were saying earlier, it's gone. Like
then you got to pull a thumbnail, right?
But you'd be surprised, like people that like just in normal everyday life, like going to work and stuff. People that I've had conversations with just think that's all you do is you just plug the camera in. And I think that's why a lot of newer. You see so many people come in and do videos for a very short period of time, get burned out because they realize real quick that it's not just plugging in a camera and going and you're going to get 1,000 subscribers. I
see it two ways. Like what you just described. Like you got the people who get burnt out because it's like, man, this is like work shit.
Yeah.
And then you got the people where like they know how much work is involved. But for that very reason, it's like I do all this work, but every time I pull up a video, I'm only getting like 100 views, or whatever it is, and it's just like you put what you might think it's rich content, like doing this deep dive or whatever. Even if it's a bit of a niche band, but maybe they have a very popular following, in their particular or whatever they're at, and you do all this work, and this is why I see some people disappear from the VC or take a long hiatus because like they got to recharge after putting a lot of effort only to find out like it's a fruit worth the, is it worth the squeeze?
Right.
Like in your case, like, this is why we take our breaks. But every once in a while, I think it helps to do something like this. Like we'll do this Halloween thing, and it's a bit of a break because you like, for example, like this is not on your channel for this particular thing, so you can hop on board and do whatever, but you don't have to worry about the editing, making the thumbnail, and all that stuff. So you still have a way to kind of be present and be online, but without the what you call it, the pain that comes with all the extra additive stuff and the background. So like, and you can do that during a hiatus too, like quote a hiatus, and you can kind of find relief through that. So there's different ways that people can do this kind of thing and be creative and still not get burnt out doing this YouTube thing, which I think is very interesting. Not to get too off topic, I think, with what we're doing, but I felt like it's a bit of a important thing to kind of get people a little bit of an idea and a context as to why we do what we do, and why, and most importantly, we're not rolling around in Corvettes, and we're not millionaires, doing this stuff. We're not Logan Pauls. Like we're not we're not monetizing this as such. We do this as a passion, as a hobby. We know the stuff we show is niche. We may show some stuff that's very known. We're doing this Halloween thing. Logan showed some very known movies and popular stuff that people can relate to. We talk about Jaws, like that's Shaun of the Dead, and we all like mainstream stuff too. We all like some of the stuff that's talking about our childhoods and things that bring a lot of nostalgia. Like the Nintendo game for Jaws, which made us throw our controllers and I said never again.
Once you heard that Jaws music, you knew that that was a wrap for that game.
God, I fucking hated that game, man. Oh my god. So get this, man. Okay, so I guess I'll blow myself up here. So if I didn't bore everybody enough already who's tuning in with our YouTuber talk, so more nostalgia is, you guys, again, going back to you comic book nerds, like you guys remember the 90s, especially if you're like around Lonnie's and I's age, is Tom McFarlane was a huge big deal. A guy was huge at Marvel for a point, and he did the Spawn stuff, and he had a lot of influences behind his artwork. And I remember, like, at the time when I was getting into like illustration, Tom McFarlane was my muse. He was the guy I would always try to clone and imitate and try to get the little details down, because that's what that guy was about. He was really good with those nitty gritties. So I got this thing called Vortex, and you know right away. The guy even signs his name like in a way, like the way McFarlane kind of did. It's kind of like, it's almost like a B level form of it though. Mm-hmm. And clearly you got this guy who looks like Spawn. And you look at the way everything is kind of just put together, very, very McFarlane. Like, it's just very, it's got the Spawn spook thing going on. And this came out, it just had to come out in the 90s when the Spawn thing was really big. And the whole McFarlane was just the talk of the town. And then you had these underground, like, because I showed Lady Death earlier, and which is an example of a really good one, really original stuff. But not all the independent stuff was like, a home run, and this is one of them where like interesting, but I thought that maybe the dude at the time was maybe wasting his time and just trying to kind of do this project, but you can clearly tell it's not really original. Right. So I bet you never heard of this. I've never heard of this. I pulled this up and like I was very intrigued. I picked it up, I think at some clearance bin somewhere. I'm like, this is too funny. Like, that's why I picked it up. I'm like, dude, it's just too McFarlane. So if you're McFarlane fans that want to chime in, like this shit, it was something else, man. All right. Did you pull any movies or anything?
I did not. I only pulled music. I mean, I could go grab some stuff real quick, or
if you want me to, I can show a couple things if you want to. If you need a couple minutes.
I mean, I still have some more music that I can show for now, and then I can grab some stuff later if I need to. Cool.
I'm hoping the other guys drop in soon. That way, if you need to go grab anything in the meantime, we can, kind of just do it that way.
I can't stay on too late, because
I hear you.
I have to get up early, but I'll hold it down at least till they get here and a little bit, because I'm pretty interested to see what Brian's going to show as well with him being so into to stoner doom. There's a lot of stuff that could go that way, and I didn't pull any of that out really. I pulled out. I guess this could kind of go that way. The original Black Sabbath, for me, one of the most terrifying albums. If you listen to this in the complete dark, light a candle and put this on, for me, this album could be absolutely terrifying. I mean, there's so many bands like death metal bands and stuff that try to do the demonic growls, do anything they can possibly do to make themselves
I'm gonna
sound scary.
pull an item pertaining to that. One sec.
Okay.
Because it's also one of my favorite albums. But I'll be right back.
But as I was saying, while he's doing that, you have so many bands that try to put on this persona, try to put on this facade, try to be terrifying. And for me, this is one of the scariest albums that I've ever heard. And if you've never done that, I highly recommend just going in the pitch black, in the dark, lighting a candle, and playing this self-titled Black Sabbath album. It can be absolutely terrifying. And I don't know if it's just kind of my obsession with the paranormal, into the spirit world and that type stuff, but I just I get that feeling. You listen to this in the dark and put a candle on, and you will not feel alone at all. And that's definitely a recommendation that I give all of you guys. At least do it one time, and you might get that feeling of knowing what I'm talking about.
Was it 69, 70 when that came out? It's like, it's a dawn of heavy metal, right? Like, and
right.
That, like you said, how scary that must have been. First of all, they're called Black Sabbath. Today, that doesn't sound like it has much of an impact, but at the time, people were a lot more sensitive to titles like that. Yeah. And then you have, well, what's interesting is that they have such a impact on popular culture now that that they graduated to pop toy status.
Right.
It's like you've made it when you have a damn pop toy.
Right.
And it's cool. I couldn't walk by and not pick this up
and not pick that up. Right.
It's like, and not only did they like do this whole thing, but they did the girl. It's
right.
like that's iconic.
Make it over the top. Yeah.
So it's quite
like
cool.
If I was in Walmart and I saw that on the shelf walking by, it's like automatically put it in the cart kind of type deal. So unfortunately, the only pops that we get here are like Blink 182 and the U2. That's all I've seen at our Walmart. So
yeah, there's I think there's a U2 one. There's I picked up a Def Leppard one the other day. It was like the last one they had on there. And I kept telling myself, I'm not a collector. Right. But I'm like, it's Dracula's Thirst,
Yeah.
I got the Diary of a Madman one at the same time.
Wow.
That's pretty Halloween, man. Like you look at this, it's just Prince of Darkness. I mean, we're talking about Ozzy here, so it's very fitting. I remember the first time I saw this, I just thought it was cheeseball as hell. But it's a cool record, man. Like trying to follow up like a Blizzard of Oz. It's just like, where do you go from there? It's just like, so he just looked like he's just having fun, man. Like especially after that tragedy, it's just like I gotta press on, and it did this, and then he did Bark at the Moon, right? That was it's Ozzy having fun, man. But at the time, this had a whole different vibe. It was a very different kind of band, and then he went solo, then you had stuff like this, which is pretty cool. This is number 2. I haven't looked up what number 1 was in this series, but the fact that it's number 2 very early in the lineup says how important that album was. That they thought of this for that series. But cool pull, man. Like that's definitely one that I think people may not have thought of as something to show for Halloween, but where would we be without that album? Where would have just dark music? have gone. There wasn't like there was some dark music at the time. Sure, it isn't like they were the only ones on the planet doing it. But the impacts that album made, and the fact the songs were pretty short. It's not a long record. It's very easy to get into. And just kind of get mesmerized in that span, whatever the runtime length of that album is. So
it's catchy, super catchy, and it's just
I don't know if they intended it to be that catchy or how intricate the band wanted the results of the album to have come out, but I think they were just kind of figuring things out. And I think right from that album they kind of found their sound. It would get a little more what you call concrete once they progressed with Volume 4, Master Reality, and so forth. But that's where it all started. But for those of you watching who don't know, non-metal people, that's the birth of heavy metal, as credited. There's a gray line for some people here and there where that might be, but that's one that definitely comes up in the conversation. As far as music, I think I pulled a few things. So, and this was like the last thing I pulled out right before we hit the record button, and I said, "Yeah, I have that record. It comes in a medical bloody bag," and this is Disgusted Geist. You know this one? It's a split with who the hell are they again? Disgusted Geist and Medicine Noose. And you look at this thing, you're like, what the hell is that?
right.
It's like folds of skin, and it's one of those things where, like, when you look at stuff under a microscope, you're like, I don't know what it is, but I know it's something bad. Like, I know it's something that I wouldn't want on.
Right.
I don't know what it is, but I know it's fucking bad, and I know it's disease as hell. So it came like this. I think I don't remember what it might. Some YouTuber, somebody somewhere. I remember seeing this, and then they had a sale, and I remember seeing this, and I just snagged it. But it came in this damn bloody bag, which is supposed to simulate this. It's just these folds of skin.
Yeah, that looks nasty.
Yeah, I'll just give everybody a minute to hold their vomit in the meantime. And it came in. It gets even better. So it's like you got the stuff in the back. It's like they decided to throw it on the label, and you're like, this can't be good. It's like it's like SpaghettiOs or just vomit. But either way, it's just like it doesn't look appetizing at all. Live Fast Die. I think they're based out of New Jersey. They put a lot of crazy I think they had a collab with Dry Cough. I don't know if you order from Dry Cough often. I don't, because their shipping is ridiculous. Like, order from them directly.
Right.
Essence of the Corpse, Fucked Up Omnipresence, Agoraphobic Issues, Septic Shock, Revertebrate. Tells you all you need to know right there.
Right.
Just fast, nasty, grindy, dark stuff. But it's just like, it's so underground, but they decided to foot the budget for this particular aesthetic, which I thought was very amusing. But this is the fun of getting into extreme music. It's like you just run into just crazy shit like this, and you're wondering, who the hell's buying this?
Right.
We are. But
between that and like the shirts, some of the stuff on some of those shirts is
it's ridiculous. So Brian was at a halftime show. He says he's gonna jet after that. He might have already, so he should be dropping in pretty soon. But keep the fun going. Anything else you want to pull? Let me put you over here.
This one's I'm kind of cheating with this one. I haven't shown it on my channel. You probably seen me show some of these on Instagram, but I'm going to use the sticker that they sent with the most recent order from the label Iron Fortress. I don't know if you're familiar with Iron Fortress Records.
It does ring a bell.
It's kind of they do like on their distro, on their web store, they only sell tapes and vinyl. There's no CDs or anything on there. This jack-o'-lantern was in the latest order. They've the guy that's running the label has started this what's called Tortured Tapes series, and they're up to 10 now. And I've started from the beginning because Piss Rot, Tennessee, death grind, death metal was the very first one of the Tortured Tapes. So I had to get in on that. I wanted to do a little. I'm up to the 9. Number 10 came out today. I did order that one as well. They come out every 2 weeks. They're hand numbered to 30 copies. And there's been some pretty solid stuff on there. I haven't got one yet that I don't like. Obviously, there's going to be some that I like more than the others. But the Piss Rot's probably my favorite just because I've been following this band before they even really released anything physically. They reached out to me on Instagram forever ago when I was still on my old account, but that one was a definite high point. There's a band called Squalor. Let me fight that glare. Death grind, kind of horror-y, gory themed death grind. It's a very fun release. Blunt Force Trauma. There we go. Brutal Death out of Florida. That was a good one. That was a definite high point. And then there was one more that I wanted to show. It was not the most recent, but the one before that. And it has like a horror theme vibe going there on the front as well. Phlemesis, I believe is how you pronounce the name of the project there, was Septic Euphoria. And they all come with these little cards as well. I know being collector scum, even having just these little cards is like a throwback. I almost want to get like a binder to put these in. It kind of reminds me back like the Fangoria days, like where they had the little cards that came with the stuff. And
yeah, I love that stuff, man. Like that one reminds me of that movie, The Stuff, right? You know, with the whole, you know, the yogurt thing kind of on your face. I bet you that was a kind of a bit of an influence behind the artwork behind it. It had to be. It's just way too reminiscent.
The Tortured Tapes, they like the stuff that like the promo stuff that comes in. I wish I had some of that here with me. Like it's all on these cards, and they have like a little checklist so you can keep up with how many of the Tortured Tapes that you have, and they all have like horror themes on one side, like pictures and stuff. It's pretty fun. I like supporting a little smaller label doing something like that. It's especially any kind of horror, Halloween themed stuff. I felt like that was a good little plug to throw that one in on. I
feel like we've gotten we're living in a good time for that kind of thing too. A lot of these little I guess what you call little boutique kind of distros, and they got to curate that stuff, man. Like they got to kind of do a little quality control. So like everything you're saying, it's like, you know, this little gem and that little gem. It's like, how else will people know about this? You know, because they're not. Right. It's like they're not getting picked up by $20 spin. You know, it's got to be Iron Fortress. You know, another one is who the hell was it? Frozen. I can't believe the name escapes me. But another new favorite of mine, Frozen Screams, I think it is.
Yeah, I think like Frozen Scream imprint or something.
I think it's Frozen Scream. Another one out of New England. Shit. That's the other problem. There's so many of them. The name escapes me, but I remember the releases. They go through there, and then you have some of the guys who've been around a while. One of our favorites, Life After Death. You know, it's like, but you can tell that they kind of struggle with some of their original offerings. You know, it's the stuff that's like the sign direct, so they kind of have to kind of supplement with some of the trade buys. You know, and which is cool for exposure. You know, if you're trying to get stuff from like from I don't know, what's the one that's based out of Texas? Shit. I don't know why I can't remember anything right now, but anyway, you get my point. Like, so they have stuff from other distros along with some of the stuff that they have on their own labels. Head Split's another one. You know, they've been around a while. You know, I feel like those guys who are not too large but have a pretty good roster of bands, but have some staying power, like Head Split. They figured out the balance. They figured out the formula on how to kind of maintain that rotation, and they really get a lot of help from YouTubers like us in the VC to kind of help and promote and kind of send the stuff around, because people are looking for the stuff and they're hungry for this, and they may not always, want everything to be just the biggest, most viral stuff. Sometimes there's these little gems, and what Logan was showing earlier. What's the one with the it kind of had that because he showed it after Evil Dead, and it had all the demons, and the North Carolina band, and it's kind of like I never would have known about that.
Right, and I definitely I'm going to have to message him later, or go back and watch this later to look that band up, because I was definitely intrigued by that. I've been in a big black and death metal kind of way, so that sounded like something that would be right up my alley. So, and it's something, without word of mouth or him showing that, I've never probably would have heard of that band. So
there's just so many of them, man. Like, you can't keep up, even when you try. And I know you do really well. We're trying to kind of keep up with this stuff. Even then, it's like you're gonna miss. It's just gonna happen. You're just gonna miss quite a number of things at the same time. You were at the Devastation Fest, and I'm sure you kind of met a lot of cool acts and seen a lot of cool stuff. But even meeting some of those underground bands there, I'm sure there was a lot of bands you've never heard of, and kind of getting acquainted to the first time. Which is pretty cool, and you're pretty good with posting and getting people to kind of know, what kind of what you were running into, and what people should know about, which is also pretty good. Brian sent this to me a little while back, so because you were showing a tape, trying not to mess up the order here. Oh, here we go. A little while back, Eaten Alive, Spawned by Gore. Let me go ahead and so I like how it says B word death metal in the corner there. Like that's a legitimate concern.
Right. It's kind of like the personal thing on that meme.
Yeah.
I just realized that everybody watching has no idea what I was talking about there, but
yeah, it's an Instagram post about the post office, and I think it was something from Gurgling Gore, and it was just too extreme to mail, too gross. But good stuff out of South America. Eaten Alive, Spawned by Gore. Brian sent this my way. Never would have run into this, knew about this had he not sent it. It's just, and I love that stage shot. Sometimes it's all you need, man. Just gives you an idea, kind of what the face behind the band. And so Burning Coffin Records. I don't know if you're familiar with them or not, but they put this out. Good stuff. And I actually pulled it for the Halloween thing, because I feel like it kind of has that cool little retro horror movie vibe.
Yeah.
So thanks for that, Brian. I know you're not here right now, but maybe he'd rather not be here, because he says my way. He's like, in the meantime, here, I'll pull this. So Ash versus Evil Dead. You ever got acquainted with the show? Because I know Logan showed Evil Dead 2. He actually showed Armor Darkness. He showed the trilogy earlier, and then sometime later we got the TV show Old Man Ash, and so this is season 1, and I feel like and I keep running into a lot of Evil Dead fans who've never actually seen the show, because I think it was on Stars. I think that's the reason it was on Stars, and it's one of those things that you need a subscription, and that's just more shit to pay for in order to catch up on programming like this. But I actually managed. I watched this with my girl. It's kind of odd to say, but this was one of the last shows I ever seen with her before she passed. And she really liked it. Like, she was not a big Evil Dead person, But
Right.
in this format as a TV show, it was a little more digestible for her. Like she liked it because it had a lot of humor in it. Really caught up with the just the how obnoxious that character was. Ash on the Evil Dead series was a little obnoxious, but not in the early movies. Like, you didn't see that until the Army of Darkness. He got a little more confident, and it just got kind of ridiculous. But on here, it's like they cranked that shit to 10. It's like really, really stupidly obnoxious. So if you like that side of Ash, I think you would love this TV series. It's quite a few episodes, and he has his sidekicks, which I forget their name now. They're right here. So her, I think he meets her at the checkout line or some shit, and then meets him, and it's very campy. You got the what do you call Deadites? I think it's what they call them. And they're like the demons, and if they get possessed along the way, a lot of casualties. Ash meets his father. So for those who don't know, so another reason to watch the show, you get to see who his father was. Why he could be a bit of an a-hole over here too. At the same time, but damn, man, it's because it was on Stars. I feel like a lot of people missed out on it, but 2 or 3 seasons, very easy to get through. There's not like a million episodes, and it's one that will always be attached with me in a weird way as memories, because again, I remember fondly watching it with someone, and brings a lot of memories, being as horror as it is. But yeah, definitely check it out. Ash versus Evil Dead. All right, back to you.
Well, you had mentioned the festival, the Metal Devastation Festival that I went to. So I guess I could just show the shirt that I'm wearing. Got to see Bloodstained Dusk perform live. I never thought I would get to see them live just because of the area that I live in, being dead set in the middle of the Bible Belt. We don't get a lot of black metal here. I can remember in high school, this has nothing to do with black metal, but Marilyn Manson came through and like they ran him out of town. Like I don't think he's played Memphis since then. So, and this festival was in a town much smaller than Memphis, and they were up there with their corpse paint. They had the whole dead looking vibe going on, and they definitely, I think, terrified some people just from their general look. There was some kickback on social media. People weren't happy that the festival was even going on to begin with, and there was a member from one of the bands that replied to the local news did a thing like advertising the festival, saying something in the area, just kind of draw people in, and this older woman got on there and said, "What in the name of Jesus is this?" And one of the members of Summoner Circle, I believe it was, replied to her and said, "Grip your pearls, Mima. It's the devil's music." And I don't know why that made me laugh so hard, but it did. And when I saw Bloodstained Dusk, that was exactly what they were worried about. But it was fun to get to see like one of those kind of like true black metal bands in this general vicinity. It's just something I didn't think that I would get to see, and they had the full corpse paint and everything. So just wanted to kind of point that out since
The
you
thing
had
is,
mentioned the festival.
the logo doesn't look like your typical black metal logo. It kind of has a bit of like, if you were to tell me that logo's for a death metal band, I probably would have said like, oh yeah, that makes more sense. But I wouldn't have attached black metal with
It
that
almost
style.
has like a gothy or doom look to it. I mean, it's not.
Yeah.
It doesn't seem like something that would be as extreme. Definitely not as extreme as the band is. And like, luckily, I don't think the people that were having the issues looked into, maybe for that reason alone, because there was some. I know last year the kickback was a lot worse. Like the band Casket Robbery, there was pushback because of some of their lyrics being a death metal band. But had they looked into like some of the blasphemous stuff that Bloodstained Dust puts out, I think there would have been a definite much more pushback and problems for the festival. But it was fun to watch, just the reactions that just corpse
I don't
paint
get
gets.
the whole like the whole protesting, especially. I mean, I understand the Bible Belt thing and the whole mentality between you've been studying Jesus your whole life, you know, and he's your your solution to everything, every decision you make. It's like it's by your side, Team Jesus. And then you got Bloodstained Dusk. It's coming in along the way, right? It's like
Right.
it's a train that you're not going to stop. You know, it's like
Right.
people I think just take this stuff way too seriously. You know, it's just like now I can't speak for for every band. I'm sure for a lot of bands who practice actual cults and or whatever, but most of my favorite bands are it's just entertainment. You know, it's like, you know, if you're into Cannibal Corpse, great. You know, it's they're not out there butchering actual babies. They're not out there, you know, if anything, they're probably donating to hospitals, you know, probably like, you know, or you know, George Fisher has done some pretty good, you know, humanitarian kind of things. He's done some stuff, you know,
Definitely.
it's like, you know, it's they're just there to put up music and entertain, you know, a crowd base like us, you know, it's they're not out there to you know, fucking just create riots or whatever. Like, you know, I think these people get in their imagination and convince themselves that, you know, it's like Marilyn Manson's coming to town and, you know, he's going to turn my child, you know, into fucking, you know, The Exorcist. You know, it's like, it doesn't work that way. But I don't know. Like, I think we turned out fine.
And it's like going back to what you were saying about like Corpse Grinder being, you know, such a humanitarian and good person.
Yeah.
Like it's funny because my wife is not into extreme music at all. She gets into some of the doom stuff, like she listens to some of the doom, but like Chemist, she loves Chemist. Like she
Great, yeah.
found them through me and stuff. But occasionally she will go to shows with me, and I drug her to an aborted. It was aborted, cryptopsy, benighted, and I was telling her like before we went, I was like, "This is heavier stuff than what you're used to." And she was a trooper through it. But one thing that stood out to her was how much different the people were, like when they were just normally talking. Like she was like, "Those were some of the nicest musicians that I've ever met," because where I go to watch shows, it's such a little intimate setting that 9 times out of 10 you get to meet any musician that's playing if you want to talk to them. They're personable with the crowd. And like Benighted, you look at some of their stuff, and she absolutely fell in love with the guy, the singer for that band. She was like, he was so sweet and so nice, and he was wearing flip flops, and just like, you know, that it's all it's a I mean, yes, I think there is some truth or like pent up stuff in their music. You have to be able to feel that to create something that well, but it's not who they are. It's just you know, they have different aspects of their personality, and some of them are some of the nicest people, especially in death metal. I've met some of the nicest people that I will ever meet through death metal, and that just seems crazy to me, just because you look at the blood and guts and gore, and the people that it created are some of the nicest, most pleasant people that you'll ever encounter.
I remember my counter like with Frozen Soul, right? I went to go see them at the Decibel Fest, and you know they had a new album this year, and you know it's they gave it, you know, they're all on stage and they kicked ass, and they were a powerhouse of the band. And then back, you know, I was back at the merch table, and I see Chad Green back there, and you know, big intimidating looking dude, but he was such a teddy bear, man. He's like, dude, he was so open, approachable, and he's like, dude, if you ever want to interview, like, you know, it's just like it's like the presence. I'm like, I couldn't believe that was the same guy, you know, that I just saw on stage, you know, just fucking, you know, kind of having those growls, and you know, and then just a few minutes later, you know, just on the floor, just like this is what this music does. You know, it's they get out their aggression, they get out their angst, so everything else, and then you can just turn it off. You know, when they get on the floor and meet their fans, you know, it's just like it's a way to bring people together. And you know, people get too caught up. These Bible thumpers, that's the part they don't see. You know, they're just looking at the imagery and everything else, and then we're all going to turn into I keep forgetting her name. Damn Exorcist girl. But you get what I mean.
Yeah.
It's just like we're not gonna be spewing out fucking projectiles of vomit, by watching a death metal show, or like you in your case, a doom metal show. Benighted. It's not familiar. I think that's one. I think that's the band that put out like an 8-track, like of one of their EPs. I think it's on Bandcamp.
Possibly.
I think that's the band.
They're from. I
band.
think they're from Belgium or France. I think they're French. Like Death Grind. I think they're. Now that I'm thinking.
It could be another Benighted. Okay, maybe it's not that one. I'm thinking of like a Doom, maybe Stoner Doom, something along those lines. So I think what you're describing is something. So, but there might be other bands with the same name.
Right.
That could be it. Let me see what else I can pull. Oh, Logan was showing movies, and this is one of my favorites. Probably one of yours too, and The Creeper. So this is another one. It's like, dude, we're living at good times, man. Like all the stuff is coming out. It's like I would have ate this up when I was at that right age. When this stuff was dropping. I mean, look at that. Like I think this is the original Creeper. I think they changed it for the sequel. I think it's different. Shit, it doesn't come to mind at the moment. But this is one that this is because as far as like movies, this is one of those anthology ones that has kind of like mini movies inside the movie.
Right.
And I love them all, man, because when you got to make a movie like this, like you have to kind of try weigh the quality between like if you're gonna have 3 or 4 different chapters, it's like you kind of want them all to be more or less equally as good, even though they're all very different. At the same time, that's a pretty hard job. And I know like Stephen King, I think George Romero were involved in the original production writing behind this. So I think that's why this movie kind of holds up pretty well. Like even, you kind of bring new horror fans, and this is still something I feel pretty good about putting on. I think Creepshow is one of those movies that still holds up pretty well. And who the hell was in there? Like Leslie Nielsen, Ted Danson. There was the one with the box or the crate, I think it was. But this is one that I think that it's just a classic. So I've been showing some of these. I think Nika, NECA. Have you been running into these at all in the retail stores, Target or Walmart or anything like that?
I've got a few. I'll grab some of the ones that I've been
do, man. Yeah, that'd be awesome. I'll keep on rambling in the meantime. So Nika are actually based out of northern New Jersey, so Hillside, New Jersey. I spent a very small part of my childhood there, and I didn't know. I found out that this toy company is there. If you ever follow them on Instagram, like they got. So if like from McFarlane Toys, if you go and check out their toy aisle or whatever, they got like a lot of really detailed stuff, and they really focus on accuracy, and the proportions are right. It's not like these freaking pop dolls where like the proportions are all wrong and weird and just goofy. But like these things are done really well, really meticulous. Like there's actual cloth on this. They include all these little accessories. I don't know like how well they hold up with actually playing with them. Like actual children, like I don't know how many people are buying creepers for children to, here you go, 3-year-old Billy, and play with the creeper and have fun. I'm gonna go watch Ash vs. Evil Dead. No, but this right here, it's just quality, and this company has been just killing it with the retail side of it, and they've been stocking a lot of old fan favorites. I got a Gremlin one. I mean, I'll pull the Gremlin one. So while Lonnie's pulling something, I'll be pulling something. Oh, here he comes.
I got a stack here of. Got to go with Halloween first.
I'm gonna blow you up here.
This one was like a clothed. When I scanned, it said clothed Michael Myers, but yeah,
it should say It should say clothes. Thank goodness.
Yeah. But I mean, like I haven't opened them up, obviously, but like just looking at it, like the quality that this brand puts in on their figures and stuff.
Yeah, I was just saying, man. Like they really pay attention to the detail. Like it's no joke. Like these guys make it worth actually. I mean, they're not too cheap. You're paying a good amount of money for something that's supposed to be just plastic, and but it's
usually about $30 a figure here.
Yeah.
Like if you buy it like retail, but like the toy stores and stuff, some of them are just outrageous on the prices. So, because I think there was
feeling,
go ahead.
Well, once they get harder to find and they start like, they're going to make variations of these. Once the old variations no longer in production, they're going to start making. And these are probably going to be superly priced. You find them on eBay for like double, triple the money. I can definitely see that coming down the pipeline.
I mean, that's just like collecting music. I mean, it's when something isn't readily available and people want it, they pay more. So, yeah, I picked up they opened a toy store in Jackson, which is probably about 45 minutes from me. And I picked up the Hellraiser, a Pinhead, the Ultimate Pinhead figure. And this one just looked, man, I opened it up. They had all different kinds of figures and stuff there, but like just it's not gonna come off on camera how good this looks. But I opened it up and I was like, yeah, that one's coming home with me. So
I was making a joke earlier when I sent you that post on Instagram about like the U.S. postal servers like not being able to send like extreme grotesque shit. Like,
right.
I'm thinking like, well, they're fine with sending like anal beads, and just really
right.
shit like that. Like,
no,
what if it's a pinhead anal bead? It's like
sounds very painful.
It's pretty grotesque,
Yeah.
But I'm sure it exists somewhere. Oh, look who dropped in. Now, have we met Mr. Scarecrow?
I'm sorry. Sorry, I'm nearsighted. I can't see with that thing on.
Oh man, I was gonna say, can you breathe in that thing, man? That's got to be.
No, I know how Jason feels like with that mask on. I'm breathing my own farts here.
People who like have to wear like just shit like it just covering your face, and wouldn't feel too like that More Than Red guy. He's always wearing that stuff. I'm like, I don't think I could wear that like all. It's just I don't know. I couldn't even do like okay. So I'm dreadful Kula today, right? Like I got this. I don't know how ominous and intimidating I looked today. Probably not at all. I'm like the wimpiest vampire, but I wouldn't even wear the fangs. Like so. My story with the fangs is, my teeth aren't too straight, so I can't even do the little glue-ons. Like the little stupid like teeth.
Yeah.
And you could do the chompers one, right? Like you wear the little chompers. The last time I wore one was it was a throw-in actually. Remember Appalachian Noise? There was a little distro called Appalachian Noise, and they had a lot of really underground shit. Like the guy who ran that is no longer active. I think he was having some health issues or something. But anyway, I made an order. It's like $200 worth of shit. So he threw in like these fake vampire teeth, plastic things, and I made sure I washed it. I don't know whose butthole has been chomping. So I went ahead, and as I put those on, I'm like, this will be so cool. I'm going to use this for the Halloween video. It's going to be badass. And I've never had bloodier gums, man. I just forgot how easily they can cut into you.
They shredded you.
And this is why I'm the wimpiest Dracula. There's no, I can't do the fangs, man. It's just like none of them work well for me for this particular thing. So I'm going to have to just fucking just suck your blood the old-fashioned way. And it's more painful because there's nothing sharp to bite into for your jugular. So it's just going to have to be, it is what it is, man.
It's going to be gnawing. More like a gnaw.
Yeah.
I have to pull back out the little bag of treats because there are some fangs in there. I'm definitely not putting those. I mean, that looks like for a 7-year-old. I'm not putting those in though.
7-year-olds aren't thinking about their dental plan, man. Like it's like we get to this age, we're like, dude, we need just keeping your teeth. It's a challenge. It's like I want to be able to fucking. I don't want to be eating only pudding and mashed potatoes when I'm 60. You know, I want to be able to enjoy a steak every once in a while. So I got to be able to keep the
Right.
chompers.
Got a kid.
You
Take
know,
care of them. Take care of the gum line.
Exactly.
Got it.
So what you got, man? So we Logan took off.
Yeah.
It was cool. We hung out, showed some things. We started out with showing what are we playing October 31st when that day comes. So what is your go-to thing? I showed a little trailer, which on the rerun of this, you will might be
Check
relatively
out.
amused.
Yes.
And we just went around just kind of showing off random whatever items. But you're at the halftime show, man. You left your halftime show.
Yeah.
Right at the football game.
Yeah.
So thank you to be in this very dreadful Halloween video. And
Yeah.
so we're gonna blow you up and have you
geez,
play a little
okay.
catch up.
Oh my god. Well, in the spirit, I'm gonna go with what am I playing on well, hold on a second. Halloween night. I am playing forget it. I am playing the Halloween 3 soundtrack, Season of the Witch.
Oh man.
John Carpenter and Alan Howarth.
Yep.
I love this one. I like the main theme fine, but this is where it's like really, really synthy and really kind of ominous. And this is a repressing by Mondo and Death Waltz, and it's kind of a pain to open up.
That's how you know it's a really a novelty thing, where it's like it's not meant to be played with like continually.
Yeah,
that is awesome though.
It like opens up like this, and then you get a little envelope here with some of these cool like silver shamrock flyers. You know, and then some of these like cards.
Yeah, holy shit.
And then the record itself.
They went all out. They went all out, man, with that theme. Like they did not hold back.
The record itself, has this silver shamrock logo, which is really cool. And so in between the music is those silver shamrock ads, like from the movie. That countdown Halloween. So it's like, hey kiddies, 3 days left, to watch the Halloween horror marathon on whatever channel.
It kind of reminds me. Remember when RoboCop did those commercials in between like the takes in the movies, and it's like they were like just made for just the movie.
Yeah,
those were pretty. It kind of gives me that vibe. I love when you do stuff like that, man. Those little details make all the difference.
Yeah, it's a nice touch. I'm a huge John Carpenter fan, especially his soundtrack work. In fact, I got a bunch that I pulled that are like, Carpenter related. So you got to go with him.
His career, man, it's bananas how long he's been in the business. It's just like
and he's there's something new coming out that I just read about. I think have you heard about it? It's a new
no. What's that?
Let's stop it this way. So it's like a new series he's doing for the Peacock channel or Peacock streaming channel. I forget what it's called, but the idea is like horror in the suburbs. And so it's different. I think it's each episode takes a different incident that happened out in the suburbia. And I think it's like a combination, like real interviews with the people as well as the actors reenacting that kind of stuff. So it's like right now everybody's scared to live in the cities, but out in out in the boondocks, is where some horror happens as well. I'm sure Lonnie knows all about that.
Oh yeah, definitely.
You're not going to catch Leatherface in the city, man. Leatherface isn't out in the boonies somewhere. Yeah, that's where you find him.
Yeah, like I was thinking about it, like like some of like the worst are like from the Midwest, like Wisconsin. Yeah. And
it's like the Night Stalker, man. He just went from train to train, man, like place to place. He didn't just stick around one area, man. He just like rolling along different areas of suburbia. It's like when you think you're safe. Michael Myers, same way, man. I think about Halloween is like, I think for people who don't know the fall or the autumn weather, like who live in certain parts of the world or country, are missing out on this time of year. I know for like us, we probably love this where the leaves are turn color and it's like right in that 50s, 60s kind of temperature, and it's like it's a nice brisk. And then you got like then you watch Halloween, and it captures that feeling so well because it's like that time of year where high school just started, and Jamie Lee Curtis and everybody's just enjoying having their time. Meanwhile, unknowingly, there's this psychopath, just kind of just stalking them. It's not an all-out slasher where it's just like he sees you and it's just like kill on sight. It's more like this very slow burning, but I think that's what made the movie really, really well. And movies like Halloween captures that feel. And what I'm saying is people in certain parts of the country may watch Halloween but may not really feel what it's like to be around that time of year. And not that I've ever been stalked by a serial killer, but I can kind of understand that how I mean it's bad either way, but something special about that time of year.
Yeah, it's the briskness of the air. It's the smell of the fallen leaves. It gets dark earlier, starts to get dark earlier. You can smell, usually in my neighborhood, at least this time of year, people are
that's what it is too, man.
Having a lot of campfires or burn, and it's that smell too. So it's a feeling. And then I remember, watching Halloween, there's a lot of just, even in the daytime when they're just kind of walking around or going to the stores, the Halloween store to look at masks. It's like you see the blowing leaves going over the streets and stuff like that. And it's just, it's kind of like what it is here.
There's some enjoyment about living in the States, and just or just parts of the world where you get this kind of weather, and why it's so just. But the thing is, it doesn't last long enough. It's just a very brief time. With leaves change color, and just when you're really getting settled, bam, here comes winter. Fucking just slap you in the head.
And then you got to figure out what to do with all the leaves. And you got to start. I don't know if you guys got to bag them up. I got a couple of trees that drop. You're like, man, I need to mow the lawn, but I got these leaves I gotta take care of first. It's like pain in the ass. Just mow over them.
Yep.
But it hides all that dog shit too underneath. Now you got to scour and make sure you're not.
It makes a nice mixture. It covers it up, so when the kids are running in the backyard, they step in it, and then they bring it in the house, and that's a fun smell too.
We moved into this house last year around July, towards the end of July, so right before fall hit. And once fall hits, man, my yard is just full of leaves everywhere. And my son and my wife and I took a whole day last year raking, cleaning up these leaves. And it was a chore. And we got them bagged, got them set out. We went to sleep and it stormed that night. We woke up and it looked like we hadn't done a thing. I mean, the whole yard. And I was like, you know what? They just leaves. We'll just leave them. Like we cleaned it up one time, and then after that, it was.
I think as a parent, you know how you get away. You pull that line that they're probably gonna hate you forever for. You're like, look, son, it builds character. It's just explanation. Everything just builds character.
It was awful. It was like we walked outside, and all three of us just had this like defeated look, just like like we were out there for hours the day before, and it looked like we hadn't done a thing. Like we just walked out there like, what happened?
And that sucks. You know, I get that. I get the
Chris
snow
screaming
version
at
of
the
it.
trees.
It's like, Brian, you would know. Like, you know, you're out there shoveling. You know, it's like you get done and fucking, and it's like you get out there, and it's just like if you know, it just gets snowed in again. You're like, I didn't look like you did anything.
I'm just gonna, yeah. I give up. I'm gonna wait for somebody to come with a plow and just take it out.
Yeah.
Because I'm gonna either wreck my back or I'm gonna have a heart attack. I'm just gonna stay
probably
inside and watch TV.
Watch some Season of the Witch.
I'll just yeah. You get that right.
I think Lonnie, I think you had some other. He was showing some cool things like that Cenobite was it's pretty bad. I still need to grab that one, man. That's
well,
cool.
I know Lonnie's got bringing the toy game.
He wasn't going to. I started off and I said, dude, if you got him, man, like, it's that Nika company, NECA, it's like based out of New Jersey.
yeah.
Like they
Are they really?
they've been killing. Yeah.
Got the ultimate stripe.
Oh, nice.
Oh no, you didn't.
Oh,
Oh no, you didn't. Like, all right.
I pulled it out because I heard you talking about it earlier.
Yeah, it's
So there's
it's a
window
good
for
one,
you.
man. That chainsaw's a nice touch. It's just like this is an example of a movie where
they had the flasher gremlin, and I did not get it. And I went back to get it, and it was gone, and I was heartbroken.
the Flasher, the one that's got the Polaroid.
Yeah, that has the trench coat.
Oh, yeah. Do you have the sunglasses too?
And I went back to get it, and it was somebody, I guess, beat me to it. So I'm still heartbroken over that one because
my Target, back my old Target where I used to go to, like every once in a while, I have to go back down there for whatever, and I'll stop in there, and man, it's that side of the aisle fills up with these nerds, man. It's like it's like I know I can't go there anymore because like the moment something good drops, I'm like they're there, man. I got to go somewhere where the population for this kind of thing is not as it's not, so that way I have a chance. Like, okay, I can go grab that, the flasher or that Cenobite.
I usually
Target has they got the toy section, and then they put that kind of stuff over by like the entertainment, the media.
Yeah.
That's
Well, see,
with the Blu-ray.
we don't even have a Target. I have to go to Walmart, and it's not even in the town that I'm in. Like, it's on my way to work because I work 2 towns over. So I have to be at work at 7, and the Walmart opens at 6. So I just hit it right when it opens, and I can go back there. And usually there's no one else back there. So,
dude, that completely sucks, man. Like, I feel like I'm a little spoiled. You might be too, Brian. Like, I'm sure your area has all that stuff. It's like when I tell somebody like, "Oh yeah, I was just gonna run down like maybe 2 miles to hit the IKEA real quick." You're like, "You have an IKEA?" I'm like, yeah, "I gotta go like 140 miles just to get to the nearest one."
Oh yeah,
like that.
People in my area will like plan a whole day around going to IKEA, driving 2.5 hours to an IKEA, or I'm in like a mid-sized city, so don't have the IKEA, don't have the major sports teams. Well, we got a few Targets though. Got a few Targets.
Yeah.
We got the Walmart. We got the decent amount of stores, a couple malls. But
I think the
closest, you got the Walmart.
The closest Target to me is almost an hour away.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
That's pretty far. Luckily, you get that red card and you get free shipping, so it's a plus.
So just today, right?
It's a bad idea.
I bookmarked some things. Let me see. Their Instagram reels, and I figured it might be cool for this particular stream. Let me see if I can find it. So one, there's a Chucky one. Shit. I don't always hit up my saved profile that often.
I have not seen the new Chucky, the new Child's Play movie. Is it any good?
Oh no, I haven't seen that one. No, I just pulled like a reel. Like here,
Okay.
I'll show you. It's pretty hilarious. So here is first of all, here's Thriller. This is indie Thriller. You might have seen this one, but there's a quick cameo of Leatherface, and so it's it's fun. If I get the audio to work. There's Leatherface.
Oh, this is okay. I see what you're saying. This is
Yeah.
the Bollywood
He pops in
version.
for the first second though, like in the very beginning. Like you'll miss it though if you're not watching it.
There he is.
Right there.
I know that
Yeah.
music video freaked me out as a kid when he when he turns into the wolf thing.
Oh yeah.
That's
Oh yeah, man, dude. We were
the
that
zombies
age.
didn't really bother me, but that was like, oh gosh, the yellow eyes.
It's
that was scary shit.
So here's that scene in Chucky, right? But done in Spanish. So if you don't know your Spanish profanity, this might be a good time. Like, let me see.
I'm learning some Spanish words now because I know what exactly what he's saying.
Puta madre, blah, blah, blah.
I'll teach you to fuck with me.
It's a meme, man. Like, it's been going around. Here's another version of it, right? Let's see if I can pull it. The audio goes out.
I said talk to me, damn it, or else I'm gonna throw you in the
Oh, this was killing me.
Corn.
It's kind of, but it's what I think about. Like, okay, what was it like in the studio when he was just lashing out? Like, there's no lyrics to that. It's just him just fucking going all ape shit. Like, that's
Just
probably what it looked like.
It's just coming through from his soul,
I mean, it worked out for him.
Yeah.
Oh
Oh man, I gotta tell you, I was at this football game tonight, and like, the first song they started playing, like, everyone was warming up, but it's like they're playing Disturbed, and then they went into like AC/DC, and then Metallica, and then Guns N' Roses. I'm like, this is like the music of my childhood.
Oh man,
It's all
it's someone our age group kind of just back there. You just know it. It's not some guy in his 50s. It's like some guy trapped in that period. It's like
it's
probably
timeless,
I think there's some people like us who like are stuck in that era. Like they won't branch out to deicide. They're not branching out to this kind of thing. They're not listening to I'll pull the tape earlier you sent me. I was showing Lonnie Eaten Alive. You remember this?
Oh yeah, that's a good one.
You said
yeah, that was really, is that South American? I forgot about that. I have the CD.
The guy listening to Disturbed is not listening to this. It's just like,
no.
But yeah, just take this moment to thank you. Lonnie's been putting out some killer tapes, man. You pulled out some stuff from Iron Fortress, man, like that you might like. So on this rerun, you might have to hit the pause button because there's some stuff there too.
Yeah, I just saw that they got a sale going right now. I think 25% off.
Yeah. On some of the stuff.
Yeah, not everything. Not everything. Yeah. Select titles. I love. I might get my third copy of that Piss Rot.
I got it. The Piss Yellow.
The record. I got the split CD with Ritual Fog, and then I got the Jewel Case standalone of Piss Vile Gunk.
Oh, awesome.
I didn't get that promo that they put out. Yeah, that one. That was that's got some cool stuff on it. The 2 songs.
Yeah. The song Gargle. Funny thing, I was talking about going to Walmart early in the mornings. I got the shirt. They did like a shirt that they released with that, and on the back of the shirt, one of the lyrics to Gargle is "I don't need my balls anymore," and it says it right across the back of the shirt. And being in the small area that I'm in here in Tennessee, I definitely got some looks that morning. I wasn't even paying attention. A lot of times, I end up wearing some vulgar shirts to work on accident sometimes because I just
it's the best.
Closet, I don't know if you saw the room tour video I posted. I think it was last year. Well, you open my closet, it all looks the same. They're on hangers, and it's just black shirts. And I stumble in halfway asleep, and sometimes I just grab
a metalhead. Yep.
And it's like people are staring at me.
The vest, right? At work, you wear the vest, so that's kind of.
I was wearing the body box vest that had the big pot leaf on the back, and they didn't say anything about that. But they ended up. We had to start wearing like orange. So I don't know if that was their way to weed me out of wearing it, pun intended. But
the safety orange.
We're like this guy. We just got to be way around this. I know we're gonna mess with his head and make it change colors.
I think there's only been one shirt that they told me not to wear again, and that was the I Hate God shirt. And I've worn worse than that, but I think just being in the area that I'm at, that somebody got.
That's unfair, man. Like it's I hate God.
Yeah.
It's not I hate God. It's I hate.
That's
God.
what the guy that pointed it out to everybody said. He said it spelled like an eyeball, and then they pointed and so
exactly.
But they asked me,
dude, it's not blasphemous. The way you think.
The Cannabis Corpse, like the Cannabis Corpse shirt that you sent me, Rick, they didn't have a problem with apparently. And I wore a torn the fuck apart shirt. Didn't say a word, but I wore that I Hate God, spelled like an eyeball, and that's where they.
You pressed the Jesus button, man. That's what happened. You pressed the God Jesus button. These people all of a sudden, Brian, we had that conversation earlier about the Midwest and the Bible thumpers, and just that whole the clown show, man. That happens when you want to put on, a gig, and people they come at you, man. That's the problem.
Well, I mean, great example. Well, you probably touched on the Tennessee Devastation Fest and what they went through last year, right? And maybe even this year too, with
about a little bit.
trying to get canceled by the crazy Christians. Because of some tongue-in-cheek lyrics
you're not going to change the world by stopping a fest. It's just it's like go back to your little prayer huts or whatever you do. It's like come on, let them enjoy their show. They're not going to eat your children. Relax.
Yeah, I mean, if you dig into the Bible, there's stuff 10 times as violent and sadistic, written in those pages. So it's just the way you look at it, right?
So, in your honor, I went ahead with the Steinfeld. I know you saw him recently. Must have been a cool gig. I haven't seen Seinfeld live, but
it's like a couple of weeks ago he came through town on his tour or whatever. And I'm a massive Seinfeld TV show fan, so. I jumped at the opportunity to.
Was there ever a Seinfeld Halloween episode? I can't. Nothing comes to mind that I can think of. If they ever, I feel like every show had some kind of Halloween, episode.
No, I don't know. I don't remember ever. I mean, they definitely had their holiday, Thanksgiving. I'm sure. Festivus for the rest of us.
I mean, it's based in New York. I mean, there's plenty of Halloweeny stuff happening, that time of year. I mean, you'd think they would have something. Larry David would have wrote something in there, but I don't know.
It must not have never come up. Yeah.
I gotta drain my bladder real quick, but if you guys wanna, I don't know if you want to pull some stuff in the meantime. I'll be right back.
Okay, I'll just keep.
I finished this can. Maybe I'll grab another one.
Ooh, a haunted house. Okay, this is a good one. I pulled a lot of soundtracks. Like this movie, Chud.
Yeah.
You know that one?
The glare was on the.
Oh yeah, it's still got the shrink. Some of these, yeah, it's on this toxic yellow color. It's pretty cool. If I can get it out. This came out on. This is a Waxwork release. Okay.
Nice.
Yeah. Yeah, this one was on HBO a lot back in the 90s. I know my mom had recorded it, you know, on VHS. So a lot of the times, you know, during the summer or days off school, you know, she would still have to go to work. And I, you know, the TV and the VCR was my babysitter. So I got into a lot of these types of movies. So yeah, this one's got a lot of John Hurd, Daniel Stern. And I remember, I think John Goodman plays a cop in this. It's like might be one of his earlier roles, right?
Yeah.
It's very brief. I don't even know who's this.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to like pinpoint when that movie came out. That had to be maybe early 90s.
It might be late
Or late 80s.
I kind of want to say like 87, but oh wow, 84. Okay.
Wow. It was way off.
Yeah.
It all starts to run together. It's
Cannibalistic humanoid underground dwellers. So, if you recall, I think the plot was, and I watched this one last year. Yeah, I don't know. One of the companies is dumping the toxic waste down to the sewers where like
Chud.
the hobos live and turn them into these, and then they give them this cool acronym, right?
Love it, man.
Yeah.
That and Chud 2.
Bud the Chud.
Yeah.
I'm not familiar with that one.
And the color matches too, man. Look at that.
Mm-hmm.
We're just in the purple, yellowish kind of mood tonight, man. Look at that thing.
Yeah, this is really Waxwork does really cool pressings of these.
Yeah.
And
Their artwork is so gorgeous, man. Like the guy they got doing this stuff, it's just like whatever they're paying him. I mean, they better be enough to keep him there.
yeah, and I'm not sure if this is like artwork from the original movie.
They do the reimagined stuff too.
Sometimes they do. Yeah, I'm not quite sure if this is reimagined or not. I kind of think it might be like some of the original concepts they used for the film back in the 80s. It is cool. It's real. It's like I just love the 80s synth, that kind of ominous synth tones that a lot of these movies have. So I always tend to gravitate toward those. Just like how I like Halloween 3 soundtrack better than the original, because it's got some of that just really tense.
The DVDs now, like, have you been getting any of the reissues of some of the horror stuff? Because they do a lot of that reimagined artwork too, which is actually I think I have one for Halloween 3. Let me see if I can pull it.
Yeah, my movie collection is very small. I started buying DVDs back in like the early 2000s, and I just never really that never really took off. I was more into music, but
I'll pick up something like at like Goodwill or something every now and again, but I don't.
It's kind of cool little collage of this 30th anniversary Silver Shamrock edition.
There you go.
Pretty striking. I mean, there was the problem with the slipcase is sometimes like they don't do much with it other than just repeat the cover.
Yeah.
But it's cool. I think in a way it's kind of kind of cool that you don't have all this blue on top of there and all this stuff. You have a way to kind of fill up the cover, but they still need a way to tell you that it's a Blu-ray. Because sometimes like the packaging gets a little too clever for its stuff that you're actually not sure what format. Like when you go to the store, you're like, is this a DVD? I can't tell. If you don't have the right markings. But they have these special editions that sometimes doesn't have the right color.
Yep.
I've seen some black ones, special edition that doesn't have any of the blue. It's just black, so it's not always so obvious. I'm gonna pull over Lonnie.
Okay.
I know
I'm gonna have to go here pretty soon because I have to get up super early to take my wife. But a couple things. First up, I know Brian, you were just talking about you love that kind of 80s synthy stuff. Did you check this one out last year? I talked about it earlier in the stream, but I think it's something you might enjoy.
Oh, okay, cool. No.
It's VHS, Violent Homicidal Slasher death metal band. This is the one they put out last year entitled Deep Gashes and Long Lashes. It's got like these, it's death metal, but it has like those 80 horror synth vibes going on through it. Man, it's so much fun. So definitely, you might be into that one.
I've heard of that band. Yeah, it looks like a Italian giallo cover.
Yeah, definitely.
That's cool. All right, I'm gonna check that one out for sure.
I was just gonna say, yeah, it gives me the Italian vibes when I see that. That looks like, so that's probably gonna be.
It's got his like stuff from some of his in here all over the place, like in the actual album. So definitely worth your while to check out, I would say.
I totally dig when death metal bands do that. I know Fetid put a synth track on one of their demo maybe, and then Fulci does some of that too. And also the band Fluids.
Yeah,
Fluids does some of that too, which is really cool.
That I think it was the latest fully. Yeah, that man, like the opening, like the intro to that album. That was very disturbing stuff.
I actually got a few of those CDs, and the intros really like got to me. And I traded them all. I mean, I really like the music, but the intros, I can't handle it.
Yeah, the latest. I think it was the latest one, the one that had the gray cover. I can't remember the name of it now, but that intro to that one, it got me. It was just like, man, that's
right, because it's like real. It's not like Mortician where it's a horror movie. Okay, great. Someone's getting chainsaw. It's fake, but like. Some of those, it's like because of the fact that they're using like real videos that are out there on the dark web. It's like then you start to like try to figure out where it's from, and it's like, yeah, that's the sound of some guy getting tortured by a drug cartel because he was an informant or something. I'm like, holy shit,
yeah,
that's not good.
Yeah, the disturbing thing too is this stuff is going on like all the time, which is like I don't need it reinforced. In my I'm just trying to jam out here. This thing kind of just pops in. I mean, I know why they do it, obviously for the shock.
I give them credit. Yeah, I mean, they came up with this. Now that everything, all this stuff is online, as opposed to the classic death metal bands who had to use the horror movie samples. They took it to the next level. I think it's brilliant, but it's just something it's just something that makes me feel not right,
Yeah.
That's what we were talking about. Like, there's a lot of metalheads and people in extreme music. It's like we're not like actual serial killers and like this. Like, what I mean? Like, a lot of us are actually do humanitarian things. It's like we want to make the world nice and better, but this is kind of an outlet for us. When it comes to some of this stuff, and it's just entertainment. Right. But when you hear like audio of people like actually getting chopped up or something, you're like, okay.
Well, and one thing too, like in a horror movie or something, you're able to do that where you can separate it, reality from like, because a lot of times in horror movies when something happens, like, oh, they had that coming, but when it's something that it's a real, that it's real, there's like that whole empathy feeling there because like they've got a family. They it's that's what I don't know, but
Yeah.
it eats me up. It's just that Fluids album, it messed me up. So I guess I could have pulled that one for the video, but
Oh, for real, yeah.
That's want to thank Lonnie for coming on to this and just hanging out for a few hours. It's cool, man. Like, do you have anything planned for Halloween? It's for your channel. Like, you have anything going on, or you said you're talking about something different, or I know you got your Lonnie approved thing you're trying out right now, which is interesting.
like the I had done like the Forsaken Fridays and the 7 Deadly Spins, and I liked doing those, but it just felt like I was kind of like pigeonholing myself or confining myself to something. And I'm going to start up one soon. It's just going to be Classy Metal approved, and it could be anything. I'm not going to. It could just be a band that I want to highlight that day, someone that I found. It'll probably have a lot of throwbacks to like the Forsaken Fridays or 7 Deadly Spins, but I'm not going to hold myself to a certain number. I know like Mark G with a C, he's been doing really good lately, showing like 3 albums. So you're not
Get out.
you're not just hit over the head with so much stuff that you can't that your people aren't walking away having learned something. I have another little idea too. A lot of times I know Rick, that we follow each other on Instagram, and you're more active on there than like a Facebook or something. That you see where I post like me eating a pizza and listening to certain albums. I'm kind of toying with this idea of like pairing foods up with certain albums. Like this goes with this, but there's a little idea I have going for that. But I have some merch stuff on the way.
It's kind of what Logan does with the beer pairings, but like you take it at another step, a different direction. With the food. I think with the food thing, it's a little more relatable for a lot of us because not everybody drinks beer. But when it comes to different food pairings, I could be like, okay, I can definitely, I can see where this could work together because a lot of us eat while we listen to whatever, but not all of us drink beer while we're, listening to whatever.
I probably need to skip the food one because man, I think I put on 20 pounds this year so far, so it's not good. I don't know. We might.
Sometimes you need something a little meaty to go with. A side salad with like something grotesquely meaty may not quite do it.
Yeah, a nice vegetarian option and with kettle decapitation.
Right. We left Metal Fest and stopped at IHOP and just had a big stack of pancakes on top of everything else. And I got home and I was so tired, but I didn't know if I wanted to throw up. Go to sleep or just run around the house because I had all the sugar in me. It was. I will leave before I leave.
Oh yeah, you have one more.
I have one more that I want to show, and it's probably the most unnerving album that I own in my collection. I was talking about the Fluids and stuff, but I still pull that one off and listen to it. This is one that I have to listen to very sparingly. I don't know what it is. It just makes me feel super uncomfortable. I've talked about it on the channel before, but this time of the year is kind of when I guess I'm a glutton for punishment because it's when I want to pull it off and kind of I don't know if it's just the Halloween thing, the haunted thing, what makes me want to pull this one off the shelf. The name of this project is called Corpor Swashi, and the name of the release is Evil Walks. It's kind of droney. It's got like drone noise and doom metal all tied in together on this. It can be very abrasive at certain times, but it just gives me a very uneasy feeling. There's times of this like it spurs up my anxiety, and it's something I don't know if it's just me having dealt with anxiety issues or what in the past. It's able to flare that up, and it's one of those. It's almost like a horror movie. You like the jump scares and stuff. I just get that feeling from it sometimes, and it's one that I wanted to share with this.
Is it like a one man thing, or is it like a full band?
I'm assuming it's I think there's two people, and then they bring in session session people to they call them special guests, but it doesn't. They don't go. They have like pseudonyms that they use. There's Dr. Omega and RKF is what they go by. There is a sister album to this. I forgot. I think it says on here somewhere.
What's that one called?
It's I'll spell it out for you. The name of the project is Korperswashi. It's KORPERSCHWACHE, and the name of the release is Evil Walks. The CD was released on Crucial Blast, but it just I can't put my finger on what exactly sets me off with this, but this is like anxiety inducing for me. And I get enjoyment out of it. So, it's one of those that it's something I have to listen to super sparingly. So I wanted to throw that one out there. Maybe someone else can enjoy that one as well. So, but if you don't like it, I'll try to warn you. It's it can be a bit of a tough listen. So
I want to hear that.
Awesome.
I want to hear that now. I love the cover too.
You got me all. Yeah, I'm all curious now. I gotta see, because I mean the fact that you listen to all kinds of stuff, but if you would lump that in the category of one of the most disturbing things coming from you, I mean that's got to be pretty extreme. You know,
I mean, you might listen to it and be like, man, what's wrong with this guy? But it triggers my anxiety. I don't know. I can't put my finger on it, but it's one of those that it gets me every time.
I think some of that stuff, that droning, that harsh noise, makes people a little uncomfortable sometimes.
It definitely plays a role in that.
I've been searching stuff like that out here lately. A lot of a lot of stuff like Logan was talking about in his last video, like Primitive Man and Nuth Grush and Grief, and just the super slow, oppressive type doom and sludge. Just cannot get enough. So I'm definitely gonna check that one out.
And if Brian, if you're looking for a new record, I have one that I might send your way. If you're
Is that Mortis?
First of all, do you own any porcelain elephants or anything fragile around in the China cabinet? I just need to know ahead of time.
You'll have to watch this back from the beginning.
Yeah. You may be evoking some energy.
If you watch this back and you still want that album, it's yours, my man. You just let me know,
okay,
and I'll send it your way. So
I will over the weekend I will catch up on what I missed. We'll talk.
All right. Well, Rick, thank you for having me on. I appreciate it. Hopefully the noise outside wasn't too loud during the recording.
No, actually, we didn't hear anything. Not on this end anyway. But
okay,
that's cool, man. Thank you for coming along, man. Like I said, it's been too long, man. We got to do some other collab or whatever, you know. Because if you come up with an idea for something,
I moved to a smaller town that got better connection on my Wi-Fi and internet.
Yeah.
So
nice.
Definitely helps.
And I think people also appreciate every now and then like some kind of live thing or whatever. Even though this one's pre-recorded, but I will be posting this as a live premiere, so people can comment and they'll have questions about some of the stuff that you might have shown. Because I mean, you guys have shown some stuff I've not heard of. Between you, Logan. I'm sure Brian has something in the chambered up, ready to surprise me. But yeah, but it's been fun, man. So definitely catch us on a rerun, and hopefully everybody enjoys it. But thank you for being included in this. So it's been a blast, man.
All right. I'll see y'all guys later.
Happy Halloween.
You too.
All right. Later, Lonnie.
See you.
Awesome. You know, I've actually pulled something that's kind of like what he was showing is kind of like dark and disturbing. But I think what he pulled might be even more disturbing than what I pulled here. But I was hoping like Chris would be here. It looks like he's caught up on work. Maybe he got tired, and like I said, so if he can't come on tonight, I mean, I don't understand. But so this project is two people. It's just I don't know if they're husband or wife, but I know it's a man and a woman, and called OVO. I'm not sure how you say it. The album's called Miasma, and when you think of like a mental patient, somebody that has like some kind of whatever perturbed mental illness, and you ask them to create some artwork, and you imagine what that might look like in your head. This album cover kind of nails it. Just like that, really.
That kind of chalk, black and white.
Yeah, it's like
or a charcoal.
If your 7-year-old came home from like school and the art class and they came home with this, you'd be worried.
Yeah, it's not sunshine and rainbows. It's not. It's nicely done.
It kind of reminds me a bit of the stuff that Justin, the one that passed away, Bartlett, he did a lot of really disturbing stuff. Kind of reminded me a lot of that. I mean, look at that thing. And kind of the way Lonnie described it, like it's this project's been around since maybe 2000, and they've released quite a slew of albums. But out of everything I've heard, this is probably the most disturbing thing they've released. This is probably the darkest thing they put out, and it's very if I were to, I can actually just tell you from the sticker here. So a little hype sticker. So it's kind of like imagine David Lynch on the dance floor.
Okay. Oh, okay.
And it's got a little bit of industrial sludge, avant doom, post rock. So there's quite a bit of noise in this.
Mm-hmm.
It's harsh, and like track by track, you don't know what you're getting. You're just getting. The moments you get a little bit of groove, you get just balls out noise, and you get balls out like doom, industrial sludge. It's all over the place, man. But I think the whole idea behind this is it's trying to get on your nerves and really get you to be very unsettled. They do a good job with this one. So I think if you look it up, it's like O and then VO. So and they actually have another album, a newer one after this one. So I still need to grab that one. It looks just as dark, but man, if you look for something to be very unsettling for Halloween, this will do the job.
I mean, the way you describe it kind of makes me think of an All Noth Rock, some of their early stuff where it was that type of music that I had never really experienced before, where it was all these extreme genres blended into one. Like it was like it's black metal, it's grindcore, it's industrial, and it's and then the clean vocals come in, and you're like, where did this come from?
That's the thing. You do have clean vocal moments, and you have some very harsh, blackened kind of moments in this.
Freaks.
But I don't think this project set out to be like a metal band. They just have such extreme elements that they get kind of lumped into that. I can see why they would get lumped into that category. When they started out, they were more electronic noise kind of stuff, and then as they progressed, then you got into like shit like this, which got like much darker later on. Which is I feel this would be probably a good pull for something like this tonight. So it's kind of leaning off what Lonnie was just showing. Like I said, it's pretty dark. I don't know if it's as disturbing as what he's describing. We're talking about classy Lonnie here. I mean, he's and
especially he says it gives him the the nervous reaction listening to it. It's going to be extreme for sure.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, he pulls out stuff all the time. It's like just makes me want to check it out. But sometimes there's like a little yield sign or caution. Like it's like, all right, like just get ready, man. Just get ready. Some disturbance up ahead. I noticed you got a Crip Sermon shirt, man. Representing Philly here.
Yeah, this is my orange.
Yeah, Halloween, man. Yeah,
Crip Sermon shirt. So yeah, I busted this out.
I don't think I've ever seen that one.
This is a Metalhead Box shirt, actually.
That's why I've
Yeah.
never seen it. Okay,
Yeah,
it's an exclusive.
perfect. It's got the orange and cool logo.
Awesome.
Yeah, well, you one of your ideas was pick your Halloween album, right?
Yeah, the thing you can listen to on October 31st.
On October 31st. So did anyone show this one?
Lonnie showed World Coming Down. He didn't show Bloody
Okay.
Kisses though.
Yeah, I gotta go Bloody Kisses. I'm not the biggest Typo Negative fan. In fact, this is the only one I have, and I think Logan even sent this to me. I didn't even have it, but I remember seeing the music video for Black Number One, and it was just like, yeah, this song's awesome. I'm not going to sing it. I almost said, oh, should I go for it? No.
You do it, man. Do the vocals. She's in love with herself. She likes the dark. And on her milk white. The devil's mark. Now it's on Hallows Eve. The moon is full. And will she trick or treat? I bet she will. She's got a date at midnight. I can't keep going, but there's actually there's a whole strummed out and
These are great
and everything.
These are great lyrics. Her perfume smell like burning leaves.
Yeah,
like I know exactly what that smells like.
it's a Bwahahaha hair dye, man. It's like, because her roots are showing.
So, day of Halloween, yeah, this one's getting played.
That between that and like Christian woman, yeah, the green lipstick, man. That's like that fucking
like
scene,
me,
man, followed me everywhere. In high school, that never left my little CD bin. I was just to walk around with. That October Rust. Later on, by the time I got to college, War Coming Down, it came out, and that was really depressing, man. I was just like, should I be listening to this, man? That World Coming Down album. But I loved it, man. And yeah, Lonnie pulled it out, and I wasn't surprised that he kind of went with that one. And he had a big old Typo flag in the back, so I was like, all right, here we go. Like it's happening.
Yeah, I like October Rust. I don't know if I've ever listened to World Coming Down. Typo was one of those bands like I never really dug really deep into.
It's definitely doomier.
I like Bloody Kisses because of the
that's
vibe.
That's when the vampirism they really goth out on that one.
Yeah.
Peter pulled it off pretty well, man. He's already got the presence. He's got the Dracula look anyway.
Oh yeah! Oh my gosh!
It's like, why not?
Right.
So this is a vampires, man. So I got this cape, right? And
vampire.
Trying to take a piss with a Dracula cape, it's not as easy as it looks. Like you gotta really make sure it doesn't like get around the toilet, while you're trying to you don't want to get piss stains. And then I got the collar, right? So the proper Dracula cape is the collar has to be up. And I realized
top collar.
Well, I realized, fuck, man, Bela Lugosi didn't have long hair. Like he never had to worry about that. You know, it's just like, and I'm trying to put my collar up on awareness. Yeah, exactly. So I'm like, okay, so I gotta be lame if I can pull this collar down because these things get in the way.
Yeah, you've got like the Interview with a Vampire type vampire hair. Lestat.
Oh,
it's
which
like
one was
they were wearing
or
puffy shirts.
Cruise?
Yeah.
What was Seinfeld?
They're not wearing capes. They got puffy shirts. Their hair's, either in back in a ponytail or down, looking good. They don't have to worry about the pop collar.
Those are some good-looking vampires, man. It's usually they look like Christopher Lee or something. You're like, it's like not exactly the sexiest looking vampire. Yeah, I'm not. Right. Don't get me wrong, he was a good vampire, but it's just like, but we're talking about.
There's anything wrong with that.
But when you talk about supermodel looks, you had these, the cheekbones and the whole deal. It's
Yep.
like,
Those red lips.
the Anne Rice vampires. Whenever I about like that movie, like Interview with the Vampire, it's like you had like Tom Cruise had to like he had to wear platform shoes so that's the ego. That's the ego, man. It's like Brad Pitt cannot look taller than me. It's like I'm the dude. I'm the it dude. It's like no, you're both the dude. It's like one's not outstarring the other. It's like you guys are on an even playing field. It's just like get over it.
That was the 90s.
Actually,
Tom was not ready to share the marquee.
no joke, man. I know this is not really Halloween related, but this was today, and I'm driving back home, right? And it's like it's raining out there, and I'm behind a Hyundai. No joke, man. I'm behind a Hyundai, and I look at the plates, and it says the dude right here. I don't know if you can see it, but it says the dude.
Yep. The dude abides.
It's like he's got a bashed-in trunk on a Hyundai, and I'm like, this guy's got to be the biggest douche in the world. Like, and what kind of guy gets? So if you ever need to register the dude, who already has that name.
At least in the state of New Jersey.
New Jersey. So I'm like, man, I don't think I ever would have the. I don't know what it is, just the gravitas to walk into a fucking DMV, be like, so what do you want your name on your plate, sir? Well, the dude, of course.
Dude.
Do you know who I am?
And they do a little check. Somehow that is not taken. Okay.
Somehow, what? Really, we're
not
a
the
dense state, man. A lot of people. Like, nobody picked the dude. I had to be behind the dude in the Hyundai, and that's how I found out. Like that's the guy that has it. It's like he's not driving a Vet or Lamborghini. It's a Hyundai. It's like the good. He had to have the dude. And it's the dude in the Vet or the Ferrari is probably trying to register that, and he can't.
No, someone who could really, look pretty smooth with that vanity plate. This guy's just ruined it for they're gonna have to be the dude one. The dude.
Damn it, man.
The dudes.
So like, he made my Mazda 3 that lamer. So now I can't get the dude on my plates. Oh shit. So you showed Halloween 3, and which is one of those Mondo pressings.
Yeah.
Between Mondo and Waxwork, man, they got they're going head to head with their stuff, man. It's like they're both pretty good in their own way. I love the way they do their soundtrack reissues. But I'm not sure on a Mondo or Waxwork thing, but you got me kind of reminded about that. You ever heard of the Pumpkin Witch? It's a project. So this looks like it was drawn by a 7-year-old. So the frightful gaze of the Pumpkin Witch, right here, and so
okay.
I like the purple. I think it works really well. It's not quite Dungeon Synth. It's if you were to look up Dungeon Synth sites or whatever, you might find this there. I actually got this off of what do you call it? Gems label. I think is where I bought this one, and it's good stuff, man. Like this is definitely the kind of thing you want to play on Halloween night. Like if you got the kiddies around, and it's got the nice spooky sounds and the chains and the creaky steps. It's full of all that stuff. But it's trying to also be a story without using any words. It's just kind of progressing and it intensifies. Cool. You just have that feel. It's very, very cool.
Yeah,
so get this, right?
Stuff like that spoken word. I don't. I'm good with just instrumental.
So the Pumpkin Witch is actually like a character, right? I think it's there's no. So here's the back, right? It's like very Halloweeny kind of stuff. So there's a sequel, and where is it? Yeah, right here. So the Pumpkin Witch apparently in the storyline was killed at some point and came back. We have the Pumpkin Witch, the return of the Pumpkin Witch.
Return, okay. It looks like an angry Pumpkin Witch,
which is a lot more complete. And then here's the back. We look at that thing with the nice bloody television.
Nice. Okay.
Done really, really well. I feel like you might really dig this, man. This could be something.
I
find that this one This was a little better just because it's a little more upbeat. There's a little more synth. There's more layers of synth going on and more stuff. Kind of just it's not as what do you call it? It's a little more. The first one was a little more basic, a little more, which makes sense because it's an earlier project. But this one here, they just kind of step it up a notch. I think it's a one-man thing. Death Bomb Arc put this out, so they do a lot of weird stuff, and this is one of them.
Cool. I'm not familiar with the label or the project.
Oh, it's really small. I wouldn't even know. They have a few titles, and there's a lot of like noise and dungeon and experimental kind of stuff. So this is one of the projects, but man, for Halloween, man, this definitely scratches that itch.
You know what it reminds me of, especially the first album of the back cover. Jack from Return to Oz. You remember that movie, Return to Oz? Yeah, it was kind of the loose sequel to Wizard of Oz. It's a very dark. It's much darker, obviously, than the classic Wizard of Oz, but it's got a character in there that's a pumpkin head, you know, and it looks kind of like that.
I have a very vague memory of it. I might have saw it like a long time ago, and like once, and it's completely left my memory.
I think the actress who played Dorothy was what's her name? She was in The Craft. She's kind of
the original Dorothy, like the Wizard of Oz, or they got a new actress.
No, they got a new actress. But she was in The Craft. I can't remember it. Anyway, definitely.
Naomi Campbell.
It wasn't Naomi Campbell.
That Craft.
Yeah, jeez.
The Craft had
The Craft, like
the Witch movie.
Yeah,
you're talking about the Witch movie, right?
For Feruza Balk.
Oh, the bad one. Well, the main bad girl. It was her, Robin Tunney.
Yeah.
Who the hell was the other one? Forget the name of the other girl. But yeah, man, that's a good movie, man. It's so Feruza Balk. I felt she was a bit underrated. Just I don't know what she's doing nowadays, but she could play that bad girl thing really well.
Oh yeah, she had that goth look, to a T.
She had those stinging eyes too, man. It's like when you even if you don't know her, like if you don't know her and you walk around with her, you're like, okay, this chick's bad news, man. I don't know what it is, but chick's bad news.
She knows spells. She knows some spells for sure.
Dude, I just got that vibe last night, man. Not that this girl's bad news, but she just has those stinging eyes. And she has that look of a front woman. So I went to go see Mesa, right?
Oh, yeah.
You already know. And
right.
The band that opened up for them was Maggot Heart. I actually have their LP right here. So
I don't know Maggot Heart.
This chick right here. So the album is called Hunger.
Okay.
And
oh wow.
So I bought the record from her. She kind of and that's that. Oh, here we go. That's a better photo. Look at the back.
Yep.
She's got those eyes, man. I'm like, I'm gonna buy this record from you, but I'm not gonna stand around talking too long. But
I'm not gonna ask you to sign it. I'm just gonna take it and leave.
Yeah, well, I don't think she could really hear me either. There was a lot of noise going on and stuff. It's one of those. I'm like, and there was a line, yep. So it's like, okay. But as a front woman, like as far as music goes, she's perfect. She's perfect for that, man. She had that Wendy O. Williams kind of thing going on. I'm like, all right, I could tell she's got a little wild. She got that wild side of her. Yeah. Anything you want to pull?
Cool. Yeah, well, I'm going to go with another kind of classic, AC/DC. Who Made Who? Which is
what was that movie?
The official soundtrack to Maximum Overdrive. If you remember that movie, Another one of my favorites from the.
I do, man. Like, so I have this love for vehicles because of Transformers, and then that movie gave me the fear of vehicles.
Yeah, especially that
So-
big green demon. The main truck.
Between that and Christine, like, it's like you talk about the evil vehicle movies.
Yeah, both Stephen King,
Mhm.
stories. This was based on a short story by Stephen King. But yeah, it's I think Who Made Who was the big I don't know, song from this, but then they got it's almost like a best of. It's got You Shook Me All Night Long, Hell's Bells, Shake Your Foundations, For Those About to Rock. And they use the music really well throughout the movie. I thought just a really cool kind of sci-fi type horror movie.
I like it because I feel like it's when Brian Johnson came into the band, they didn't have their Highway to Hell. Like, they already made it, right? With Bond, and they needed like another anthem quite like that. Like, they needed I feel like, I'm not saying Who Made Who was a better song than Highway to Hell. It's just a classic fucking track. We're talking about like a song that's iconic. But Who Made Who, in its own way, like going into the 80s, I feel like that album kind of like a bit of a spiritual successor in its own way, but just wrapped in the the movie soundtrack. You know what I mean? So I felt like that was a good addition to their catalog due to that. At least that's my feeling on it.
Oh yeah. The movie itself, I just really thought was cool. The whole kind of idea of the isolation in the gas station and trying to deal with the realization that all the machines now have a mind of their own and they want to kill every human being. And there's a couple scenes in this movie that really like get me every time.
With the way I abuse my car, man, that'd be a huge fear for me, man. It's like,
right.
It's like, I know I should have changed your brakes like 2 years ago, but don't kill me.
Give me a break. It costs an arm and a leg. But there's that scene where
and the car would hate my puns too. Just say.
Oh yeah, you definitely get killed for every for the first bad
brakes
pun,
on him,
right. No, but there's that scene where they hadn't really realized what was going on yet, and the guy was working the gas pump, right, and it wasn't on, and so he turns, he looks at it, and then it goes right in his eyes. Gasoline goes right in his eyes. Oh, I'm like, oh, that's awful.
Here's my thing, man. Like, when it comes to like horror movies, like, you know how you have the cheap jump scare? It's like you feel like, well, that's the easy way to get you to kind of react, right?
Yeah.
I feel like the eyeballs thing is another way of doing that. It's like you do anything with eyeballs, like you're just gonna get people to cringe. It's just people don't like stuff in their eyeballs, man. Like, it's just the death by the eyeball thing, or just putting a thing in there. It's just everybody can be like, look, you can stab me as many times as you want, if I can cut my head off or whatever, but leave the eyeballs alone. Like, there's just something about it.
And here's a funny thing. I don't know, certain movies, certain scenes in certain movies, I have this kind of uneasy memory of, and you got the thumbnail you made, the Freddy Krueger homage, right? And that was one of the first horror movies I saw, and it kind of, and I don't watch that one very often because it still kind of freaks me out. But where he's it's one of the first times you see Freddy, and he pulls his sweater up and he slices himself, and all that kind of yellow shit comes out.
Yeah,
I'm like, oh, that was awful. And so that scene always, like, it just always freaked me out. It still does. It's not even that gory. It's just like, it's just he cuts his burnt skin, and the goo comes out. But it takes me back to my teenage years.
Those are the scenes that stick with me, man. It's not like the entirety of the movie and like how gory the whole ride was. It's always those particular moments. It's those particular little little scenes. Like
Yeah.
Logan earlier brought up Jaws, and that
Yeah, okay.
that movie in its entirety, you're like, you try to get someone young to watch that movie now, they might think it's a little slow going. And
Yeah,
just,
because it's
a
like, what?
little.
We're waiting around.
Like, come on, man, what's this man-eating shark? You know what today's people want? They want Meg. Like, that's what Meg is a successor, but it's like it's so bloated, it's so fucking over the top. It's like,
Yeah.
and you try to go back and watch something like
It's all
Jaws, it seems a
CGI.
little tamer.
It's all
Yeah, also that
CGI.
CGI. It's just like, Jaws felt a little more real. Like when I go in the water, I'm not expecting to run into a Meg. You know what I mean? Like I'm expecting to run like a great white is a real thing. You know what I mean? Like there's an actual threat, in the water with this thing, and that's why everybody could relate to that problem. If anybody who's been at the beach would know.
Yeah,
and
you
there's always
I mean, you're right there with you're not far from the ocean.
the
where
Joyzy
the ocean is.
shore.
Right. I'm around here. It's like freshwater rivers and lakes. Like, there's no sharks. There's no sharks.
You're in your Great Lakes.
Yeah, there's salmon and bass and Asian carp, but catfish. You got catfish, but nothing like octopus or giant squid or.
No one has been callous enough to bring like some kind of rainforest piranha or some shit and just throw it in there. An invasive species, they just
piranha.
screw all you up.
I forgot about piranha. Yeah, like from the Amazon.
It's
A
like
buddy
that's
of
all
mine
it takes, man.
A buddy of mine in college had piranha. Had a piranha. And he would have to go to the pet store and get like, I don't know, goldfish to feed it.
Really?
Yeah, it was pretty cool
Man.
to watch him stalk. Go eat them up.
Apparently, not to nerd out, but like I feel like I think I saw something a little while back about like just like there's a certain amount of species of piranha, but it's only like one or two you really have to worry about. I mean, I think one of them had like a red belly, and that's how you know there's like the ones that like will actually chew you to the bone, and then there's like another, I forget what the other one was, but all the other ones are pretty much, they don't really give a shit. Like they're not, like they're like, if you dip your foot in the water, it's like you're not gonna come out a skeleton the moment you put your foot out, like but so just kind of nerding out watching this. So I'm like, okay, when you run into this problem, it's like it's good to know this kind of thing when you're out in the rainforest, because not everybody's going to be googling this shit like when they go out there. It's just gotta rely on your tour guide. Hope your tour guide knows what the hell they're talking about.
Yeah, you gotta pay. You gotta pay for a good one.
So I pulled out. You know what I pulled? You know what I pulled earlier too. So anybody who was watching,
is this going to be a repeat?
I got one quick one. I just don't. Oh, here it is. No, because you mentioned Freddie, and earlier I showed the DJ Jazzy Jeff Fresh Prince, A Nightmare on My Street.
Oh, the single. Yes,
the freaking single.
Yes,
you remember that shit?
Brilliant.
And the music video is just super amusing. And then when you first put it on, the first thing it says is like not affiliated with like New Line Cinema, whatever, or Wes Craven's thing. It's like their own little islands.
But they use that music.
Oh, really...
dun, 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 or
yeah, it's like
that tune.
It's like not quite exact, but just different enough where they're not crossing the copyright territory.
Right.
So I don't know. I just found it funny. Speaking of Freddie here, let me show you something a little related. Anybody watching you might know this band. So I think they're based out of Sweden, and so you familiar with FKU? They're a thrash band.
Ooh.
And called 1981. Cool. Now,
for
those watching,
I've heard of them.
They're not so immature that they're going to call themselves "fuck you." It says FKU. Like, okay, that stands for Freddy Krueger's underwear. For those who don't know.
Very nice.
The artwork on this is pretty kick-ass too, man. Like even though it's called 81, and you look at the VHS tapes, they actually have like 81 flicks on there. So they did their homework. You got Halloween 2.
Okay.
What's the other one? the Earning, Evil Dead, right there. The Beyond. What's the other one? Burial Ground.
Burial Ground. Yep.
So they did the shit. Fun band, man. I don't know if it's just balls out classic thrash, man.
Thrash metal.
And they do their best to sound like not quite 1981 because I don't think
House by the Cemetery.
Well, in 1981, this kind of thrash wasn't a thing yet, you know. But so it's like Metallica.
Right,
I don't think Metallica didn't put out Kill 'Em All yet. But this they do the best to at least capture a little bit of that 80s spirit, which is pretty cool. It's quite obvious here. But cool band, man.
Yeah, love the throwback look. I always think that's cool when they do that. You know, Exhumed did that on a couple albums ago where they had they had the Be Kind Rewind sticker on it. It looks like a VHS tape.
Oh man, what was that one?
I get nostalgic over that kind of stuff. What was that? Death Revenge? No,
it was the horror. This alcohol is not helping me. All right.
Yeah, it was
horror. It was just
horror.
horror.
Yeah, it was horror. Yeah, it was horror. Yeah, you're right.
Although Death's Revenge had that throwback kind of look to it too.
Yeah, it did. It had it had like the folded up poster look. You know, the lines from being
So my local record shop has a copy of that. It's like a limited edition, but they're asking $70 for that. I was like, man, I would love to have a vinyl of that one. It's like I just cannot throw that kind of money though on that. As much as I love that album.
Oh yeah, that's have you seen them live?
Yeah. Last around this time of year actually. October, November, something like that. They're fun, man. They're a fucking fun band.
Oh yeah,
guys.
It's a blast. They got the old school like console TVs they bring out and play horror trailers.
You get the surgery and all that shit, which is pretty damn cool, man. I think in the US it's probably the next best thing, man, to go to see like Carcass or something. Because Carcass has not come around here enough, man. Like, you know, I would love to. I've yet to see them live. I would love if I can catch Carcass. I feel like I already resigned it. If I'm going to see Carcass, it's going to happen at some big fest or something. That's probably they're not going to come here on a regular tour. It's probably going to be like some
like
Maryland
fest or something. Like a full US tour kind of thing. Yeah. Well, didn't they come through? It was a decent package, I thought, but I didn't go. Maybe they played with like Obituary or it wasn't that long ago. Year or two.
Nothing comes to recent memory. They might have had.
I don't know. Yeah. Just never. Like you said, they don't come over here that often.
But you know what though, I'm good with Exhumed, man. They're just fun, man. They're just one of those bands that if they ever come around, I mean, I'll catch them again.
Yeah, they were actually near. They came through Davenport a week or two ago. I didn't end up going because it was like middle of the week, so I didn't end up going. But the last time they were here, I did go see them. That was a cool package. They were touring with Creeping Death, Bewitcher, and the other band was Enforce. So,
oh no shit.
Three killer openers and then Exhumed. So yeah, it was a good night for sure.
I remember now. It was Holder was on a bill with for Exhumed, which I thought was very odd.
Oh, okay.
She ended up billing that bill. I forgot who replaced her. But I was looking forward to see Holder. As weird as that bill was, like fuck, because I loved her last album, man. She should be due for another one. I mean,
I've liked all her stuff. She came. I think it was last summer, not this past summer, the summer before. she did a short little run of dates and came near me, but I was out of town. I was kind of bummed. But I think maybe Jake saw her on that run.
Actually, I think he did. Yeah,
out in Salt
Man.
Lake. Yeah,
I
that would
remember
be cool.
being happy for him, but also bummed out. Like, you got to see them, man. But it's like, damn it.
I pulled another Stephen King pick here.
What you got?
How about this one? Graveyard Shift.
Oh yeah. Shit.
The giant giant rats. Yeah, this is a cool soundtrack too. It's got a lot of who did this? Anthony Marinelli and Brian Banks. This, I don't know what year this came out. This releases La La Land Records. It does a lot of soundtracks, not necessarily horror. They do some horror, but they kind of do everything. Reissue wise, they do a lot of these like definitive editions. You know, all the cues and you know, remastered and original mix and yeah, this is a I like this movie. I like this movie a lot. It's got that you know, the mill that everybody's working at. You know, they're working for crap wages, and the boss, they're making them work overtime, and the conditions are terrible, and it's hot and it's wet, and there's rats everywhere. You know, yeah, this is a cool soundtrack. It's got you know, it's got synth, it's got the orchestral stuff, it's got some like acoustic type.
I remember being pretty disturbed by a lot of things in that movie, but at the same time, like I was still a little too young and not quite understanding the gravity. Like when it comes to the mining and the workforce problems and all the social issues. That was the problem with watching these movies when you're too young. Is like you get the gore, you get the shit. Like, okay, yeah, that's bad. But then you got all the shit surrounding it and all the social issues and how there's workers are exploited and you know, just that kind of stuff.
Those kind of themes that are kind of wrapped in. Probably a lot of these, you know, horror movies that kind of go over a lot of people's heads because of the blood and gore. But yeah, it's been a while.
That's why you got to watch it. I'm sure you have a different appreciation. Like when you go back and rewatch this stuff, you're probably like, yeah, it's like oh, it's a different light. It's like, okay, I've gone through puberty now. You know what I mean? I got armpit hair, and I have a little better understanding of the world, and now I can understand a bit of these social issues. So those Misfits albums make sense now. You know, like whatever it is.
Now I know why they're so angry. Now I know what they were raging against. I know the machine they're raging against now. It's you know, it's that type of idea. Yeah, it was like a small town mill where, you know, it kind of pretty much employed half the town, and you know, it was going
That's
under.
How it was, man.
They got to cut costs and still make the owners money and blah 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 blah. So
it's like thank you for, you know, even though we do shit wages, you know, you come home dirty every day and you might get cancer, but thank you for your contribution.
Yeah, and asbestos-filled asbestos fibers all over. Yeah, in 30 years you'll have mesothelioma and
and you can't sue us because you can't directly point to the reason directly why, even though you kind of have a pretty good suspicion why.
Yeah. All my coworkers are getting sick and dying. I'm sure it's probably nothing.
Yeah, it's just all one big giant coincidence. Even though we're all have the same occupation, you work in the same town, all under the same scrutiny.
Imagine the black lung.
So Jeff hit me up earlier, right? And so he got a copy of the Wasp debut album. I guess he had a copy, so finally got it. I'm like, cool. He reminded me, like, oh shit, we're recording this thing tonight, and so I remember I had this thing, and I know we all like a little bit of Ghoulies, and so remember when they put this thing out?
That's cool.
It's like it's just Blocky. Look at his Blocky always does, man. Just fucking silly, fucking. He has his nice like shit eating grin. He's just so happy here, man. Look at this.
That's from Ghoulies too.
Yeah. So
That's a nice
So-
find.
so fitting, man. Yeah, I was like, dude, like, it's like this is one of those deals where like I'm at the record store and like this thing's sitting there, and I'm sure you've done this where like you see this thing, if the first thought in your mind is, why is this here? Why hasn't anybody already grabbed it? And then like this, and then step 2 is like this, and you just look around, and then you go into full Gollum mode. You're like, my precious.
My precious. It's all mine.
And,
and then you're like, oh,
and then-
wait a minute. It's got to be scratched to hell. Oh, it's not.
and then you look at the price, right? You're like, okay, what are these bozos asking for this, right? And then you're finally, that was actually pretty reasonable. So I actually was able to score it for about a little, I think it was 20, a little, not more than 25. I think it was like, but
Is it a single?
Like, what? It's a single, yeah. But it's like, but I don't, I've never ran into this in the wild other than at one time, which is cool. And I like Wasp, so. I was like, it's an odd thing, and I like Ghoulies, so I was like, it had all the
Ghoulies?
ingredients of what I liked, so it all worked out, man.
Ghoulies,
Dude, like,
if I'm not mistaken, was a Full Moon Productions movie. Is that right? Full Moon.
I'm not sure. I know it's a Charles Band thing. I do know that.
Yep.
So it's so he's involved with it, but I don't know if it was Full Moon at the time. If they were called that, I'm sure it's distributed by Full Moon by this point. But are you looking it up?
Oh, you know what?
Fun movie, man.
Oh. It's the full...
I still have I have my statue from Full Moon with the little ghoulie in the toilet. Kind of just coming out. Like that's a fun one. It made us all wanted afraid to take a shit like for years after watching that. I'm like,
for sure.
I'm gonna go into Bear in the Woods mode after watching that movie. Like, I'm gonna just do it.
I'm gonna go in the backyard and I'm gonna dig a hole.
Yep. It's like that little train is not looking so bad now. Like, it's just whatever.
Right.
It's just like, but your conventional toilet. I still hear horror stories of people dealing with like snakes. Like snakes can crawl in there. And still fucking get to you. Certain parts of the world.
That does not seem like that would be a fun experience to have. I get grossed out when I walk in my bathroom and there's a centipede coming out of the sink.
So I'm fortunate. Like the worst thing I got to deal with is maybe the occasional ant. Like that's crawl by. But I'm like, if an ant crawls up my asshole, maybe it's not the worst thing in the world. You know what I mean? As long as it's not a roach. It's at some point you got to try to find ways to ease yourself. It's like maybe not, because if you're afraid of every little thing, so you'll never leave your house or take a shit. Like
I don't know. Have you seen? So the house we bought. This house, we bought in a few years ago. Anyway, it had been vacant for about a year. By the time when we eventually moved in, it had been sitting here vacant for about a year. So
there were no like chalk outlines or nothing like that before.
No, there were mouse droppings, which is understandable. But there was some mice. But once we moved in, they went away. But what kind of stuck around were these, especially down here in the basement. The very large centipedes, and they like to crawl on the wall, like hang out on the walls. So you come down here and all of a sudden you look over, there's a big ass centipede. Apparently they
really
eat spiders. I don't know. I think they eat spiders.
The really hairy ones are really cringe, man. I don't know if you got those or did you just get them?
They're not hairy, but they have a crap ton of legs and they're fast. They really are, man. You got to get them on the first try. Yeah, I don't like centipedes. I'm fine with spiders. I'm not fine with spiders, but I would much rather have to grab a spider than a centipede. They're freaky. They're freaky looking insects.
Something, man, like right before I hopped off of this thing, right, and hit the record button, and like I'm trying to adjust the laptop and all that, and no joke, like I had all these cobwebs in this one corner with when I'm setting this up, and I'm like how fitting. I'm about to do this Halloween thing, and I got to clear cobwebs to be able to set up this computer. It's like how fun is that shit? Because I have it's my record room. I keep all my music and shit here, but I do have a spider problem. I've got a cricket problem and a spider problem. So I feel like I can't deal with the spiders first. I have to deal with the crickets first. You know what I mean? So that the spiders don't have a reason to hang out. Exactly. So
during this time of year, we will get crickets down here.
Okay.
It's just in between, just during fall. Once it freezes, they're not around, and when it's too hot, they're not around. But they will come down here. And I've had good sticky traps. Put them against the wall.
Here's the weird thing. I don't know if you experience this, or maybe just certain types of crickets, but they have a weird way of dying. It's like when the spiders don't get them, they kind of they don't crawl into a corner and just lay down and whatever. It's like so the thing about crickets is they can stand still for a long time before they move. They're just there, and then every now and then, maybe a few hours later, they might hop around. But when they die, they're just there, so you can't tell if they're dead.
Yeah, you can't.
So I'm looking around, and I look at these things. How long has that fucker been there, man? So it's like, it's like, is that thing paralyzed? It's like, so I'm like, okay, I approach the thing. Yeah. Every once in a while, one will just spring, and just jump. I'm like, okay, okay. So he's still alive, and then, but every once in a while, I get close to one to try to snatch it, or whatever, and it won't move. I just find myself crunching it or something. I'm like, okay, so clearly we're dead now. Those things are just nasty, man. It's like, I'm sure they're pretty harmless. Like they don't, but they're just fucking gross, man. They got that. They just look like they just have that look.
Yeah.
Man. So I'm sure spiders, they're really tasty. They're nice and crunchy, and they're really, they're like the ideal spider food.
Yeah, it's a full course meal right there for a spider.
All right, what did I pull? Oh, I got something for you, man. So check this bad boy out. So I got to pull at least one waxwork thing for tonight.
Yep.
It's probably I'm going to do one. I'm going to do one of my favorites. So which one is your favorite Friday the 13th? Like, I don't know if you have a particular favorite or.
Oh yeah, it would be the final chapter.
Okay.
Yep.
That's a good one too, man.
Yep.
But I'm gonna go with the camp. I'm gonna go with the campier one, just because as soon as it begins and you get that James Bond slasher thing, I already knew what ride I was in for, so that would have to be part 6. Like Jason Lives.
Jason Lives. Yep. Lightning strikes.
Lightning freaking strikes, man. It's just like they nailed this cover perfectly. I mean, look at that thing. Who's the guy that did this?
Harry Manfredi.
Yeah, he's the composer. Which he did most of them, right? Like at least all the early ones.
I think he's done all of them. Well, I think he's done all of them except one. And
Gary Pullen did the artwork. Gary Pullen's the guy they have on Waxwork, staffed. He does a lot of these things. And,
yeah, he did that Chud cover that I showed. Yeah, he did it. Yeah.
Harry Manfredini. This is some quality shit, man. Like the stock is really thick. It's like this is some balls out fan service right here. Like this thing.
That's made by fans for fans. Waxwork, exactly. You can't say anything. It's quality stuff. It's really, really well done. And they invested in their own press, their own record press. So I think everything from here on out is made in house, which is really cool.
So this is the one Jason became a balls out zombie. Like he was a legitimate zombie. Like kind of came out. Fucking Tommy went back there. He's like also known as grown up Corey Feldman, right?
Yep.
We don't want to know what the real Corey Feldman's like today. Like it's just don't look at him.
I much prefer the young teenage prepubescent Corey
The
Feldman.
Stand By Me, you know,
Much
like
less
which is
annoying.
another Stephen King.
Much less cringy.
Oh, here it is. This is the
wow.
paintball edition.
That's cool.
It's like I love it, man. They mix the horror with the paintball, and it's just like you got this nice James Bond slasher thing, like you know, you get the intro. You fucking nailed that blood, man.
Yeah, cool.
I love it, man.
That's
It's
good
like
luck.
total fan shit, man. Like it's just like, damn, like I have no bad thing to say about this, man. It even sounds great. It's like I love this soundtrack, man. It just really takes me back. And in the paintball scene, remember this shit?
Yeah. Nice.
That's how you know the movie didn't take itself too seriously. I'm like the dude fucking got his arm ripped off, he thrown to the tree, and you just see this "Have a nice day" kind of deal in there, and I'm like, man, it's just like 8-year-old me was so giddy, like just looking at this, going, oh man, this is so fun. And we had the VHS tape, man. We wore that thing out. Like, I remember back in the day.
I remember going to the video store and looking at each box for Friday the 13th. 1, 2, 3, 4, all of them, and it's like, wow. I loved it when I loved the. It might have been 5, but it was like the hockey mask and the eyes were glowing.
Oh,
On the cover.
I know what you're talking about. I actually picked up the let's see if I can pull it. It's somewhere here.
Not sure which one that was. I think it was in no. Yeah. No.
Yeah, this is the one. Yep.
No, yeah, it was this one. It was Jason Lives, yeah. I'm eating my Halloween candy, so I'm gonna have to go buy another bag.
I've done that, man.
It's not my fault.
When you know you should, but you do.
I grab one.
So I've had this Friday the 13th Crystal Lake to Manhattan. So I know there's a Blu-ray one out that I'm looking at. I'm like, man, it's like I already got this, but do I love the franchise that much that I'm gonna splurge for the Blu-ray at the same
I don't
time?
know.
So I'm kind of like,
DVD still looks pretty good, I bet.
It does, and these are the slim ones, man. So it's not like it's not like it's taking up much room on a shelf. So
Yeah.
this is all. You know, they got the rework cover. It doesn't have all the original covers, but it's fine. I'm not too particular about that. It's fine. There's the final chapter. Just knife in the eyeball. Something about eyeballs, man. Well, when it's Jason Voorhees, maybe I don't mind too much. Yeah, here's Jason Lives.
Yep, there. Yeah,
So,
it's a similar to the original.
and
Cover.
then we have I think it's the last one here. Well, the last one is just like extras and shit like that.
bonus material.
There we go.
Yeah, I don't think you're. As far as I'm concerned, Jason Takes Manhattan. That could be where it ends. I don't need to see Jason X. Jason in space. You know. That's okay.
It kind of made me realize, like, it's just like you keep the franchise going long enough. There's just different ways, like, you know, it's like Jason X. You jump the space shark there. You kind of already did with Jason, like with part 6, because when he went full blown zombie in like James Bond slasher mode. So I'm like, okay, and he had like Hercules strength. He's able to just rip a guy's arm off just by throwing him across like nothing. And then you have part 7, and then you got we got a fucking Jean Grey over here with like superpowers and able to do all the stuff. It's like these guys don't give a shit anymore. It's just like
she was like one of the Dream Warrior rejects.
Yeah. So and then and I remember like when Jason Takes Manhattan, like when that came out in theaters, and I remember like going to school. I haven't seen it yet because I was still too little. You know, again, it's one of those, it's too violent to go see in theaters kind of things. So I remember my friends telling me it's like feeling a little bit ripped off because they're like, you don't have the movie. It's like on a fucking boat, man. It's like the guy's not even like, the marketing makes you think this whole shit's in Manhattan. He just fucking balls out blazing, just going around chopping people up. Like no, man. It's like fucking he's got to get to Manhattan. Jason got to get to Manhattan, and then he's in Manhattan. He's finally fucking there. And
it's
then,
kind of like Fulci's Zombie. It's like it floats over on a boat, and then things go crazy.
And it's
That's
like,
how you
what's the scene everybody remembers? You know, it's like the scene where the guy's like, you know, the boxing dude, I forget his name, and he just like fucking punches his head off, and you know that's the one everybody kept talking about. It's like, dude, it's like you gotta watch that movie just for that one scene. The guy he punches his head off, and I remember being so impressed by that at the time. It's just like I'm like, because at the time I was, you know, when you're young and impressionable, but at the time you never heard of such a thing. You're like, people can that can happen, you know, because you don't understand physics. Like, that would be really hard. Because if you take real life physics into account, like before you ever get to the point where you can actually punch someone's head off, you would break their jaw, and your fist will go right to their brain before that could even happen. Your head would have to be made out of metal or something. I don't know for that to even be possible. It's like, but we don't think about that shit. We're just too busy eating our popcorn and just enjoying the flick.
He just decapitated that dude with his fist.
Yeah, it's like that dude had iron jaws, man. If he's able to hold on to his head and leave his body behind, but without having his head fucking caved in and crushed in, it couldn't. It's like, and then when you watch it like our age, you're like that could never happen. Like this.
No. You got to take it all with grain of salt.
But that's cool. I thought I'd at least pull a waxwork thing. I showed earlier. We were talking about Elvira and
Mistress of the Night.
Yeah, we'll talk about. You know, I might have went a little strong with some of the boob jokes, but she was my first boob crutch, man. Like this, you know, it's purposely so. So my friend Melissa gave me this. Her and her husband. So I actually have some other merch. So this was one of them, and she's still around. She's still showing up at conventions, doing autographs and that kind of thing. So
I remember watching her on USA Up All Night.
Yeah, she'll show up, man, and I'm like, it's like, you know, you're not quite at puberty yet, you know, but you know she's on. And you're like, I got this. What's this fucking weird thing that my loins are doing? I don't what the hell, you know? She's a vampire, for God's sakes, you know.
Not natural.
She wants to drink my blood, damn it.
Cleavage.
So I got these X-Files things, right, from Melissa. So Melissa, if you're watching, I said I would show this on camera. So thank you. And so I got Agent Mulder. Let me go ahead and blow this up. And what's cool about this is where it gets really special. It's got the KB Toy Store sticker still on it.
Ooh.
So look at that shit.
Okay. KB, yeah.
Remember KB Toy Store?
Yes.
So it went from $13.99, and then it was I'm guessing this was clearance before they went out of business. It was marked down to $4.99.
Because that's a double.
The KB Toy Store. Like, do you remember when your KB Toy Store closed down, like for its final time over your area? I don't know if you remember like that year.
I don't remember the year, but I mean, I remember them being gone. Because I used to go in there for G.I. Joes.
I remember trying to. Well, it's like you probably noticed all the nerds running in there trying to grab all the shit because you didn't know that shit's going to be collectible, and you know, try to grab all the stuff.
Yeah, in fact, I had a friend of mine that his parents were into like flea markets, right? So their thing was like buying and reselling, and so me and all my other friends would make fun of him because he would have his Star Wars toys in the package, like on his wall, like on card, right? Okay. And I'm like, what? Why aren't you playing with them? You know, fast forward, you know, now those are worth a ton because they're unopened. So
I feel like a lot of people's childhoods are filled with all these people you laughed at who are now laughing at everybody else, you know, when things have flipped around.
All the nerds are doctors and all the jocks are working Working.
You laughed at my
working
Jar Jar
fast food.
Binks. Who's laughing now? You know, it's like if you rewatch the stream, like Logan has a Jar Jar Binks story, which is funny. Like which you'll catch. It's actually pretty good. But I love how it says ages 5 and up. It's like that alien is pretty horrifying, man. It's like you look at that
Oh,
thing.
yeah.
It's just like.
Yeah, I don't think 5-year-olds are watching X-Files.
I love it, man. Like, so I'm that nerd, man. I'm keeping this in the package. But
Oh, definitely. Oh, I got some
I'm not
toys.
actually playing with it. You know, it's like, but it's cool. I don't know if you were a big X Files fan back in the day or
Yeah, I like
whatever,
X-Files
but
I liked it okay.
it was alright. You know, get the Fanatics. Here's another one. Got this. I don't remember what episode. You know, it's been so long since I've seen these. I'm sure it'll come back to me if I try to watch it.
Oh, well.
So that's another one. It's like in this little chamber or whatever it's supposed to be in. I'm guessing. I'm sure that people.
I'm not a super fan. I'm fairly familiar. There's a couple episodes that stand out. I was a little more into Millennium,
Oh, okay.
which is
Oh, that's the dude. What the hell?
kind of an offshoot. I think that character, Lance Henriksen's character,
That's what it was. Yep.
maybe first appeared in an X-Files episode, and then
Alien.
Frank Black. That was a cool show.
He was that guy, man. He played those roles, and that he was the sci-fi guy. Like that guy,
Oh, yeah.
fucking, he just had that personality, and
Yeah.
that look, man. I loved in everything he was in.
Yeah.
Here's another one,
Totally.
some kind of caveman thing with some alien. Here we go. So that's another one. All got their price.
That
tags
might be.
on
That
it, man.
might not be a caveman. It might be a vagabond, a homeless guy.
Oh,
I think I recall that one.
got a club.
Oh well, never mind.
Oh yeah, there's the
I thought
alien
there
in the
was a-
chamber.
Yep, maybe. Nope, never mind. Now here's another. Speaking of like aliens,
Yeah.
Do you remember the TV show early to mid '90s on Fox, Alien Nation?
Yeah. Very vaguely. I remember the people with the spots on their head and shit.
Yeah, they're bald. The aliens were bald, but they had the spots, and they came on a slave ship, right? Like they were slaves to some other race, and they
So what the premise was?
they arrived, and they became like refugees, and they all took like human names and got human jobs, but there were certain things like certain things that they took from our culture that were strange.
Yeah.
Like instead of drinking like alcohol, they drank sour milk as like a alcoholic drink like that.
They had their own vice, like their own version of it. Like
Yeah.
their own version of like drinking, smoking. They had like their own alien version of
so
it.
like you know, one of them was a cop. It was kind of a cop show where an alien was paired with a human cop,
it's all
and they
coming
were
back to me.
partners. And so, you know, after their long day of investigating or detective work, you know, the human would crack a beer and the other guy would pour this like lumpy glass of rotten milk.
I wonder if they ever released like a DVD set or whatever. I would definitely. I feel
I'm
like
sure
if I
they
watched that
would.
now, I would have a different light on it. Like at the time, I was probably too young for it.
Yeah,
Like,
I would. Yeah, I
really
thought it was cool. It was
loved
it was kind of dark. It had some of the humorous moments, but it was very like kind of urban and seedy, and you know, there were.
It's one of those shows. There was like different ways of incorporating aliens into society. Like I think
Yeah.
that was one of those good examples. Because I know before you had V, right? They were more invasive and kind
very
of
similar. Yeah,
very covert.
Yeah.
And then you had They Live, right? Which
Yep.
now John Carpenter, right? So
Roddy Piper.
and that's another covert movie, but like right, you have to wear the thing to be able to see them.
yeah,
And
hidden in plain sight kind of thing.
yeah. And I feel like that They Live would be pretty cool as a TV show. You know, it's just kind of like this. group of rebels or trying to uncover this whole thing, and nobody will listen to them, and that, you
Right.
could draw that shit out like 12 episodes, 24 episodes.
Oh yeah, definitely.
You're not gonna have Rowdy in there, which just would be a shame. But now that he's gone, but you can find an equivalent. Get Vin
Yeah.
Diesel in there or something. I don't know.
That would work.
Here's the last one, because if I show Mulder, I gotta show Scully, man. Like it's just gotta, right? It's a kind of a
Excellent.
crime.
Ooh, she's
This
got
is
like a
90s,
kung fu grip.
complete with the 90s cell phone.
Cell phone, yeah.
So just gotta. Wait, what did Mulder have? Mulder had the freaking flashlight. Mulder had the flashlight.
Mm-hmm.
Shit. So they got tangled up. Yeah, so he got the flashlight. They gave her women if fucking social and communications. Like, let's give the woman the cell phone.
She has a BlackBerry.
So he can wave around his big stick. See how misogynist this is? Like,
It's very phallic.
oh man. But yeah. So thank you, Melissa. I really it's awesome. Like I never knew I would own X-File, these X figures, man. It's fucking, and they're pretty well detailed. They're done pretty well. So
Vintage for sure.
Vintage, yeah. Fucking KB, and with the KB, man, it's like when I get a record, like, and you get I'm sure you've gotten records where like it has the vintage sticker of a store that's no longer around. Like I'll get some shit. It has like Circuit City on there or something. I'm like,
yep.
You feel like I'm gonna buy this because it has that sticker on it. Like it's just vintage, Yep. It's just it's got to be done. I gotta
took care. Like for instance, there was in one of my record stores I came across a copy of Wasp, Wasp's first album. Right, still had the shrink. Like I'm sure people didn't back in the '80s didn't have poly sleeves, so they just left in the shrink and had a price sticker on it from this record store called Crow's Nest, which was up in the Chicago area. So that was kind of a cool find. It's like, yeah, I usually take like the shrink wrap off, but something like that I'm definitely keeping. Pretty cool.
Or you can cut around it and keep it inside the vinyl.
Yeah.
That way, if you ever have to sell it, you're in a bind. Like, fuck, I gotta sell this thing. And they're going through a little crate. You're like, oh, they're trying to lowball you and that shit. You're like, you're at $12. You're like, dude, look inside. Do you see that sticker? That's at least $5 more. I don't know if you're a haggler like that, but I'd be very amused like seeing that like play down at a flea market somewhere. Just like, dude, Caldor sticker.
Yeah, the sticker, original sticker.
It's like remember Woolworths? And the guy's like 20. He's like 20. He's like, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Never heard of that store. Yeah. That store's been gone for 40 years.
It's like it tells you it's AOG. That's just OG because it's got that sticker on there. You know what I mean? I ain't trying to play you, fool. Like there is some vintage factor in this.
Get that right.
Oh man, yeah, I'm
Here's
becoming
just
pretty.
BCLT.
Yeah. I was gonna pull you over because I'm running low on my stack here. Let me see if I can. I don't know how much stuff you got. Oh yeah, I know that one.
Well,
show the world the wonderful.
I got the Gate soundtrack on TerrorVision. This is like the special edition because it has this killer Sacrifix kind of slip cover. Composed by Michael Honig and somebody else that I'm not very familiar with. Okay, Michael Honig and J. Peter Robinson. Michael Honig spent. All right, there you go. You got the Blu-ray.
Got the complete with the slipcase.
I like that. So Michael Honig spent a little bit of time in Tangerine Dream back in the day. He's probably, as far as soundtrack work, he's probably most known for the Baldur's Gate. He did the music for the video game Baldur's
yeah.
Gate. That's probably what he's, most notable. But he's got a couple killer like solo albums from the 80s. That's like electronic Berlin style. Departure from the Northern Wasteland is one of my favorites. He also did a collaboration album with Manuel Gaching from Asherah Temple. They do this.
Okay.
They did this collaboration album called Early Water that combines like his kind of synthesizer work and Manuel's like guitar type loops. It's really, really, really great stuff. Anyway, this soundtrack, this version is super cool because it has this, the Dark Book. It's got the back cover of the Sacrifice album.
Dude,
the levitation.
it's like that. It's like that Friday the 13th, man. Like that's some balls off fan fucking fan service right there, man. That shit.
Got the symbols. And then of course, well, actually, this actually turns into kind of like a poster, right? So then it's like a poster with the original artwork. And then this is kind of the main gatefold.
I just love that artwork, man. It's just they nailed it.
And then you got this, and then it's a pop-up. It's a goddamn pop-up of the big guy, the big demon coming up through the floorboards. Look at that shit.
Here's the thing, man. It's menacing as that thing looks, but all it took to take it down was like a toy rocket.
Yeah, one rocket.
It's like come on. Like I remember like when I was a kid watching that, I'm thinking like toy rockets are a lot more dangerous than they look. I'm like, man, I can start World War III with this thing, man. And then because it can take down a demon.
Yeah, it didn't even have like any explosives in it. It was just like it's just a big pointy piece of plastic that
another like typical movie. It's like a movie trope, right? It's like they get it right on the first shot. It's like because I was like, it wasn't his only rocket. It's like I get one try at this shit. He got a bullseye on the first try. It's like, oh, well, of course he did. Like that's the thing about movies, man.
Yeah, it's got a cool little write up by Michael Honig on the recording and the process of it. It's got some more like artwork and stuff from the book, from Terry's book. It's another one of those horror movies that I watched very early on. This is a good like gateway because it's not terribly gory. It's definitely got it. It's relatable because it's like a couple kids in the suburbs. Terry was the burnout metal fan. He wore the denim,
many tropes.
He got a denim jacket.
Yeah. It's like trying to be the battle jacket. It's not quite a battle jacket, but he was like the heavy metal kid. But he's not the kid you would think of your typical heavy metal kid. You're thinking of the burnout with the abusive dad at home and the prostitute mom or something like that. But no, this kid had a fucking functional household. Just happened to be into heavy metal, and I'm like,
he's got a Killer Dwarfs back patch. His mom died, and so dad's an alcoholic.
Oh, that's what it was. Yeah,
but they still live in a pretty nice neighborhood, and but he's just a little neglected, so he turns to demonology to fill his day.
Got to play that shit backwards too.
Play backwards. Like, yeah, I mean it's the satanic panic, all the tropes. It's a cool movie. I actually watched it this week, and then I'm flipping through Amazon, right, and I realized that there's The Gate 2. Have you ever seen The Gate 2?
No, I haven't.
So The Gate 2 picks
when did that
up.
come out?
like 89, right? So this is
Okay, so it wasn't that long after.
yeah, it was a couple years.
Maybe-
So it's who's the main actor in the first one? What was his
So
name?
it was a young Steven Dorff.
This is young Steve Dorff. Okay, so the actor that played Terry, the Gate 2 is based around him. So
Okay.
so it's that actor. So he's the main character now, and he's a couple years older. Next door is like fenced off. It's like a condemned house, right? But Terry still lives across the street, and so he goes over there and he does his sorcery, and then it becomes like a high school, like a high school. There's a love interest, and there's a her jealous boyfriend kind of thing,
Yeah.
and then they get the little claymation, the minions running around.
I love the nod to like the Harryhausen stuff with the stop motion. Like,
yeah, it's great. There's a lot of that in part 2. Yeah, not the greatest movie, but it was still pretty fun watch. And again, the minions, they're not terribly frightening. So like 14, 15-year-old could probably watch this movie if they need a little taste of something scary. It's I mean, there were some, this movie, there were some watching it again, it reminded me like when they're in the closet, and he takes like the action or the Barbie doll and sticks it in the leg in the eye, the eye, of course.
Oh,
the eye.
yeah.
Yeah. I'm trying to think if there are any other kind of cringy moments in that movie. Not
that comes
really.
to mind.
I don't know. That was probably one of the worst. Yeah, but
I remember the part in the movie when they're like they're trying to do the levitating thing. You kind of just set your finger underneath and
light as
did
a
you
feather.
did you ever try to attempt that at all? Like at any point after watching that scene?
No. never tried that, but I do remember going into the bathroom and doing like the Bloody Mary.
Oh fuck, man!
Say Bloody
I
Mary
remember I found out
about
about Bloody Mary like way later. I must have been like 14 or 15. Like I found out about it way late. I remember some like cousins and people came over and they're like, "Oh, we're gonna do the Bloody Mary thing." I'm like, I only knew Bloody Mary because of the alcohol. I'm like, okay, we're not 21. What are you talking about? Like, we fucking Bloody Mary. Like, and I'm gonna go to the bathroom. Like, you gonna make Bloody Marys in the bathroom? Like, no, you fucking schmuck. Eventually, I figured it out. Like, okay, so you're doing the Beetlejuice thing, right? You just gotta say the name or whatever. Like, yeah, it's like, and I'm like thinking it's no big deal, right? And then like they're like, okay, now it's your turn. And I remember really not wanting to do it. Like they were able to sell me on that thing enough where I'm like, I'm already like looking at like, I don't want to do. I don't want to do this anymore.
You're like, what
if, right? This fucking thing just comes out in the mirror.
If the Candyman comes,
clawing on my eyeballs, not the eyes, just anything but the eyes.
Yeah. This is a really nice edition. I had the cassette version of this, so
I think I remember you mentioning that, man. I said, dude, like you need a proper vinyl of that, man, because I know you're one of those people I know are definitely picking up waxwork stuff, and it's one of those
nice blue.
Yep, cool pressing, man. It's just they fucking did it, and they could have been fine without the sacrifice, but they went that extra mile and they added that in there.
Yeah, they added all that stuff from like the book, artwork. Yeah, really well done. It's just kind of thick, so getting it back in the sleeve is you gotta use two hands. But man, it's worth it. You'll be impressed. I did managed to salvage the sticker from the
Oh yeah.
So I got the sticker on the sleeve
Wow.
from the poly wrap.
That's how you know, ladies and gentlemen. That's how you know we're truly collector scum. Because we resort to shit like this. That's what we do.
I spent about 10 minutes slowly peeling that sticker, so I didn't lose any edges. It's just what I do. Sometimes I think I'm about 70% effective with the stickers. Sometimes they tear on me and I have to throw them away, but most of the time I can get them.
It depends how it's applied and whether they're using the really permanent shit. Like if it's supposed to be settled in there. There's just some things I don't even like. I get the music on vinyl like stuff, and it's just like because they put it right on the damn sleeve, with their stuff. I got that Solitude Eternus, like their first album, and I had it on there. I'm like, man, it's like I love the stuff that they reissue, whatever, but they always insist on putting that big giant golden sticker on their shit on their sleeve. So I gotta the collector scum in me doesn't want to get rid of the sleeve because I'm like I gotta keep that original thing with the so I get a bigger outer sleeve. So I put that sleeve inside that sleeve, and I put the record, and everything else on it. So I have a specific system for music on vinyl.
Okay,
just for their shit.
Tried and
they always insist on, that's the way they always insist on doing their stuff. So it's like, damn it. But let me see. Oh, okay. So anyway, I could probably show maybe one more thing or two.
Okay.
Here's something.
I'm gonna listen for a minute. I gotta use the bathroom.
Cool. I did show some X-Files earlier, so thank you, Melissa. Coolest gift ever. Came down and just dropped off these toys, action figures. I can't say toys. That just makes me look like an immature piece of scum. I'm a collector. Action figures. So back in the day, I think I showed Lady Death half. So I got another half comic, and that was the X-Files. So why not? I showed the action figures, and here's the Tiptoe Through the Tulip. So this is back when the show. I feel like when this came out, you had to send away for like a coupon or whatever for it to get an actual issue of this. So it was painful waiting for a copy of these special editions to arrive from Wizard Magazine. And but I actually have not looked if these are worth anything. I mean, they're in pretty good condition. It's like I'm not like I've really flipped through them or anything. I knew they were going to be like collectibles at the time. 14, 15-year-old me, back when X-Files were like a huge thing. So yeah, I sent away. It's Topps Comics. Yeah, Topps had they got the cards, and then for a while they had their own like I guess comic book line. And this shit's authentic, man. Look, it came with the certificate and everything.
Ooh, from Wizard. I remember Wizard was the magazine / price guide.
That was the thing where you had to send away for it, right? You were a subscriber, and I remember like every year begging my mom for those $12 or whatever it was for a subscription, and at the time I came in just at the right window because that's when they were offering these half editions, but you had to like mail away for it. It's like you send your little fucking, and then like, so I had to beg her for the subscription and for a stamp to lick the envelope to be able to send away for that kind of thing.
And for a money order, check or money order. It
was, it's like, I think we did the check route for it. So 4 to 8 weeks seemed like such a long time, especially with like for a kid. You're like, God, man.
Oh yeah.
Like, so there was that. So I also pulled this, man. I don't know if you've ever seen this. This is one of the oldest comic books I own. Tales of Suspense. And this is does that guy in the front look familiar?
Metal face, Iron Mask, Iron Man.
Yeah, it's kind of well, it's getting there. It's so it's prototype Doctor Doom.
Oh, okay, yep, I see. Yeah.
Here's the crazy thing.
I see it now.
Yeah, you can tell from the mask a little bit of the green there, but it doesn't have the cloak or anything like that. What they did was this was supposed to be like a Doomsday kind of character, kind of what Superman had to deal with. So Marvel had their like little version of that way back in the day. Kind of this alien comes down and fucking supposed to just rip some shit up. So anyway, this came out 1962, and it came out. So this was dropped in April. It says July here. This actually came out in April. The actual Doctor Doom came out a couple months later. So Avengers, I think it was number 5, where like they debuted Doctor Doom. Now, so he's a few months older than Doctor Doom. So this is the prototype Doctor Doom.
Nice.
So yeah, I saw this in there, man. They only wanted $4 for this. I remember at the time going through the used rack for this stuff. I'm like, this guy looks awfully familiar, and it's cool. I mean, it might be worth something now. I haven't looked. It's not in the greatest shape, but you think about like horror and Doom and shit like that. Doctor Doom, I think, kind of fits a little bit of that in there.
Blast from the past.
Yeah, 62, man. Like this might be one of the oldest I own. I got this. I got a few like.
I don't think I have anything outside the 80s. I don't have anything.
That's like a stretch. There's a few like 70s comics I got. I didn't bother going through the bin picking up all of them. Like maybe I'll do that for the. So Jeff is doing the Catacombs thing. With the horror movies.
Yeah, right.
So I'll probably be on that, which is funny because like I think I was telling Logan earlier. I'm like, dude, I'm doing. It almost feels like a part 1. I'm doing this, and then like I'll be showing some more stuff. So I can't show everything here.
Right.
So I'll be showing some more shit on his channel, with his stuff. But his is more movie focused.
As far as my picks, I pulled a lot of soundtracks, just because that's this time of year. That's all I listen to.
It seems like the horror soundtracks. I feel like it's what I gravitate towards too. Like in a lot of ways, I mean, I had a lot of non-horror soundtracks, but I feel like the horror ones is like when I'm in a mood for that stuff. I feel like it just tickles that funny bone a little more for me. I don't know. I don't know about you.
Yeah, I mean, I listen to them all year, but around this time, it's the most concentrated.
Yeah, I found that Pumpkin Witch, man. That Pumpkin Witch, it's fun stuff. Do you have any vinyl with buzzsaws?
You mean like a saw blade type?
Yeah, like a shape
vinyl? No.
Yeah, I know they make CDs of those too, which is probably not the best shape for that kind of thing. If you have a slot loading player.
No, I don't think so.
How many players have been destroyed by those damn shapes? So I got this thing, right? I actually ordered it from Pat's store, and it's a kind of a hardcore band, but they with some grindy elements. It's actually a split between Accurate, Left 4 Dead. They're like a Canadian act, which I thought was pretty cool. Left 4 Dead, eat shit. Yeah, it's got this cool ass saw blade shape. Look at this thing.
Oh, yeah, that looks pretty cool. That's nice.
4,500 max RPM.
I like the look of that. I know I've seen other, like we were talking about Exhumed earlier. I think they had a pressing of one of their records that had a
they
saw.
did. Which one was it? Slaughter Cult, I think it was.
Slaughter Cult.
Yeah. I actually have that one. I have I think it's the orange one. They have like an actual silver one, which might be better just because it represents a saw blade a little more accurately.
Mm-hmm.
But I got the goofy orange one, the gray one. So I figured, that'll do the trick. I'll turn it back to you. I don't know if you got anything else.
All right, I'll grab one more, and then just because some more.
I think I got one more here too.
some more waxwork love. This is another one I picked up fairly recently. Yeah, and that's a good looking color too. This is perfect. This is Chopping Mall.
Oh yeah.
If you, I actually like the original cover probably a little bit better, but this does give that 80s like neon, hanging out at the mall vibe. The mannequins. It's got the back here again, the nail polish and all the severed fingers. Insert. It's got a little write up, and then cash register, the blood and the eyeballs. This is a pretty fun movie. It's like it's like Dawn of the Dead where it's set in the mall, but it's got the the kill bots, the security.
Yeah.
I guess it's a similar theme as Maximum Overdrive when we were talking earlier, but the security robots go on a murderous rampage. They become homicidal and start going after
That's
all the teenagers who are drinking and doing drugs and fornicating. They go after the fornicators. So here's the record here.
That's the worst thing you could do in a horror movie environment, man. It's just do not fornicate, because that will get you killed.
Get you killed real quick.
I remember even watching the JC Voorhees stuff, and I'm like, as a preteen, and going, note to self, don't have sex, because I'm gonna get an arrow fucking stuck through me like Kevin Bacon,
Yeah, if you want to survive the night, just do your homework, read the Bible, and go to bed early. Just go to bed early. Nothing good happens after dark.
The thing about Chopping Mall too, man, it's like it came out at a time, and that's the real dark side of of the mall, where mall culture, kids today will not understand how huge mall culture was, man. It's just that's where you went. That's where things were happening. It's I think when you go to Mall Rats and before, that year and before, it's where it was at its prime, where everybody was going to. All the cool kids hung out. All the kids who wanted to be cool kids tried to hang out. And you watch movies like Fast Times, Richmond High, all the way up to I remember as a kid watching movies remember Inner Space?
Inner Space. Oh yeah.
remember that scene with the assassins going after them, and it's happened to be in that mall. Yeah. And I remember as a kid watching that, going, "Fuck, man, malls are awesome." It's you can all kinds of shit just happens there. You got assassins and just
food court and escalators and all the different department stores.
It's and you got kill bots. It's just everything happened there, man. Now, nothing. Now it's
it's depressing now. Yeah, it really is. That's what we did at Friday and or Saturday night. You asked your parents to drop you off at the mall for a few hours. You got $20,
everything was
maybe,
there, man.
And you'd hit up KB or Walden Books or.
I remember I used to go to the wall. You had a 20, 30 in your pocket. That was okay, I gotta buy a CD. I'm not walking out of here without a fucking CD or something, and I went in there, and you could spend hours trying to pick out a CD, because you only had $30 in your pocket. You're okay.
Yeah,
so it was oh no,
you really had to make a good guess based on the cover of what you were buying that night.
Yeah, you couldn't just Google it. It's you have to either bring that nerd friend who fucking knew what the hell they were talking about, or if you were on your own, you had to rely on the cover, or what I did, I would wait for some older teenagers to come in and just see what they were buying, and just who might have looked like they knew what they were picking out. It's just all right. It's this might be so it depends what kind of listener you were. But you could walk out with one CD. It was I came down to one CD, or maybe two tapes. It's I can't. Maybe it's from what I walk out with more music. I can't do 2 CDs. Like, well, I could do like maybe 2 tapes, So I had days like that.
A lot of times I do a CD, and I'd be able to get also a maxi single.
Okay.
One of the slim lines if they had something interesting. I remember getting the Cannibal Corpse Hammer Smash Face single.
Awesome.
Sepultura Territory was another one. Hypocrisy, the Inferior Devotees EP, and those, because it was like $3 or $4, so you could get and
they had the songs you kind of already knew you liked, or obviously they were push as singles, so there had to be the good songs.
Yeah, or in some covers. Some bonus songs or covers. Yeah, so those were the couple that stood out to me.
Or my favorite thing where you'll get a cover but didn't know it was a cover. I've had that happen a few times. Yeah.
You got to read the credits to be like, oh, Zero the Hero. Yeah. Oh, that's a Sabbath song. I see Iomi, Geezer Butler.
Yeah, that's where you got school too, man.
Yeah. Oh shit.
That was the thing too, man. At the time, it's like we actually read the liner notes. Like we actually sat there, we fucking took out our magnifying glass and just went kind of combed through that shit and look at what T-shirts they were wearing. It's like we didn't have the luxury at the time to just Google that shit and ask our what do you call it, our friends to and also when you don't have that much money and you're trying to find music, you didn't have to worry about the gatekeepers. Like it wasn't the thing. Like it's kind of just because the extreme music, which is extreme music, you were fine. Like, okay, I want something fucking death metal. You went in there, you bought your death metal thing, and you didn't have your circle of gatekeepers telling you whether this, or this. Like you just were happy to have extreme music. You were just happy to have something along those lines.
Yeah, I would go, and one day I would buy Dismember, and the next day I would buy Machine Head or Rage Against Machine.
Yeah,
it was all just it was kind of lumped together. But, like I was not shedding the stuff that was less heavy. You know, I think I probably went through periods where I did maybe not gravitate toward that stuff.
At the time, could you what you call it, kind of this separate what you thought was trendy, what wasn't? Because at the time you didn't really know either. It's when you're looking at something like Machine Head, and then you're picking up a Corpse album or a Morbid Angel. At the time, it was all just heavy shit. You're like, okay, this is at the time. If you were in your late 20s, 30s, maybe that was a little easier to pick out. You can kind of see through those. But when you're a teenager, you didn't know any better. You were just like, it's all fucking like. Even when I got into Machine Head at the time, like I didn't know about violence and all that stuff. It's like I found out about that later.
Right, much later.
So it was all fair game, really. I mean, you popped in there, you went to the mall, and in the CD era was just thriving. So it's one of those things. Funny enough, man, like the retail value for a CD, it was pretty up there, man. It was like $18 or something, and that was like 1990s money.
Yeah, in the long box era, Yeah. You remember
late 80s?
Yeah, I started buying tapes, and then soon after, CDs were out, but I didn't have a CD player, so I wasn't buying CDs yet. It I didn't get my first, like, what I first had was like a shelf system that had a cassette and a record player on top, and it was radio too. And it came with speakers. It was kind of all in one kind of thing. But when I got my first like CD boom box, I started. By that time, CDs had come down a little bit in price.
I remember my first CD boombox. It was my first player. It was like $100. That was like a lot of money.
Yeah,
and it was. I think the brand was Philips. It was a Philips brand
Philips Magnavox
CD player. Little digital readout. I thought it was the most awesome thing in the world.
Yeah, where you
And
can skip.
yeah, and I remember like I would put shit in there. Like I would have my Sepultura. I would put in my Metallica CDs, and I went to the music club, and that's when shit really got kicking. And I remember my Tool CD, like the Tool CD, I think it was Undertow, and I put that shit in there, and like it had like 69 tracks.
69,
Because of all that. I didn't get it at the time, but I'm like, when I look back at that Tool humor, it's like, oh, 69. Like, okay,
That's funny.
giggity. Oh man. But yeah, it's cool, man. Thank you for hopping on board, man. And just it's been fun. I guess Chris must have crashed. It was a work day for him.
Must have been a hectic Friday.
I guess we'll catch him in the next go round.
Yeah, for sure.
I'll probably show one more thing before we before we end it for the night. But
cool.
So another last minute pull, because I decided this band looks like they're starting to be active again. Remember Terrorizer? And
yep.
So this album, Hordes of Zombies. So let me go ahead and blow it up. Here we go. And I don't know if you're familiar with this one. Everybody knows World Downfall. That's their magnus opus. That's the one everybody goes to. And then they had a what do you call it? A bit of a down period. The album before this. What the hell? What was the album before this one? It was which did not review very well. It was a darker days ahead.
Darker Days, yeah.
And it felt very lackluster. After that much time, I think it was very highly anticipated. And I feel like they came back to form with this one. I feel like it was quite a bit underappreciated, though. No one seems to talk about this one very much. And this is some pretty good death grind, man.
What year did that come out?
This came out in, I want to say 2010, 2009.
So is Oscar on that one? Oscar singing?
Oh, 2012.
Okay. And is Sandoval on it?
Actually, they got a guy called Brian Werner. No, I think he's the guy who does the vocals is Anthony Reshawk. I think he only did work for this album. That's the thing about this album. The lineup was pretty much unique to this. They got the guitar player. Her name was Katina. Katina Culture. Katina Culture. And her riffs are cutting on this, man. I love her guitar playing on this. But they only used it for this album. Yeah. So you had David Vincent, and you have Sandoval on there. So those are the two guys. I think they were still crucial to the sound, keep that Terrorizer sound in there. And so they're talking about putting out new stuff. So the band's not dead yet, but they don't release stuff that often.
Yeah, Oscar went on to Nausea. That's right. I forgot about that. So they have a new.
I don't know.
Well, they're not a new one. They put an album out in 2014. Yeah, that's right.
The interesting too about this one is it's got the Swano production. Like of all the people on board, they brought down Swano.
No kidding.
Yeah, yeah. I didn't know that at the time. When this thing dropped, which is pretty cool. But I just felt like it was a little underappreciated. I thought I bring it up. It's got the Katina's riffs. Again, it's got a vocalist we don't see again after this album, and mixed with the Waswana production. This is quite a unique one in their discography. But and it's got zombies in the cover.
She's in Resistant Culture. All right.
Is she?
I know that. I know that band. Kind of the crusty hardcore death metal band. Resistant Culture. I'm sure you recognize the logo if you saw it.
They used her. Okay. Yeah.
That's
Yep,
where
Cali.
that's where she originated.
Man.
Or I don't know.
But she hasn't done anything in a while.
Yeah.
She's not really. I don't know. I'm not sure what the deal is. But because she's a pretty good player. I mean, I don't know. Maybe took a break, family life.
Yep, could be.
But we need more
out.
music. So I hope they bring her back, man. Do another album. So the CD on this is pretty neat too. Season of Mist put this out. It's got the nice kind of zombie action going on there.
The
Pretty
Walkers.
Cool. Yeah. Pretty cool. So yeah, I figured I'll probably just end it with that. But underappreciated. If anybody has not picked it up yet, check it out. Hordes of Zombies.
Can't go wrong with zombie.
So I've been putting on my digipacks in these little sleeves now. I noticed a lot of them been getting pretty beat up and bent.
Yeah, I did that too. In fact, I just ran out. I need to order another pack.
Man. So what you got going on for Halloween, man? Just taking the kids out. Yeah, I see your costume already.
Yeah. So my ritual, not my ritual. The thing I do every year is the day after Halloween, I go to Spirit Halloween and I get my costume for next year. So that's where the scarecrow came from. I picked that up.
You got to get that early though, too, man.
Half off last year. So yeah, I'm gonna wear that around and scare the kids in the neighborhood. Hopefully, hand out some. I just bought the my 5-pound bag of candy. I'm ready to go. Probably just let my kids just go. They're of the age where they can kind of just go out on their own, and I'll just hang out at home and try to scare kids and pass out candy.
It's kind of what I'm doing, man.
Yeah.
Probably put on some tunes, keep the window open. Hopefully it's not raining, and I can do little things to scare the kiddos. Probably because we got a window where you can see in. Also, I was trying to ring the doorbell, so probably have the TV on, put on some macabre stuff.
Yep.
maybe not too macabre. We get kids of all age ranges coming in. Don't want to scar them too badly. But it should be fun. So I'm probably gonna post this before Halloween Day because I think so it'll be a live premiere. People can comment or whatever. So if you guys are watching, I'm sure you're doing that right now. If you manage to last fucking 5 hours, man.
5 hours.
5 hours I've been on in this thing, man. It's crazy. But
I jumped on late.
We've done this before, so it was cool. So happy to have Lonnie on, Logan. If you guys are watching, so
Nice, yeah.
cool, and have them board and kind of show a little bit of some of this stuff. So it's a different year. I didn't want to do just a regular typical video, just pull whatever random shit. It's kind of cool to have everybody's kind of collaboration and showing what they got to show for this kind of thing. Because who doesn't love Halloween, man? That'd be fun.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to rewatch the first half and add to my list here.
Played a little Peter Steele
for check out
for you guys.
Oh, no.
How should I end this? Do you know this number? Then he goes.
This is Halloween. This is Halloween.
Yeah.
I don't know the whole. I don't know the lyrics.
Yeah, it was something like that. It's
It's
that
Danny
song.
Elfman?
It's Danny Elfman. Yeah,
Yeah.
such a damn earworm, man. So
That's
Nightmare
good.
Before
That's a good,
Christmas.
good ending note.
It's a classic, man. I got a Blu-ray copy of it, so I can just put that on anytime. And what's cool about it too is you can play it after Halloween. Marketing genius, because it's also a Christmas movie.
Yeah.
It's like at the fucking stretch. The last 3 months of the year is when you put on that shit, and you can kind of just stretch it out. Because you're not playing Hocus Pocus. You're not putting out Hocus Pocus in December. It's like but Nightmare Before Christmas. It's
Yep.
like make that shit work.
Definitely.
But all right.
Okay.
So I guess I'll end it here, and everybody's been watching, and happy Halloween. I'll probably post this a couple days, day or two before, so because everybody's gonna be out and about, man. Halloween's on a Tuesday this year. It's like shit, but it is what it is. It's a school night and a work night, so that's why the kiddos.
It's gonna be a tough Wednesday morning, but it's okay.
Yep. Stay away from the
Get
creepy
through it.
witch's house. Check your candy for razors, all that stuff.
Yep. Rat poison. Let your parents taste, let your parents inspect your.
In that order.
I know. I've been inspecting a lot today. I got these Starburst are safe. They're marked.
There you go.
Safe.
It's like Dad checked out the candy. It only took him half the
Check out
bag,
the candy.
but we know it's safe. All right. So catch you all on the next one. It's been fun. So I'm gonna go ahead and end the recording here.
Happy Halloween.
But, happy Halloween.